Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs. Zandon, 3-1 morning line favorite. Was the 3-1 morning line favorite. 8-1. Zandon Bluegrass Stakes winner. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Alongside Acacia Clement, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. As much as we'd love to sit here and wax poetic about what the Kentucky Derby means to us, we don't have any time. They're on the track for the first race at Churchill Downs, literally post-time. Acacia, viewers need a winner. No pressure.
No pressure. We're going to start and hopefully try to kick off the day. It's a good way to start with the maidens, Lafitte. And you can see it's a tepid 3-1 favorite on Warrior Johnny, who was second last time out at Keeneland. I don't necessarily trust this horse. I had some interest in the 9 Congressman, second-time starter for Todd Pletcher, showed speed and backed up. And my notes that day said that I thought he wanted a little bit more distance, which he gets at the mile today, and I think that we're going to see some improvement from him. And don't count out the number 10 Logico for Antonio Sano. I know he's not a winning type necessarily, but he's always right there, and if maybe he's not going to get the victory in a race like this, he's going to be coming late to grab a piece.
Jose Ortiz aboard Logico. There's a look at Malibu SS. You get 3-1 favorites like in the Derby. Acacia, wide open. Warrior Johnny, number 7 right now. The choice at 3-1.
He ran a good race last time, finishing second at Keeneland, and it's interesting. He actually started off his career on the turf on the bottom side with the pedigree. It can go either way. Cairo Princes can take them either direction either. Third against older, 2 starts back. He's one of those horses that seems to kind of run in place a little bit. He kind of is a grinder. He gets there slowly but surely. In a big field like this, when you have a lot of horses that are potentially taking a step forward, I'm not sure that's exactly the kind of horse that I want, that I'm not exactly positive he's going to be able to pass horses in the lane.
3-1. Warrior Johnny towards the outside. Drawing in was Gasoline with Kentucky Oaks winning rider Luis Saez, struck yesterday with Secret Oath. We'll recap the Kentucky Oaks right after this first race, Churchill Downs. But the Gasoline for Todd Pletcher, your thoughts on him?
I did not like him first time out as a favorite. He was really underwhelming, debuted with blinkers on, which typically for Todd Pletcher is a negative with those first-time starters. He showed a little speed and finished third. Absolutely, there's a potential for improvement second time out, given the fact that he comes in off the also eligible list. He will have to break from the far outside. That's the same for the 13 Montauk Point for Shug McGahee, who is the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Kofefe. Turns out this one is better going a touch longer than she was.
Champion sprinter, Breeders' Cup winner Kofefe, absolute scramble. Graduation day for one of these maidens, $120,000 purse, 1-turn mile. First of 14 on this Kentucky Derby Saturday. Final check of the tote board. Warrior Johnny, number 7, 3-1. With Travis Stone, what a call in yesterday's Kentucky Oaks, and the call of the opener here from Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Saturday.
Waiting for Papa Rocket, Congressman, Gasoline, and Per Diem. They're in the gate. And they're off. Malibu SS breaks alertly toward the inside. Congressman was away okay. Also there is Vinco. Warrior Johnny showing some speed. Montauk Point on the outside, and farther out than that is Per Diem. They are stacked across the track as they race up the chute, and they come for the main track. And it is Warrior Johnny who comes away with a narrow lead. Congressman is running in second. Malibu SS is third. Per Diem is fourth. Montauk Point is right there fifth. Vinco sixth. Unleash the Power up close and on the pace, seventh toward the rail. Papa Rocket advancing from eighth. King Ottoman is ninth. Gasoline is 10th and only 5 lengths off the lead. 2.5 lengths clear of Lojico, and it's a long way back to Spun Sun, who's been outrun so far. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. They're on to the far turn, and it's Warrior Johnny the leader. The leader by half a length. Congressman is hounding from second. Papa Rocket's made steady progress as they round that far turn. Montauk Point is 4 wide, 5 wide for Per Diem. King Ottoman finds a seam in behind the front row of horses and comes up on through to within 2 lengths of the lead. And Gasoline is revving up with a 4-5 wide bid as they come for the top of the stretch. Quarter mile to go. Warrior Johnny's off the turn, but Congressman to the attack. And these two are shoulder to shoulder with 3/16 to go. And Gasoline is coming stoutly down the center of the track with King Ottoman. 1 furlong left. Congressman comes away with the lead. Warrior Johnny's fighting to the finish. Gasoline, King Ottoman continuing to close. Coming down to the finish is Congressman in front. And Congressman takes down the opener, winning by 2. Warrior Johnny, King Ottoman, and Gasoline.
Congressman Flavien Prat for Todd Pletcher graduates in his second career start. Acacia, you will not be shut out this afternoon unless the stewards take a look at what happened at the 16th pole. Some trading of paint between Congressman and Warrior Johnny.
We saw Congressman with Flavien Prat aboard, leaning on the 7 Warrior Johnny, who was aggressively handled by Mitchell Merle to set the pace, in fact. And I think he was as aware of what we talked about, of this horse kind of being a grinder, not wanting to pass horses. So given the fact that he had the favorite, he put him on the lead, which I think was the right decision. Unofficially, it's 9-7 as he was able to hold second. Congressman is the one that turns out was a little bit of a grinder. Maybe he was getting tired, Lafitte. He was responding to Flavien Prat's urging there in the stretch, but the fact of the matter is that he did lug in a little bit at a pivotal point in the race to Warrior Johnny. I think it was going to be that order anyway. We'll see what the stewards decide.
No, sign of an inquiry just yet. 9-7, Congressman over a Warrior Johnny in the first race of 14 at Churchill Downs. So now we can take a deep breath, reset, and set the day by starting with the Kentucky Derby field and updated odds. Mo Donegal 8-1, Epicenter 5-1, Messier 7-1 currently. Zandon, number 10, morning line favorite, all the way up there at 8-1. You're not seeing a lot of movement, as we mentioned. Once those odds start to stabilize, there really isn't much change. Then, of course, you have the Mattress Mac factor. Taba, 5-1 co-favorite. Okay, so let's start with the morning line favorite in Zandon. Why is he being relatively ignored, the Bluegrass Stakes winner?
That's a shock to me because looking at social media, it seems like everybody is on the bandwagon of Zandon, the morning line favorite. And I can understand why he was made the morning line favorite. I thought initially it could be Epicenter, given that big last win for him. But Zandon, as you can see, he's a beautiful mover, a gorgeous son of Upstart that has his sire's overall physicality, build, stride out there on the track as well. He was able to pass all the horses weaving through traffic, stopping and starting in the Bluegrass. That could potentially be something he'll need to do in the Kentucky Derby. So showing that he is able to kind of go through horses like that. Obviously, you're going from a field of 11 to a field of 20. It's a big step, and traffic is always a big deal in these races, but Chad Brown seems to have Zandon peaking at the right time.
One of the best in the world, trainer Chad Brown, Acacia, in search of a first Derby win with just his 7th Derby starter.
And it's amazing. Chad Brown won the Preakness with Cloud Computing. You typically think of him as a quote-unquote turf trainer. Had Good Magic, who is a 2-year-old champion, second behind Justify, who is a Triple Crown winner. He's had good horses running in the Kentucky Derby. He's had good dirt horses as well. Certainly you would think with the likes of Good Magic, that was what they thought would be their best chance. But Zandon seems to be the one that's turned the most heads.
Took an eventual Triple Crown winner to defeat Good Magic in 2018. Justify. Those will be two of the bigger stories for the Derby. Chad Brown trying for a first Kentucky Derby winner. Same with Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. 23 starters to date. That is the most by a trainer without a win in the Kentucky Derby. And maybe this colt changes all that. Epicenter, training in the dark very early at Churchill Downs. He is talented. He is fast. Acacia, the Louisiana Derby winner.
And he ran a triple-digit Beyer speed figure in that Louisiana Derby. He also handled Zandon pretty handily in the Risen Star 2 starts back. I think what we saw last time from him in the Louisiana Derby was seeing the progression and seeing that he's not necessarily a need-the-lead type. The fact that he's drawn a little bit more towards the inside, being in post position number 3, given that early speed he has, that'll be a key for Joel Rosario to get him into the race, but he's not one that needs to be setting the pace, which I think is a benefit with the likes of a Classic Causeway in there.
Let's say he breaks really sharp Epicenter. Would you be completely shocked to see him in front rounding the clubhouse turn.
No, I wouldn't. I think Joel Rosario wants to keep him out of trouble at all costs. When you're drawn more towards the inside with that big field of 20, and it's a little different with the new starting gate that's in place now at Churchill Downs. No more of that auxiliary gate, no more with the one hole breaking pretty much underneath the rail, it may seem. But you still have a wall of horses trying to come over and get some position and save ground. So Joel Rosario getting Epicenter moving forward and trying to keep him clean, I think is really going to be the key. I'm sure he'll want to drop in and get to the rail as soon as possible.
Curlin didn't break from post position number 2. Steve Asmussen, he's brought Gun Runner to the Kentucky Derby, both eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winners, both eventual Horses of the Year. But again, yet to have won a Derby. Maybe that changes around 7 Eastern this evening with Epicenter in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, you can play the Derby with us right here on Naira Bets. Today is the day to join. Join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. There is racing aside from the Derby. Solid day here at Belmont Park. 3 graded stakes races: Sheep's Head Bay, Fort Marcy, Westchester. First post 12:40 Eastern. We will have the first 3 from Churchill Downs. You can't see the Kentucky Derby here. I blame Acacia. But you can see all 10 races from Oaklawn Park. First post 1:05 Eastern. Fort Marcy at Belmont here, Acacia. This is exciting because it could wind up a stepping stone to the Grade 1 Manhattan on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes in 5 weeks.
Absolutely. And we did have some rain here in New York, unfortunately, so the turf course is listed as yielding. But
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, it's been a little bit wet out there. It was a little bit wet out there yesterday, too, when I was in the paddock. But races 3 and 8 are off the turf because, as you mentioned, Lafitte, these are important prep races. So these horses that are running in the Fort Marcy today want the chance to run here because you work backwards from a big race like the Manhattan.
Who said chivalry is dead? Andy and I in here yesterday at 73 degrees while Acacia is drenched and freezing outside. Rock Emperor, this is what he is capable of, Acacia. 15-1 taking down last fall's Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
He's a tough horse to trust, though, isn't he? You feel
Yes.
like it's in there, and then he delivers at 15-1 over some really talented horses and Serve the King and Gufo that day. And not only did he win it, Lafitte, he won it handily. Came back with a disappointing effort in the Breeders' Cup Turf. You could be forgiving of that, but beaten at Del Mar in the Hollywood Turf Cup last time out is the heavy favorite. That's kind of where you're back to the questions about Rock Emperor. Also a question for me is that this is a 1 1/8, and I realize this could potentially be maybe a step for him onto the likes of the Man of War, going a little bit longer. Maybe cutting him back is a thought process of Chad Brown saying, well, he's run well in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic at 9 furlongs in the past, but typically he's been more of a distance horse. Is this getting him back on track, or does Chad think he wants to go a little bit shorter?
Your father-in-law is running City Man. Don't worry, he's not watching. What do you expect from him today?
He might be watching, actually, as he's running a horse at Churchill in a little bit. But City Man ran a huge race last time out in the Dangerous Hour. He's cool as a representative of the New York bred program, too, and the fact that he can be so successful in open company. It's another step up. He got a lot of pace to run at last time out, and we'll see if he gets that set up in here today. But he's one that will not mind some cutting the ground.
And again, with do we have a turf condition just yet? We'll have that as we get closer to post time for the opener here at Belmont Park. Meanwhile, Churchill, they didn't look at it. No inquiry. No problem. And for Flavien Prat, that's how you want to start Kentucky Derby Day. A date later with Zandon for Todd Pletcher. He strikes early. Pletcher with a trio in the Derby Congressman. And Acacia on target, 1 for 1 on the afternoon.
You know, no matter what happens in the Kentucky Derby, at least I'll have this for my Kentucky Derby Day legacy, Lafitte.
I'll remind you of that at like 7:30.
Thank you. I may need
what are
that
you complaining
reminder.
about, Acacia? You had congressmen, 4 days ago.
Right, exactly. It can only go downhill from here. But in any event, Congressman, second time out for Todd Pletcher, Flavien Prat in the irons. Much improved second time out. Showed speed and stopped in that debut. An $11 winner, and the favorite, Warrior Johnny, aggressively handled by Mitchell Murrill. Thought that he ran very well in his 5th career start.
9, 7, 11, 1 down, 13 to go on this Kentucky Derby Saturday at Churchill. Think they've been waiting for this one? Massive crowd, Churchill Downs for the first time in 3 years. No restrictions. 100,000 yesterday, 150 expected today. Party is on at the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Great day to be a horse racing fan. Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races. Brought to you as always in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We'll don that garland of roses just after 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll find out after the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Yesterday, the run for the Lilies, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America. So many storylines going in and a heartwarming story going out. Let's pick up the action right from the start. Clean break for all here, Acacia, including the undefeated champion Echo Zulu and Ugiri Secret Oath down inside.
We thought that this would be the case, that Echo Zulu and Ugiri were going to have the most speed. The question for me going in was, how far could Echo Zulu carry her speed? All things considered, and how she was too wide with Ugiri, the other pace setter, inside of her, she ran a tremendous race at a distance that I think she doesn't necessarily prefer. These two are dueling up on the front end, and as we come into the backstretch, this is a chance where you see riders give their horses an opportunity to relax, catch a little bit of a breather. Ness, the morning line favorite, Joel Rosario takes Echo Zulu off of Ugiri a little bit to give her a little bit of a break and hope that he may have something left in her coming down to the line. And this is the moment when Luis Saez starts to move, knowing that he has a lot of force underneath him.
And I was thinking, don't pull the trigger just yet. Not just yet. We don't want to see what happened in the Arkansas Derby.
Yep.
Demanding pace. Echo Zulu tracking Ness, the favorite, down inside Secret Oath. In the clear, in the stretch, Echo Zulu strikes the front. Secret Oath, Acacia, all over her, and Nest has some work to do.
Echo Zulu ending up fourth after setting that pace, as I mentioned, a distance that she didn't necessarily want. She ran a tremendous race, and I can't wait to see her cut back a little bit throughout the rest of this year, and she's going to have a very strong 4-year-old season. But Secret Oath, dominant on the front end, asked and to get into gear under Luis Saez, and seeing the celebration for Luis Saez, who in Triple Crown races has certainly had some adversity when it comes to Kentucky Derby weekend. I know this is a very special victory for him, and amazing to see the 86-year-old coach, D. Wayne Lucas, with this filly triumphant in the Kentucky Oaks.
Robert and Stacy Mitchell's Breland Farm homebred, Dwayne Lucas. From Blush with Pride in 1982, Lucky, 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 Open Mind, Seaside Attraction, and now Secret Oath. There's longevity, and then there's that, Acacia. 40 years after his first Kentucky Oaks win, he wins a fifth. Amazing. I can't imagine there were many racing fans out there, whether you cashed or not, that weren't satisfied with the outcome.
It really is incredible. True legend in our game, and hearing in the post-race comments, the Preakness could potentially be on the agenda for Secret Oath, and whatever the next step would be, it is incredible. Speaking of the Preakness, in the past couple of years at the Preakness, Dwayne Lucas sets up his chair at the end of the shed row. No matter what kind of horse he has running, he has the same stall at the end of the barn, and he holds court, and he's always welcoming to the media. He tells stories. He lets everybody come and pet the pony, and he's out there on that pony every single morning when the track opens. And it's really been incredible to kind of see the impact that he's had on the game over these years.
Amazing. Dwayne Lucas, victory yesterday, Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks. What a story. What will the storyline be tonight after the first jewel of the Triple Crown, the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby? That jockey knows all about drama at Churchill Downs. Flavien Prat, who won the Derby on a 65-1 shot by disqualification. You know what he wants to do today? Win the Derby outright. He'll try with Zandon.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. New for Belmont Spring, the $3 Triple Play Pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 Triple Play bet. Go to Naira.com/Triple Play for details.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
America's race. This is America's Day at the Races. Beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Kentucky Derby Saturday. Massive crowd expected this afternoon. Racing underway. 1 down. Race 2. Horses in the paddock. Good allowance race. $80,000 allowance optional claimer. Joel Rosario. There he is. A date with Epicenter in the Derby. 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds. Acacia, can you go back to back is the biggest question.
Well, we'll certainly try. This colt right here by McLean's Music, Stayed In for Half, is interesting. Love the name, too, as he's bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings and their co-owners. As you see those iconic Stone Street silks, I imagine they stayed in for half with Kirk and Judy Robeson. But this is a horse that has a tendency to drift, and I noticed just now he is wearing a Houghton bit where he has that extra bar under the chin that will provide Joel Rosario with some more control. Lugged in his debut. Exactly. Lugged in the debut, lugged in last time out, and I think that actually hurt him too, kind of bumping and leaning on that foe in the stretch, much like what we saw in the opener.
Rosario, Asmussen was stayed in for half. Number 10 goes by there. Buckingham Prince towards the outside, 38-1 outsider. Fans are out. Look at that. That is a Derby Day hat.
I love it. And, you know, it's so great, Lafitte, getting a chance to see everybody dressed up, ready for the day. Even if there's some weather, you plan your outfits, you get ready with the mint juleps, and you just enjoy everything that the sport has to offer on this iconic Kentucky Derby Day.
The gentleman, like Mad Hatter-esque,
Yes.
very Dickens-esque.
Yes, I liked it.
Call to post for the second. That crowd will erupt when they hear that before the post parade for the 148th Kentucky Derby. This one, good allowance sprint, 3-year-olds, 6.5 furlongs. These purses, $127,000 purse, not a stakes race. They make the turn. We start with Pure Panic. Ran second to Averly Jane in his lone try on dirt last summer at Saratoga.
He's very much a turf sprinter. I don't know what to do with him in here. As second off the claim for Juan Cano, they try the main track.
Aforementioned stayed in for half.
Has speed. We'll see if Joel Rosario can let this Son of McLean's music keep a straight course.
Unpredictable Bay overmatched in 2 races this year.
But two starts back, it was behind Classic Causeway and the Sam F. Davis. He cut back to sprinting and did no running last time.
Surfer Dude at Red Ortiz, a date with Mo Donegal in the Derby.
Second best last time in the Lafayette, off a layoff, but he chased Old Homestead around. We'll see if he gets a better trip today.
Could read his lips. He's like, did I really have to draw the rail in the Derby? Ignitus, Oaks winning jockey Luis Saez.
And teaming up with Oaks winning trainer Dwayne Lucas once again. We'll see if they can pick up another victory together.
Great Escape. Flavian Pratt didn't even have to change.
No, keeping in the same silks. Turns back in distance, which I find interesting after trying a 1 1/8 last out.
Cathedral Beach. Manny Franco to ride Zozos in the Derby. Number 8, Osborne. Tyler Gaffleone to pilot White Barrio in the Derby.
Third in that Lafayette. Broke from the inside post last time. It gets a chance to be a little bit more outside today.
Mickey from Wexford by defeated 2011 Derby favorite Dialed In.
He's lightly raced with just 2 starts. Last time out was the first off a layoff. Could improve second off the bench.
Buckingham Prince, Florent Giroux. Wow, 39-1.
He's run a couple of good, decent races. They just don't seem to stack up with a couple of the others in here, and thus that would make him an outlier.
Field for the second on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs, and you're going to want to race to the Twin Spires app where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Twin Spires. Bet back. Money back. Another look at Surfer Dude. Chestnut, just like his sire. Curlin, we saw Red Ortiz in the saddle. This was his latest. Bluegrass Stakes weekend. The Lafayette at Keeneland Acacia. Super Dude ready to pounce. Osborne in hot pursuit.
And we saw him actually break pretty well. He went right up to the lead, and Old Homestead, the 3, came inside of him and was very keen on setting the pace. Irad Ortiz let Surfer Dude stalk him and seemed like he was going to be able to go just right by. That other horse, though, Old Homestead, just kept finding in the stretch and pulled away, and this one was stuck in that chasing position. It was off a little bit of a layoff after he was cutting back in distance after trying to go long in the Lecompton, the Gun Runner. It's worth noting, though, that he actually set the pace in the Gun Runner, which was won by the Morning Line second choice in the Kentucky Derby, Epicenter.
Both outrunning their odds in the Lafayette. Surfer Dude was 14-1, Osborne 25-1. Live look at Osborne and star jockey Tyler Gaffleone. He's captured the last 6 riding titles here at Churchill Downs, and this is the colt he'll ride in the Kentucky Derby. White Barrio, Florida Derby winner Acacia. You know this colt very well. You were there. What are you expecting from him today?
You know, he's such a laid-back individual. And the more I was thinking of it, that actually really will serve him well for the Kentucky Derby, because sometimes prior to his races in the Holy Bull and the Florida Derby, I was a little bit suspect of him because he just didn't turn a hair at anything. He looked asleep in the paddock prior to the race. With so many young horses that are so inexperienced, and there'll be so much fanfare, so many people cheering, all different kinds of events going on at Churchill Downs. For a horse that is really unfazed by everything, it could be a big deal. For Saffie Joseph Jr. and Tyler Gaffleone, they're both Florida boys, so to speak, in that Florida Derby, a very emotional win, of course, facing so much tougher today in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he arrived at Churchill Downs on Monday, 17.5-hour van trip from South Florida. What would you say to the skeptic that suggests, yeah, but he's just really good at Gulfstream Park?
Well, I disagree with that. I think you look at his lone start in Kentucky, and yes, it wasn't a victory, but it was a race that he had a terrible trip. And speaking to Safi after it, he said it was a race that actually made him a man. And I think that that's really kind of the key. When you see these horses take those jumps from 2 to 3, how do they develop? How do they become boys to men, so to speak? In that Kentucky Jockey Club with Smile Happy and Classic Causeway finishing 1-2. Very odd trip for White Abarrio. He still came back to finish third over the Churchill Downs strip. He's a cult by race day. There's actually 2 by that stallion in this race, which is interesting as well. And he has the ability to not be too far off the pace. That's going to be a key for him. He's a horse that has been a little bit quirky as far as his training schedule. Safi actually worked him after the last race at Gulfstream Park on Saturday before shipping him to Churchill Downs, which is an interesting schedule for him. But he also missed a work prior to the Florida Derby. They were supposed to work Tuesday. They were supposed to work Saturday. He worked Tuesday instead because he had spiked a temperature. He lacked fitness, according to Safi, going into the Holy Bull. He's just durable, and that's a huge benefit for a horse to be able to take a show on the road.
Safi Joseph, second Kentucky Derby starter. White Abarrio trying to become the 6th Florida Derby winner to capture the Derby since 2000. Flavien Prat, as we mentioned, didn't even have to change. Trying to sweep the early double. There he is with Great Escape. Updated Kentucky Derby odds. Mo Donegal, 8-1. Epicenter, 5. Messier, 7. I'm going with Messier this afternoon, I think. Those Zandon odds are really starting to lure me in, though, for the morning line favorite all the way up there at 8-1. That's surprising. Perhaps more surprising, the fact that Taiba, trying to win the Kentucky Derby in his 3rd career start, is the co-favorite at 5-1.
That's amazing. Now that's amazing.
Look at that.
They look like they could form their own band.
Do you think they planned it?
Could
it
don't
possibly
think so.
be a coincidence?
I really think it was a coincidence,
It's
Lafitte.
possible.
You know, Richie said that he was going to wear the same jacket today, too. So we could throw him in the mix as well. But no, that's awesome. I love people dressing up for the Derby. It's a lot
Look,
of
they've
fun.
been waiting for it. 3
Yes.
years since they've been without attendance restrictions. That eerie, empty September Kentucky Derby during smack dab in the middle of the pandemic. 40 or so thousand last year. 150 plus expected today. Taiba, though, co-favored, trying to win the
amazing.
Derby in his 3rd
You know,
start.
I was kind of leaning towards going with Charge It, thinking I was going to get a big price. He's 13-1 currently, and Zandon's 8-1. At that kind of comparison, I'm going back to Zandon because I really think that it depends what that price will be as they start moving towards the starting gate. I think Taiba could potentially be the most talented horse in the field, but they're asking so much of him in such a short amount of time. If he pulls it off today, it's truly something spectacular. I think he's a horse by the end of the year that we're going to be seeing perhaps at the top of the division.
Justify won the Derby in his 4th career start. Taiba trying in his 3rd, co-favorite in the Derby odds at 5-1. Who'd you wind up with here?
In this race here, I'm going with the number 2, Stayed In for Half.
Keisha had the winner in the opener. Congressman here with Stayed In for Half. Surfer Dude and Arad Ortiz finished 2nd in the Oaks yesterday on Nest. Date with Mo Donegal in the Kentucky Derby, currently 7-1, 8-1 in the Derby wagering. Travis Stone standing by. These are $80,000 allowance optional claimers, 6.5 furlong sprint, big purse, $127,000. 3-year-olds, post-time race 2. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Ignitus mid-pack is out well. Great Escape is there. Surfer Dude Stayed In for Half comes through toward the rail. Osborne's not far behind. Neither is Buckingham Prince, and Mickey from Wexford joins them from the outside. Up the backstretch they go. Stayed In for Half comes on through to take the lead and strides away to lead by a length and a half. Great Escape advancing up in between horses to be 2nd. Surfer Dude toward the inside is 3rd. Mickey from Wexford is 4th. Buckingham Prince wide to the far turn, while 5th. Osborne 6th. Ignitus broke near the top but is back into 7th. 4 lengths back. Pure Panic is 8th. Cathedral Beach is 9th. The trailer is Unpredictable Bay. The opening quarter goes in 22 seconds flat. Stayed in for a half, rounds the far turn in control, but Surfer Dude is honing in now. Surfer Dude is inching forward, just a length behind, now a half a length behind at the quarter pole. Top of the stretch, Surfer Dude with a sweep to the front, stayed in for half, gives way. Osborne is now third and trying to close in. From far behind, Unpredictable Bay is launching a rally down the center, but Surfer Dude kicked away, opened up by 3. Osborne runs up into second. Unpredictable Bay continues to rally, time running out. Surfer Dude, Osborne, Unpredictable Bay, and it is that way on the wire. Surfer Dude holds on to do it. Osborne a closing second, Unpredictable Bay a closing third, and Great Escape was fourth.
Desperate finish as Surfer Dude able to hold off the late surging Osborne in the second race at Churchill Downs.
That Lafayette very formful indeed as the 2-3 finishers finish 1-2 in this race. Surfer Dude with Irad Ortiz, who'll be aboard Mo Donegal later in the Kentucky Derby, picks up the win for Dallas Stewart. How about Dallas in history, Lafitte? Hitting the board in those big races at some big prices. This one a short price, and he was just much the best. Joel Rosario did everything right and stayed in for half, trying to set the pace with him. You could see how he was trying to bear out and trying to keep him straight there in the stretch. Just wasn't good enough. Best horse, the winner.
Surfer Dude holding on by Preakness winner, two-time Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner Curlin. Stayed in for half in the yellow Stone Street colors. He was kind of swerving in the stretch a little bit there.
And you could see it right at that point, right there where Joel Rosario had to correct him. He's trying to go between his left and right hand to keep him straight, because even though he's stopping at that point, the last thing you want to do is impede another horse and rider who could potentially has that forward momentum. You want to keep your horse out of trouble. But Irad Ortiz and Surfer Dude game over Osborne and the late closing Unpredictable Bay. This horse did not run a step last time out and was much improved today under Julian Leparoux.
Surfer Dude for Dallas Stewart. Golden Soul, commanding curve. You got a fist pump there. Irad Ortiz results when we come back. And the defending Kentucky Derby winning trainer, the first Louisville-born trainer to win the Derby, Brad Cox, won with Mandaloun last year by DQ. He'll saddle 3 in the Derby, included Cyberknife, Arkansas Derby winner, perhaps peaking at just the right time.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race 12:15. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, race medication free. Progeny excelling around 2 turns. Smile Happy. Major contender in this year's Kentucky Derby following that second place finish in the Bluegrass Acacia. He's like a college football team that loses to a pair of top 5 teams by like field goals. Second to Epicenter in the Risen Star. Second to Zandon in the Bluegrass. The strength of schedule is his.
Absolutely. He's not done much wrong at all. He won that Kentucky Jockey Club over White Barrio, as we were talking about the trip that he had that day. It was impressive on debut. He debuted at a maiden special weight at Keeneland in October, going a mile and a 16th. Not an easy thing to do. Second in the Risen Star, I would say Zandon probably ran a little bit of a better race than him that day, but his second in the Bluegrass I thought was impressive as he hit the lead early and was able to hold on for second with that late closing Zandon.
This is the second you just saw, Irad Ortiz. He hears him coming. Where's the wire? Surfer Dude digging, holds on by a half length. As you mentioned, that strong Lafayette form from Keeneland for Irad Ortiz, just like Pratt in the opener, these riders wanting to get one under their belt early on in the program. Mick talks about it all the time, getting in that rhythm and that confidence.
It's nice to come to the winner's circle and have that feeling, have your picture taken, be the talk of the day early on. $6.20 winner for Surfer Dude. It went off at 2-1 actually. Osborne in second, Big Price Unpredictable Bay with an improved effort, but Irad Ortiz aboard Mo Donegal had to settle for second in the Oaks yesterday with Nest. I'm sure he'd love a big win today.
Surfer Dude for the Stanleys, and you wonder how they came up with that name, Surfer Dude. What did it mean? There are so many different ways. Owners come up with different ways to name their horses. Sometimes it's as simple as, just mom and dad of the horse itself. And others, it's a little bit more personal, naming a horse after a person, place, or thing that's significant. And then what happens if one of that horse that you named after someone or something important to you winds up running in the Kentucky Derby?
We name a lot of our horses down. We have a home in St. John in the Virgin Islands, and we've named them after different bays and different areas. But we were sitting at Zozo's restaurant, and we just thought, what a great horse name. And fortunately, we know the owner well enough that we talked to him, and he had blessed us, so we're very honored that he allowed us to use the name of his restaurant.
Because it's one of the better restaurants down there, so we had to at least provide a reasonable horse for the name of the restaurant.
Zozo's on the outside, stayed in for half, drinked in. Zozo's gains the advantage. Zozo's gets it.
We were in St. John, actually. St. John at a little beach bar type of place, and we have them turned on. They actually can get the racing channel, so we have them turn the racing channels on, and song break is made in there, so it was sort of fun. Of course, the second race was insane. It just blew them out. That was pretty impressive.
Zozos is now clear. He is 4 lengths in front of Barossa.
Normally I'm pretty quiet, but I was hollering the whole way.
But it's Zozos, and now he is just running up the score. Zozos clear to the wire. He's 10 in front.
Couldn't believe how much he'd improved just in the second race.
I mean, he called me and said, okay, we're going to go 1 of 3 races. We're either going to do the Bluegrass, Arkansas Derby, or Louisiana Derby. I said, where do you want to go? I said, Brad, I don't think you pay me to make those decisions. So he came back and we said the Louisiana Derby would be the best spot.
And they're off. And the TwinSpires.com, Louisiana Derby, and Zozo's broke sharp.
Unfortunately, we had friends that came down. 2 couples came from Minneapolis to cheer Zozo's on, so that helped relax me. But yeah, this is our first time in a race like this.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby. Zozo's was second.
You had to be happy with it. They have set a track record, and you're a length and a half behind, so. I'll be talking to John at Zozo's. He's the most excited one of everybody. Him and his wife, his 2 kids go to school in the States. The 4 of them are coming in. He's coming in for 1 day. But he apparently, everybody that walks into the restaurant now, he's telling them he's got a horse running in the Derby. Because that's what it's all about, is coming out here with 10, 15, 20 people and having friends out here and then taking people to the backside.
Taking them back so they get to experience the horses.
If you can't be at Churchill Downs, British Virgin Islands, not the worst place in the world to watch the Kentucky Derby, Acacia. For our friends at Zozos who will be watching today, give them a reason to feel confident about his chances.
This is a very talented horse. Unfortunately, he's saddled with the second to the outside post in post number 19. But you look at that allowance win, I thought it was absolutely sensational. And he stepped up to face very tough company. He was 2-1 in the face of Epicenter, was second to that one, 5-2 he ended up going off at. Second to that one, a horse that's a major player in the Kentucky Derby, has some natural speed. He's a stunning individual. I've really been impressed with what I've seen from him training over the Churchill Downs track for Brad Cox. Of the three that Brad sends out, I know Cyberknife is getting the best buzz and maybe at this point in time is perhaps the strongest of the three, but I think moving forward, Zozos is the one we're going to hear the most about.
If nothing else, Zozos won't have any separation anxiety from his stablemates. Brad Cox's Derby runners, Cyberknife, Tawny Port, Zozos, all breaking from the outside, post 16, 18, and 19. This was 5 weeks ago. We were there for the Arkansas Derby, Acacia. Do you feel any different about Cyberknife's Arkansas Derby win after Secret Oath won yesterday's Kentucky Oaks?
Well, it certainly flatters him, doesn't it? And Secret Oath was very impressive yesterday in the Oaks. Cyberknife, though, a quirky horse. You see Florent Giroux trying to keep him in a straight course there in the stretch. He has the tendency to drift a little bit. He is one that's a little bit tricky to ride, but I can't take anything away from him in this Arkansas Derby. He wasn't a horse that I really loved going into that race. He's still not a horse that I'm completely blown away by moving forward into the Kentucky Derby. I do think that, yes, Secret Oath flattered him. He's just not one that I'm going to be looking at as far as horses I'm using in this year's Derby.
He is coming around. Brad Cox said he was difficult to train, difficult to handle. But told the Daily Racing Form recently, quote, he's grown up a lot mentally. Hopefully he's over his antics, unquote. And that's Team Mandolin, last year's winner by disqualification. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux winning that Derby. But again, you know they'd love to win one outright, celebrate the moment at the wire, not 10 months after the fact.
That's the biggest piece of it, the fanfare, going into that Kentucky Derby winner's circle, having the garland of roses draped over you. Of course, it's satisfying to see your horse become a winner, whether it's Country House, Mandaloun. I know for all those connections, they'd much rather have their horse cross the wire first, win it outright, have the opportunity to have that experience. Because for so many people, it's hard to get a horse just in the starting gate of the Kentucky Derby, let alone win it, and you want everything that comes along with it.
Last three Kentucky Derby winners, two by disqualification and another in September. I think all of us are ready for a traditional Kentucky Derby winner. Hopefully we see that this afternoon. As mentioned, no better time to sign up with us at NYRA Bets. With this offer, the $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. He's crossed the wire in front of 4 Kentucky Derbies, but credited with only 3 wins. Disqualified last year on Medina Spirit, John Velasquez. Think he's motivated? He'll pilot Taiba, co-favorite at 5-1. Taiba for Medina Spirit's owner.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Is coming with giant strides in the center of the track, and here comes Orb on the outside, now to take the lead as they come down to the 16th pole. It is Orb in front from Normandy Invasion, My Loot, and Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby!
On that gorgeous spring afternoon, Orb in the 2013 Kentucky Derby, a first for Shug McGaughey. Acacia, as popular a Derby win as I've ever been close to.
It really is amazing how well received this victory was of Shug McGaughey, Joel Rosario in the saddle for Orb. Just a great story for racing, the great success of the training operation behind the scenes of the owners, Stuart Janney Silks, on display, the years, the history that those silks carry with them in the winner's circle in the Kentucky Derby just seemed fitting.
That was Joel Rosario, Hill Pilot, Epicenter. I'm here making jock changes for the Derby. Just cause occasion. John Velasquez on Messier this afternoon. Mike Smith on Teva, the current co-favorite at 5-1. You mentioned the colors with Stuart Janney, trained by Shug McGaughey. There is Shug McGaughey, that mare there, talking book. Live look, Joel Rosario will ride. And for McGaughey, no Derby starter, but he does have a pair of runners in stakes races later on.
Had Kathleen O in the Oaks yesterday, as we see Shug's assistant, Anthony Hamilton, saddling a talking book for Sarah Farish. And this is one that broke her maiden in February of 2021. She's been a tricky mare to keep on the racetrack. And she was one I saw back in February as she kicked off her 2022 campaign and just looked like she was lacking some fitness, needed a chance to get a couple of races under her belt. Disappointing last time out at Keeneland when she finished 6th that day. I do think the Milan in 8th suits her. She's a big mare by honor code, as you can see, and she is one that typically does get very revved up and sharp prior to her races.
And Final Bell, pictured, current 2-1 favorite. Humberto Rispoli will ride his first full season at Churchill Downs, trained by Bill Mott. This is her latest, 3 weeks ago, Keeneland. Similar competition, Final Bell on the attack, ready to pounce Acacia, and then she just does it.
I'm glad that we see Humberto Rispoli back aboard as he got a chance to ride her last time out. Maybe he learned some things, as it looked like she was in perfect position to just go right on by. And sometimes a race like this where she's beaten just by 3/4 of a length can be deceiving, because you say, oh, she ran really well to close and get 4th or whatever it may be. No, she was right there and should have been at least 2nd and was passed late with 2 other horses coming on the outside.
Still developing that knockout punch. We'll see what Final Bell does this afternoon. Showing 6 minutes out, going to be a little bit longer than that. First look at grass racing this afternoon. There's John Velasquez. He'll be riding Messier this afternoon, looking for a 4th Kentucky Derby win. Messier, runner-up in the Santa Anita Derby. That reeked of a prep to me, Acacia, and I think that part of the outcome had to do with the fact that there was so much attention on Forbidden Kingdom from Messier. Forbidden Kingdom, who at one point looked like the second coming of Holy Bull, right? You just don't want to let him get too far away. Worried about Forbidden Kingdom going wire to wire in the Santa Anita Derby, and then here comes his stablemate to pick him off in the stretch.
And look at the energy that Messier has been showing in the mornings at Churchill Downs. And I think that he's become a little bit of the kind of buzz horse flying beneath the scenes. I know you're a fan. I know Andy Serling a fan as well. Messier, who had a little bit of a layoff from February to April, he won that Robert B. Lewis by 15 lengths. I know just against 4 other rivals, but still a performance like that is rare.
Currently 7-1. And look, Tim Yakteen has worked very closely with 6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Bob Baffert, currently suspended. It's not as if Messier or Taiba were sent to another trainer across the country where they took them all apart and put them back together again. Same program. I'm not looking at either as if it's any different, as if Bob Baffert were calling the shots. And if you want to have the association, make the connection, Bob Baffert has saddled 4 Santa Anita Derby second-place finishers. Silver Charm, Real Quiet, last year, Medina Spirit, Authentic. I get it, that's during the pandemic, but still authentic. 4 Santa Anita Derby runner-ups that eventually crossed the wire in front in the Kentucky Derby. Again, for Messier, that reeked of the perfect prep to me.
That's a really interesting stat to compare and see how that Santa Anita Derby, an important race and a prestigious race in its own right, but it is, at the end of the day, a prep race for the Kentucky Derby. I'm sure, as much as you're happy to win a Grade 1 at Santa Anita, if somebody said, would you rather win the Santa Anita Derby or the Kentucky Derby? The answer is easy, of course. Really. And so when you have these young 3-year-olds and you're bringing them along, and that's a race that is meant to put foundation into them, and you look at the likes of Messier and how he finished second in that race was so impressive prior to that. The foundation was already there, and that was a big building block coming into this race today.
In 97, Free House beat Silver Charm in the Santa Anita Derby, and I'm like, why is Bob Baffert so happy? He's like the cat that ate the canary over there. I'm like, you just lost the Santa Anita Derby, a Grade 1 race by a short margin, big purse. He knew, even then, that he had him ready, right where he wanted him for the Kentucky Derby, and a month later, Silver Charm became the first of his 6 Kentucky Derby winners. The call to post.
Gives you chills, doesn't it?
Every time, especially today. Steve Buttleman with the call to post. And our first look at grass racing this afternoon. Churchill Downs as they go through the tunnel, make the turn. Good allowance race, another big purse, $127,000. Fillies and mares running 1 1/8 miles. My favorite daughter, idle for more than a year, and her comeback didn't go very well.
Blinkers go back on today, as it does seem that her better races were run with that equipment on.
Community adjusted. Arad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back. Number 3, Lady Rockstar, English filly, U.S. debut, 2022 debut.
She's the wild card of this race as she goes back onto turf. She does not boast a turf victory, but she showed speed in her races in Europe.
You're number 4, Louie.
Number 4, Stepper for Tommy Drury, and the 5, 261. A couple of long shots in here. We'll see if they can make some noise at some big prices.
Ready Lady, Chuck Fipke, homebred.
Another one of those Mr. Fipke major pedigrees. This is the half to multiple graded stakes winner, Lady Spite Spear, interested in this lightly raced filly.
The favorite at 2-1, Final Bell. Then another contender in Talking Book, 4, Shug McGahee. Can Team Orb strike on Derby Day?
3rd race of her form cycle. Hopefully this mare can get back on track.
And Queen Bourbon. I'd be terrified if there were a contest for that today at Churchill Downs. Acacia.
I think the people at Churchill Downs would take it very seriously, Lafitte.
Field for this 3rd of 14 at Churchill Downs on this brand new Matt Winn turf course, listed as firm, post time in 2 minutes. And you're going to want to race to your Twin Spires app, especially today. For the money back in your horses, finish 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race at Churchill, including the Derby. Just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Twin Spires money back beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Horses on the track, warming up for the first turf race of the afternoon. Number 3, Lady Rockstar, the English filly. And that's a big part of the Derby story this afternoon. Acacia is the international flair, specifically Crown Pride, about to become just the 2nd Japanese bred to run in the Derby. Summer is tomorrow, and his speed he brings to the party exiting the UAE Derby.
And it's interesting as we do see, and we have seen over the past year, really, the global dominance of Japanese racing entities. You look at the 2 wins in the Breeders' Cup, the success on Dubai World Cup night, in the Saudi Cup, victories in all different levels and distances of these major races around the world. Now Japan brings crown pride to the Kentucky Derby. Historically, the UAE Derby has not had a lot of success, and I realize that, Lafitte, but I wanted to point out a couple of horses who have been UAE Derby winners, and maybe they didn't come with the ultimate success in the Kentucky Derby, but you look at a horse like Thundersnow, who did not finish after dropping his rider and crow hopping out of the starting gate, went on to become a 2-time Dubai World Cup winner. You had Mendelssohn, who Aidan O'Brien said was totally overwhelmed by everything that the Kentucky Derby had to offer, the walkover in particular. He was second in the Travers. We saw him with some success staying here in the United States, and now as a sire. I think we see other racing jurisdictions around the world figuring out the Kentucky Derby and what it entails.
Japanese bred, Crown Pride, UAE Derby, and the influence on the Kentucky Derby from the desert to the Derby. It's been a struggle thus far. The best finish, Acacia, Lines of Battle, 7th in 2013.
And you look at a couple of those, and they are American entities. Lonnie, a Japanese horse who turned a lot of heads, running in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. In fact, the legend of Lonnie. He was a lot of fun to follow, too, that's for sure. But, yes, 7th in 2013. I do wonder if Crown Pride will take a little bit more attention, just given what we've seen of the dominance of Japanese racing on the global stage. I do think in general we see American dirt horses try the UAE Derby if they may be a little bit of a cut below what some of the other runners of these U.S. preps are doing.
Amazing the run the Japanese have been on, as you mentioned, on some of racing's biggest stages. And if nothing else, Crown Pride, the UAE Derby winner, will be fit for the 1.25 miles, a real throwback in terms of his training.
Absolutely. Big training from him all week leading up to it. He's been in Churchill for a while, obviously coming over from Japan. There's a lot of hoops that he'd need to get through as far as quarantine. If you haven't had a chance to read the story of Kate Hunter, who has been a huge piece of being able to allow these Japanese racing runners to race around the world and clear quarantine, go through all the proper steps and preparation. She's certainly helped a lot in being able to allow racing fans to see Japanese horses all over the world.
And summer is tomorrow. I don't expect him to be there late, but watch him from the start. The faster he runs early, the bigger impact on the pace and the race shape and the outcome of the Kentucky Derby. Acacia, they're at the gate. Final thoughts moving into line.
I think that the Brendan Walsh runner is really intriguing. Lady Rockstar, first time in the U.S. She showed speed in Europe. I would expect she won't be too far off of it. She's taking money, which I think is a good sign.
5-2, number 7, Final Bell for Bill Mott. Umberto Rispoli in the saddle. Post time for the 3rd race of 14 on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby. Travis Stone standing by.
Waiting for 261 and Queen Bourbon. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Steppers away well. 261 is also there. Ready Lady is showing some speed as they come by us for the first time. 261 angles over toward the rail, but Final Bell comes up to challenge now. And so these two in tandem by the Twin Spires for the first time. Queen Bourbon from that outside post is going to get stuck 3 or 4 wide into that opening turn. Racing up into 3rd. My Favorite Daughter toward the rail is 4th. Ready Lady comes away in 5th. Stepper follows that one 6th and 5 lengths off the lead. Lady Rockstar is running along in 7th. Community Adjusted is 8th by 2.5, and at the back is Talking Book about 10 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 24 and 2/5 seconds. They bend down to the backstretch run. 261 and Queen Bourbon going 1-2. Queen Bourbon with only mild pressure for 261, but they've opened up by 2.5. Final Bell is tracking intently from 3rd, coasting along there. My Favorite Daughter is down inside racing 4th. Ready Lady is 5th and only 4 lengths off the lead. Steppers coming under a bit of a ride for the run to the far turn. Then it's Lady Rockstar, Community Adjusted, and Talking Book at the back. Onto the far turn. Queen Bourbon now cranks up the pressure on 261. They round the far turn, and Queen Bourbon grabs the lead right there midway round that turn. Final Bell is hovering in behind while third. Stepper picks it up. Stepper's launching a 3 or 4 wide rally. Lady Rockstar follows that one too. Off the turn into the stretch. Queen Bourbon comes wide off the turn but is in front by half a length. 261 fights on toward the rail. Lady Rockstar rocketing down the crown of the course. Here comes Lady Rockstar over the top and to the front. Lady Rockstar with a burst of energy under the wire to win it by 4. Looks like Stepper got second. Ready Lady was third. It's tight for fourth. Community Adjusted or Queen Bourbon.
That acceleration, the Frankel filly, Lady Rockstar turned it on and it was over. Tyler Gaffalione to pilot White Abarrio in the Derby. A victory here in the first turf race of the afternoon.
And he and Brendan Walsh have teamed up for a lot of success together over the last few years. Brendan Walsh had this filly ready for her first U.S. start. She was training down in Florida at Palmettos. You could see in March 27th that Palmettos turf course work, and typically the Palmettos turf course is quick, but to go 46-3 over the turf there is very, very fast. She showed speed in Europe, which I always like seeing that kind of running style coming here to the U.S. and making her U.S. debut a winning one. Not an easy thing to do either.
Tom Amos would have pointed out the ears at the wire, twitching back and forth, waiting for command. By that time, her job was over. Lady Rockstar for Brendan Walsh, as you mentioned. Clipper Logistics, Gaffalione gave her cue, and she is gone. One to follow moving forward.
Absolutely. Big effort on the turf course there at Churchill Downs, and you and I commenting, Lafitte, even with the rain that we've had in Louisville, Kentucky, that Matt Winn turf course looks sensational. Ears up at the wire. She doesn't seem too keen on the pony, though, but a nice victory, and she'll get her picture taken. No, Tyler, take her away from the pony. That's better.
Gaffalione's 6 straight riding titles at Churchill Downs, just captured the riding title at Keeneland. Guides home Lady Rockstar. That went by way too fast. That's it. You're gone.
I'm not gone for good, though. I'm doing everything today. I'll be back hosting in the middle of the show and be out reporting at Belmont a little bit later on.
First time together. I think that was fun. Had a lot of fun.
I really enjoyed it.
Keisha stepping aside again, not going anywhere though. Big part of the show moving forward as our coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races from Churchill Downs. The MIG will be joining me on set. How about Silver Charm, 97 Derby winner, oldest living Derby winner. You think you're a fan? Stick around. Don't want to miss this.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Filling up at Churchill, beneath the Twin Spires. And Tyler Gaffalione knows that winner circle very, very well. Big smile. And why not? After that ride and that filly. What a performance. Lady Rockstar. The acceleration in the stretch blew him away. Stepper completing the exact at 26-1. Ready Lady at 6-1 in the trifecta there. Lady Rockstar, though, the English filly, dominant in race number 3 at Churchill Downs, as I am joined by champion jockey Richie Migliore on the set. Happy Kentucky Derby Saturday to you.
Yeah, it's always exciting. The Oaks delivered. It was a great performance there by Secret Oath and Luis Saez. Good to see Wayne Lucas in the spotlight again. It really was a wonderful scene, especially when Todd Pletcher was waiting for him by the winner's circle.
That was awesome.
And embraced him, and you could just see the mutual respect and admiration, and that was fun. And now we've had the appetizer. We're ready for the main course.
What did Lucas say? Like, win them while they're watching. He did so yesterday. 5th Kentucky Oaks win, 40 years after his first. We shift gears. Lucas's Athelia Road scratched. 20 of them, mile and a quarter, updated odds. Mo Donegal 8-1, Epicenter at 5, Messier 7. Again, not a lot of movement. Odds stabilizing. Zandon, that's the big story, Richie. 3-1 on the morning line, the favorite. 8-1, Bluegrass Stakes winner. Why?
Well, he's brilliant. I mean, he's lightly raced, but he's been sensational in his 2 starts.
Why he's being ignored?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Taylor. Zandon should not be ignored. His Bluegrass was as good a prep as there is. He's shown the ability to overcome traffic. He's shown the ability to be brave, take kickback, and he has a turn of foot on the dirt, which is unusual. Usually races are won on the dirt by horses, catching horses that are slowing down. He accelerated.
His move in the stretch of the Bluegrass, absolutely electric. And for trainer Chad Brown, here's what he's done in the Kentucky Derby. He was very close. Good Magic. It took eventual Triple Crown winner to beat Good Magic and Justify. And what this would mean to Brown. He learned from one of the greatest ever in Bobby Frankel, the late great Bobby Frankel. Frankel never won a Kentucky Derby. He was really close. In 2003, he had Empire Maker the favorite, Peace Rules. They ran 2nd and 3rd behind Funny Side, in what this Derby win would mean for Chad Brown.
Well, it's incredible what Chad Brown's done in a very short period of time. Trained his first winner in November of 2007 at Churchill Downs. That was a $14,000 claimer. Within 15 years, less than 15 years to compile the statistics, he's compiled, and if he was to win a Kentucky Derby in that time frame, for a trainer, he's still in his adolescence as a trainer in some respects.
Terrifying to think of what those stats and numbers will look like by the time it's said and done with Chad Brown. For Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer. He has run just about every major horse race under the sun, except the Travers and a Kentucky Derby. Maybe one of those he gets to knock off today with Epicenter, Louisiana Derby winner, who is just difficult to fault, Richie.
There's nothing to fault. And I loved his Louisiana Derby for so many reasons. One, the consummate ease in which he won. These are prep races. Yes, you want to win them. They're big purses. They're important in their own right. But you want it to be a building block. And what I saw was, we're going to experiment. We're going to take him back a little. We're going to put him behind horses. We're going to basically educate him today to prepare him for what he's going to have to face in the Kentucky Derby. And he did it with style.
23 starts in the Derby for Asmussen. That's a record. Most by a trainer without a win. He's been close, narrow second to Animal Kingdom. Looking at Lee at a big price behind Always Dreaming. Curlin Gunrunner, eventual Horses of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winners who had to settle for 3rd. Gunrunner just continued to get better with age. And Curlin, in the same silks for the Winchells, post position number 2, he got left at the start of the Derby. That led to his undoing. That can't happen to Epicenter today. But Epicenter does have more seasoning, more experience.
Yes, he does. And I think that makes a case for why I'm not so high on Taba. Curlin was lightly raced. He didn't have quite the seasoning that some of his rivals did. You knew he was terrific, but it was going to take him a couple races to catch up. And, I mean, as brilliant as Taba's been, it's a huge ask.
Asmussen said Curlin went into the Derby a boy. He came out a man, and we saw what happened 2 weeks later at the Preakness Stakes when he denied the Derby winner. Street Sense in deep water. Curlin taking down the Preakness Stakes. Great time to join us here at Naira Bets. It's Derby time. $25 free bet if you do so for the Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. We spend a lot of time when it comes to the Derby reflecting some of our favorite Derby winners. 1997, Silver Charm, the Gray, outgutting Captain Bodgett to the wire. This is the story of Silver Charm's biggest fan, who is the oldest living Kentucky Derby winner. You don't think thoroughbreds make a difference in everyday lives? You don't think they inspire? Take a look at this. Silver Charm, his biggest fan, and the difference he made in her life.
This is me kissing him. He kissed me first, so I kiss him back, and look, lip print, man. Mwah. This is a Silver Charm. I draw it in about 30 minutes, and I even did the little dots, right, the little shadings. This is a rosary I made with the hair of Silver Charm. I still need to figure out how to thread his mane hair because it gets stuck at times. To the oldest living Derby horse. So I have my autistic patch to myself, and of course, it had to be opinionated.
Carol Rutz was captivated by racehorses as a child. The Kentucky resident's passion for thoroughbreds, however, literally saved her soul when she was introduced to Silver Charm 5 years ago at one of the lowest points in her life.
After my husband died, I was so distraught, so I went to old friends. Silver Charm looked at me. I told him that my husband died and he's with the Lord. And you know what he did? He kissed me. Very sloppy kiss. That made my life much better, knowing that somebody did care and that I'll be all right. I will be okay after that.
Separated from her rock during the pandemic, Rutz bided her time until she could be reunited with Silver Charm. When that moment finally arrived, all the time they had spent apart became a distant memory.
And I was so happy to see him. He's like smiling, very happy to see me again after a long period of time. I can talk about my Derby experiences, about all the pictures I have, but unless you can get up close to a horse like Silver Charm, everything is pale.
Who's the greatest horse in the history of the universe?
That I hardly agree.
Give Carol a kiss. Kiss.
Her reaction was really very special. And I think it was reciprocal because I think he sensed something in her that was completely non-threatening. There's a look that you get that both human and with these horses, it's a look of trust that I'm going to trust you. I can tell that you're worth trusting.
This one here, very noble, very personable. He's a very good judge of character, and he knows how people feel. Some of my brain is overwired. Some of my parts of my brain are underwired. And sometimes there's a lot of stimulus, sometimes get to the point of anxiety. Well, good thing about Silver Charm is that in other horses like him, is that they sense our fear, our grief, our love.
You understand every word Carol said, don't you? You are so smart.
He is one in a million, beyond price. He's beyond money. He's platinum, and he is a blessing. Ain't that right, honey? Yeah. God bless you.
That image right there. Like, if that didn't tug at your heartstrings, like, check your pulse. I don't know what to tell you. You say something, Mig, that resonates, that horses are good for the soul. There's a perfect example of just that.
Absolutely, and there's such a purity of spirit with a horse. A horse doesn't have an agenda. He's never going to hide his true character from you. He is what he is, and he's pure. And that, to me, just embodied all of it. That was an absolutely stunning piece. And I know what horses have done for me personally. Obviously, material-wise, they've given me a great life. But more so, they gave me a purpose, and they inspired me to be the best I can be. Horses are the most amazing animal.
Just a connection, an incredible story. Silver Charm, the 1997 Kentucky Derby winner and oldest living Kentucky Derby winner. For you, Mig, when this time of year comes up on Kentucky Derby Day, do you have a favorite all time? What comes to mind?
Well, I have a few. I mean, but the first one I ever really locked in on was the 1976 Derby, Bold Forbes, Honest Pleasure, and I was on the Honest Pleasure train. First of many horses that would lose that I liked, but then it was the 86 one, and the daring do of 54-year-old Bill Shoemaker. He's going to beat Pat Day to the spot here. Pat Day's going to have to pull up on Rampage, and he threads the needle inside of Broad Brush, bold arrangement outside of him, and Ferdinand, a horse that at times would pull himself up when he hit the lead. He didn't this day because Shoemaker implored him to get through that spot. And, for a rider at a certain age, they stop going for those dark areas, those tough spots. Look at this move here. This is sensational, and this embodies why Bill Shoemaker was considered one of the greatest riders in the history of our game. And I remember watching this and just thinking that was an amazing feat, what he was able to do. Still blown away by it.
The Sunshine Boys, for trainer Charlie Whittingham.
Yes. Charlie Whittingham getting his first Derby winner at an advanced age, who refused to go there for years unless he really believed he could win it. It was sensational on so many levels.
Other trainers say that. Like, he really meant it. Like when he brought Strode's Creek, very lightly raced, back in '94, and he ran second to Gopher Gin. A few years after Ferdinand, Sunday silence for Whittingham in the second Kentucky Derby. So when people say, like, a horse how difficult it was to win from the rail in the Kentucky Derby, specifically when we had the 2 starting gates, yeah, that's the last time it was done, and it took an absolute immortal, legendary Bill Shoemaker to win from the rail in the Kentucky Derby. When it comes to this conversation, I am clearly very biased. I was 8 years old in 1984. My father rode Swale. He had some horrible luck in the Derby, running second to a couple of freaks by the name of Secretariat. Sham, who still holds the record for the second fastest ever Kentucky Derby, but just wrong place, wrong time. So for him to get that Derby in his 11th try, what it meant to him, what I remember most wasn't necessarily the race, the replay that I watched 8,000 times. This is way before cell phones. This is way before call waiting. Like, the phone started ringing in the stretch and didn't stop for a day. The second we would hang it up, it would start ringing again.
Wow, that's great. Do you remember, can you clearly recall what it was like being that 8-year-old Lafitte watching the stretch run?
I was, you're too young to really understand the magnitude of the moment. I think it's more sensing the energy from everybody else. My mother was sick at the time. She had gone back to every Kentucky Derby with him, and he had so much bad luck. Second to a filly on Rumbo. Rumbo still holds the record for the fastest final quarter mile in the history of the Kentucky Derby, and he lost because of a filly, Genuine Risk, who Leroy Jolly didn't want to run. The Firestones wanted to run her. He was second to Spend a Buck. And so with all that bad luck, I think he started thinking, maybe I'm not going to get one of these. And so the excitement just at home and what it meant in watching it, and I think now that he doesn't focus on, the struggles in the Derby all those years, he's so appreciative of the one win that he did get with Swale.
Well, it's fantastic. And a little bit like Steve Asmussen as a trainer, one glaring omission, basically.
Sure.
That would have been your dad's one glaring omission, and he erased that.
5 weeks later, Swale on that track, galloping in the Belmont Stakes. So many great memories and so many great images of this incredible race, the Kentucky Derby, and this afternoon, the 148th edition. And for trainer Todd Pletcher, more starters than anyone in the history of the event, 59 going on 62. Mo Donegal, perhaps the best of the three. Jolly Ball in place, the Wood Memorial drawn inside 8-1 in the wagering.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Always dreaming in front, always dreaming with Battle of Midway a length and a half behind as they come into the final furlong. Looking at Lee is making a bid now through on the inside up into second. Always dreaming with a 2.5 length lead, a 16th to go. Looking at Lee is second. Then comes Battle of Midway, Classic Empire. They're coming to the line and the dream comes true. Always dreaming has won the Kentucky Derby.
John Velasquez fired up. Todd Pletcher, their one Derby win together, Always Dreaming. You know, that's the only post-time favorite in the Derby Todd Pletcher has ever run.
That's kind of telling, isn't it? And people want to concentrate on how many he's run.
Thank you.
But how many actually really belonged. And Always Dreaming certainly was in great form coming up that Florida Derby win. The owners, Vinny Viola, who owns the Florida Panthers, Anthony Bonamo, West Point Thoroughbreds had a piece. My son Joe was down there, so I was excited that he was a little part of that as well. But Johnny Velasquez and Todd Pletcher, they're synonymous in this game.
Yes.
One goes with the other. It's like peaches and cream, right? And the fact that they had won derbies for other people, right? Johnny for Graham Motion at that point, Todd with Calvin Burrell. But for them to do it together just seemed appropriate, and I know it had to mean even more to them.
It was just fitting.
Absolutely.
It was just fitting for those two to win that Derby together. For trainer Todd Pletcher, who was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame last summer at Saratoga. Absolute surprise to no one. We had been referencing him as a future surefire Hall of Fame trainer for about 10 years, it seemed. Todd Pletcher, who is the consummate professional, an incredible resume, but for those that have known him longest, closest to him, could have seen that coming a long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you." You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, Alley. Stay thirsty. Alice Mallet. Quality Road. Left bank, cross traffic. Lawyer Ron
on.
Wait a while.
And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Where he belongs, enshrined with the best of the best in the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, Todd Pletcher. The Derby stats, 59 starters. We mentioned Always Dreaming, the one post-time favorite, the 2 wins. Average post-time odds, 23.5 to 1, Richie.
And I think that tells the story of the statistics. But how many people would love to say they won a Kentucky Derby, no matter how many starters, let alone 2, and potentially to win more? Because Todd's still going to be training for a while longer.
You know, Mike Rapoli pointed out, like, he works maybe 20 hours a day. Not an exaggeration.
No, it's incredible. He's at the barn in the dark, training the horses. See, by 5:15, he's there working. Training ends 10:30 at Saratoga, sometimes a little later because of turf works. Then he's on the phone for the next 2 hours talking to owners, talking to assistants with different divisions of his stable. And then you got to get ready to go back to the races. I mean, his energy level and his just how structured everything is. He's so organized, and the way his shed row is run is like clockwork, and he's got great help. But he's a tremendous individual. I don't know how he does it all.
And you see the dividends in the afternoon, for example. Mo Donegal, Wood Memorial winner, New York's premier Kentucky Derby prep race, and going out and getting early voting. This guy can motor. He is progressing and a threat this afternoon in the Derby.
I saw a big difference in this horse in the Wood Memorial. He was a horse that always had to kind of be reminded of his job. Maybe not the longest attention span. In the Wood Memorial was the first race in his career where he was attentive the whole way. He was always in the bit. Joel Rosario knew what he had underneath him. He didn't have to keep reminding him when he was able to tip out. And you could see all the kickback he took. So he takes kickback, he'll run inside. He tipped out, lengthened that Uncle Mo stride on him. He's got a pedigree that screams a 1.25 miles. You can go back to his granddam, Island Sand, winning the 1.25 miles Delaware Park Handicap. He checks a lot of the boxes for me going into this Derby.
I became a fan in a loss. I believe it was either the Holy Bull or Fountain of Youth. I don't have it right in front of me. the way he motored in the stretch where it's a difficult racetrack to close like that at Gulfstream Park.
Yeah, absolutely, the Holy Bull. But it's interesting, talking with Irad Ortiz, who worked him a week ago Saturday, he told me since the Holy Bull, he started training different, that he was really more enthusiastic, showing more energy, more focus. I think that race was his wake-up call. The Wood Memorial showed that he had made that step from 2 to 3 that we always talk about.
Mo Donegal, drawn inside. Where do you expect him? Early on, where do you expect him?
I think he'll be split in the field. I see him back there 10th, 11th.
Just wondering
someplace.
how far off the pace. And then Charge It. The experience factor, Taba's a co-favorite, 5-1, ready to make his 3rd career start. Charge It, trying to win the Derby in his 4th career start. What do you make of Charge It?
It's a beautiful striding horse. Got great mechanics. I love how much ground he covers easily. I think he'll be more forwardly placed. I think he'll be involved early. I don't think he's as good as Mo Donegal. But these horses are always changing. This is a time of a young horse's life that they're developing and getting better at hopefully the right time.
It's a good point, because you mentioned that at one point, like, the switch was thrown with Mo Donegal after the Holy Bull. It's like Irad Ortiz saying, wait, he's got it. He's figured it out. Todd Pletcher has said the education exiting the Florida Derby for that guy, Charge It, hit the gate, leaving the gate, took all that dirt. He has said the same thing, that look, he learned a lot, and he's noticed a real difference in terms of his attitude and professionalism in Charge It.
Well, sometimes that's when we find out more about horses, how they react to less than perfect trips, how they handle adversity. He had to encounter adversity there. He also gets Luis Saez coming off the high of winning the Kentucky Oaks. I mean, he's got a lot of confidence at this moment, doesn't he? And now he knows what it's like to finish in front in the Derby. He didn't actually get to take home the main prize because he got disqualified, but he knows how to get it done.
And that's the knock on Taba. Brilliantly talented. On paper, lightning, just fast, good, brilliant. But not a straw in his path. He hasn't encountered any issues that he may face today in the Derby with 19 others.
Well, again, he's faced 13 rivals in 2 races. Today he faces 19 rivals in 1 race. He hasn't had a straw in his path. He hasn't had to take real kickback. He hasn't had to get buffeted about. You don't know how he's going to react if he gets put in tight. I think that forces Mike Smith's hand to be aggressive with him early, to get forward position, because you don't want to find out Kentucky Derby Day if he's going to be able to handle these things. And that's the problem with not having the foundation of racing, because you've already answered those questions coming into the Derby if a horse has had a comprehensive campaign. No doubt. Extremely talented. I have a hard time seeing him win the Derby in his 3rd start.
Circling back to the Pletcher trio, Charge It, strategically, how close to the pace with his tactical speed?
I think he's going to be up close. I don't see him worse than 3rd, 4th early in the race. The way I see it, a lot depends on what the Japanese horse does, the summer horse. His name's
Summer is tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is that it?
I believe so, yeah.
Runner-up in the UAE Derby.
Yeah, I think depending on how he breaks, he should be forward. There's 2 or 3 others that'll be forward. I do think that Zozos will be forward. I think Epicenter is going to find that pocket trip that he kind of got in Louisiana Derby. I think there's more pace at second glance than people are looking at when they first go over the race. I think this is going to be as legitimate a Derby pace as we've seen since they changed the point system and we kind of preclude sprinters from being in there.
See, what I've noticed is that what happens one year can carry over to the next in a Kentucky Derby. When you had that lightning fast 01 Derby, when Monarchos won from 18 back, the half mile was 45 and something. The following year, everyone was so pace conscious. War Emblem made the lead, and it was an absolute merry-go-round with the first 3, the top 3 going around the track for 1.25 miles. Last year's race, because no one was real aggressive, and John Velasquez sort of put him to sleep with Medina Spirit, not a lot of passing. That's what I think that could carry over and that pace be a little bit hotter this year than anticipated.
We see that quite a bit. There's overcompensation for how things went in previous races.
I'm not letting that happen again.
Exactly. And it happens consistently. It happens in everyday races, let alone a race with the magnitude of a Kentucky Derby.
You have your Naira bets fired up, loaded?
Oh, yeah.
Richie's firing. You should be firing as well. And today, you want to get involved with the Kentucky Derby, $25 free bet. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25 at any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Updated odds for the Derby. Mo Donegal 8-1. Epicenter 5-1. Messier 7-1. Zandon morning line favorite at 8-1. Charge It currently 13-1 as we are now joined by Maggie Wolfendale stopping by. Maggie, back from Louisville. You were at Churchill Downs. You had a chance to see these horses up close and personal. Charge It. What did you notice from him in terms of his training and preparation?
Lafitte, of all the Derby contenders, this guy is moving the best. Whether that equals a Derby win or even a piece of the Derby pie, I don't know. But at least he's heading into this race in the right kind of way. As Richie said, his mechanics are flawless, but as they should be with the pedigree that he has, being a son of Tappet, the great-grandson of Take Charge Lady, who has produced such horses as Will Take Charge and Take Charge Indy. So there's plenty of pedigree for this horse to be able to take on the mile and a quarter. And in the Florida Derby, he was just still figuring things out. Luis Saez really trying to implore this guy around the turn, kind of stuck down on the rail. He didn't necessarily feel comfortable, or he didn't want to be true and genuine and run through that kickback. And then when he finally got him tipped out, still asking him quite a bit, he was coming on again to pick up a second behind White Abarrio. Now, he's a horse that is under the hand of, as we were just saying, the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. I mean, think back to yesterday for viewers that were watching our show with the Flat Out First Constitution. Really not an easy horse to handle. We saw it in the opening quarter where he was trying to run off. This is a horse that they had to be patient with, but Todd Pletcher is the trainer that will bring out the best in horses because his training routine is, I don't want to say militant, but it's right up to that. He is so organized, and he will get horses to focus when the time is right. So that gives me a positive outlook on Charge It, and apparently, Lafitte, same thing for a lot of people at 13-1 currently for this 148th running.
Some positive signs regarding Charge It. Thanks so much, Maggie. Lead up continuing to the 148th Kentucky Derby. Lead up continuing to the first race at Belmont Park. We have 3 graded stakes races right here. That is not one of them. $40,000 claimer, mile in a 16th. 3-year-olds and up, field of 5. Little Commissioner, 3-2 with high riding Jose Gomez in the saddle. Little dreary at Belmont Park with the mist and the rain falling. There is Little Commissioner, I believe, who is the favorite, the 7-year-old gelding, trying for a 10th lifetime win. Stay dry, everyone. Stay dry. That kind of afternoon here on Long Island.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
The Belmont Stakes returns to Belmont Park Saturday, June 11th. Tickets to the top of the stretch, the premier trackside picnic area with personal grills are almost sold out. Tickets to the Test of the Champion are on sale at BelmontStakes.com. Hurry before it's gone.
he seems like he's the type of horse, you know, he likes to try to see what he can get away with and stuff like that, you know. And but he's not really aggressive or anything like that. He don't try to hurt you or nothing. He just likes to interact with you quite a bit, you know, and just play around.
He's a medium-sized horse. He was obviously turf. He's by Dubawi. He's got a huge pedigree. I mean, it's the Jude family and Quarter Moon and Ruby Tuesday, which has been very successful. And Dubawi's turned out to be a pretty good sire of sires in Europe right now. So I'm excited about it. I mean, you know, the foals all look a lot like him. They're kind of brown packages with maybe just a little white on them. There's not a lot of white or a lot of chrome, as they might say, but he's really stamped them.
Very alert. I mean, he's curious, as you can see. He's always wondering what's going on.
He had an immense amount of talent. He unfortunately was not shown on the racetrack. He pulled up lame in the Belmont Derby. He was 3 for 3 going into the race. Peter Brandt, very high on this horse. He thought he was one of the most talented horses he's ever had, which that often says a lot too. He's very well supported by Peter and the syndicate. He bred 102 mares his first year. He's by Dubawi, who's arguably one of the best sires in the world. And we think we're in a very good position with him.
That assembly line of high-quality stallions at Claiborne Farm de Marchelier. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Flatter, terrific Claiborne stallion, sire of Search Results, runner-up in last year's Kentucky Oaks, and the Acorn Victress. We'll have a chance to see her tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, Flatter throws such good-looking, well-conformed horses, just solid horses. She's so talented, Search Results. She came back with a run in the distaff. You know, she probably needed to shake some ring rust off, but also she was put in a position that day where she was inundated with kickback, and the kickback was very, very rough that day. A lot of horses were resenting it, not running through it, and I think she got a little bit discouraged. I think in going a mile in a smaller field, drawing a little bit towards the outside, she works out a better trip, and you see a truer effort from Search Results. Such a nice filly. And you see, last year, sometimes she wouldn't change leads. She still got it done.
Have it from the beginning with Search Results.
But there have been days she's done it, so it's not like she's not capable of doing it. I think sometimes she needs just a little bit more direction or guidance from the rider.
I remember that was my concern going into the Oaks, and I believe she switched beautifully. I think in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah.
Just missed Malathot, the eventual champion, running her down on the stretch. A field of 6 for tomorrow's Ruffian. Search Results, 7-2. Lady Rocket. And then Royal Flag, 8-5, morning line favorite. Richie, you have ridden many days just like that here at Big Sandy, Big Muddy.
Loved when I had speed on days like this, and if I could make the lead and be clear, everybody was getting some dirt thrown in their face because I would meander around the racetrack.
Well, we are in the comforts of the studio, 73 degrees. Maggie is out in the elements. Stay warm, stay dry, Maggie. What are you noticing from the paddock for this field in the opener?
You got to rub it in, don't you? Well, what I'm noticing is that we are going to have very abbreviated post parades here today, Lafitte. 2 minutes on the clock, and we just got riders up here. So heading straight to the gate, presumably, as we'll check in with your current favorite. That's number 4, Little Commissioner, and he could be the speed in here, as Mig was kind of alluding to, and that would help. But, you know, considering they're not going to have any warm-up, this horse has been kept in the stall the entire time. That's 20 minutes. They arrived here at 24 minutes to post. He has stood still until now for 20 minutes. I don't love that. I'll be honest. He does look better than what he did coming back to the races in November and January, but still, and he's faced a lot better horses. I'm just saying, I would have loved to see him do a little bit more here as number 1, 235. When this horse remains calm, he tends to run his better races. He has today, and I thought he was kind of forced into making possibly the first move behind a pace that collapsed last time, and Crypto Cash just got the better of him. But I like what I'm seeing from number 1, 235 today, and a horse that can handle a wet track. Moving on to Crypto Cash, he's a reclaim for Linda Rice, and I always think that's promising, as Crypto Cash is incredibly fit here, really well defined, and a horse that seems as though he's happy to boot, so possibly keeping those winning ways going, Lafitte.
Looks the part, Maggie. Fit Crypto Cash, the reclaim, Linda Rice. And I guess the suggestion of Lil Commissioner, could a horse kind of be almost put to sleep standing there with a lack of activity over an extended period of time.
Yeah, they're athletes. You want to be limber. You want to be moving. Now, he did walk over from the barn, but it is a little bit unusual to have a horse stand in one spot for that length of time.
Little Commissioner, 8-5, who is the favorite, $40,000 claimers here, mile and a 16th. Maybe you just flipped on the show, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered with free Equibase past performances and all the stats for the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races. On today's show, call to post on this sloppy track. And we start with 235, who just missed by a nose in his latest at 7-1.
Yeah, it's 2 for 4 on wet tracks. Draws the rail. Not the greatest place, but should be forwardly placed.
Croatian. I'm Serbian, Richie, in case you didn't know.
I did.
Or wondering.
I was wondering. But he's 0 for 5 on wet tracks, so I don't think that's going to help him.
Crypto Cash, the reclaim for Linda Rice. Maggie liked what she saw.
A horse that not only is a reclaim, but just been very popular at the claim box in particular, and that means there's a lot of things that attract horsemen to this horse.
You saw, there's Low Commissioner, 7-year-old gelding, 10-time winner.
And it gets Jose Gomez. You get a 5-pound break in the weights. Big edge with a young man that's been really riding well.
Outside, Supreme Aura. This will be his 9th try on a wet track. In the money in 7 of those with 2 wins.
Yeah, it hasn't been showing much speed. Gets a good outside post, so he should be able to get in a good rhythm. But it's going to be interesting to watch these early races and decipher if the track is favoring speed, closers, inside paths, outside paths, especially when you get these kind of sloppy conditions. Usually some kind of a bias raises its head, and if you can identify that, it'll help your wagers going forward.
So what, as a rider, are you doing differently in the warm-up before race number 1 of the afternoon on a day like this, on a track like that?
Well, especially if I'm going to leave the pony, I'm going to try to check out every path. I'm going to let them gallop down towards the rail and feel if it's a little bit heavier. I'm going to come out, try to identify where that tire track is. There's a tire track from the Harrows, packs it down a little bit tighter. If I can get on that tire track, I'm going to run over the top of the ground a little more. Little nuances to that. Then once you get to the gate, if you've got speed, pull the back of your silks out, undo your armband, let everything flap a little. I want horses to hesitate coming to me.
Number 3, Crypto Cash. This was at Aqueducts early April. Crypto Cash. And really had to gut this one out, winning by a nose on that afternoon with Kendrick Harmouche.
Well, he got to save ground around the turn, but you saw Kendrick feeling like he was running out of options. He wanted to angle out to the clear. And when he kind of angled out of the clear, kind of didn't make that elbow real smooth, maybe lost a little bit of ground there. But once he got panned out, straightened away in the stretch, he came with a relentless rally to run down 235, who was more involved early, but fought for it. When Crypto Cash got to him, he didn't just lay down. He dug in and tried to fend him off. So not a lot separating these two.
When we get to the Belmont Stakes, and it's been a theme when there's been a horse bidding on a Triple Crown with a jockey who doesn't ride here on a regular basis. Mario Gutierrez, I'll have another, who never had his chance. Victor Espinosa twice, California Chrome, and then American Pharaoh. How easy it is because it's so big out there for a jockey to literally get lost at Big Belmont Park. Maybe pull the trigger too soon if you're not as familiar on a day like this and a mile and a 16th, long run up the backstretch here. Visibility, how tricky is it?
Well, visibility is fine. You can always see more out there than we can see from the stands. But the configuration of Belmont being a mile and a half, most tracks are a mile in circumference. Where you get to the far turn, you've got 4.5 furlongs to go as opposed to 3 furlongs. That's 330 yards. Guys start leaning forward, letting horses march there. It's like driving a car. Once you give in, can't take it back.
Perhaps an upset in the opener, Maggie. What about Croatian?
I don't think so, Lafitte. But I do want to touch on him because he is a horse that in his last 2 races faced much better horses, kind of like Little Commissioner, though. But he really didn't do that much running. But Croatian is a horse that I've always liked. He's a very good-looking son of Medaglia d'Oro. I'm just calling into question the fitness levels as he does come off yet another break. We haven't seen him since late February. Just looks a little soft around the edges, and a horse that usually with that physicality doesn't find it easy to get over this very, very wet racetrack. And thanks, Lafitte. It's like, feels like 30 out here, FYI.
Post time for the opener. Here's Johnny I. First race, Belmont.
And they're off.
Little Commissioner, Supreme Aura. Those two go out for the early lead. 235 is down towards the rail. Alongside is Crypto Cash and Croatian, the early trailer in fifth. They move up the sloppy back stretch, and it's a battle up front. Little Commissioner on the inside and Supreme Aura on the outside. Little Commissioner has a head in front. Supreme Aura right there on the outside. A break of 2 to 235, who runs in third through a quarter in 23 and 1. Crypto Cash and Croatian at the back. Little Commissioner leads now by a half length. Supreme Aura on the outside continues to put on the pressure there in second. It's a length and a half to 235, who sits just off those front runners in third. Crypto Cash on the outside, getting a little closer from fourth. And then comes a Croatian. It is Little Commissioner and Supreme Aura. They remain 1-2. Croatian comes through now down at the rail, the half, 46 and 2. It is Little Commissioner. Then Supreme Aura, Croatian, and 235, who's on the far outside. Crypto Cash is also gaining ground. So it is wide open here as they come for the top of the stretch, and 235 has swept to the lead, 3/4 in 111. It's 235 who has taken over the lead. Crypto Cash on the far outside, Croatian down towards the rail, then Supreme Aura and Little Commissioner. It is 235 out in the middle of the track with a 3-length lead. Crypto Cash is running in second, 235 drifting out a bit, but clear and in front as they hit the wire. 235 won by 3.5. Crypto Cash was second, close for third between Supreme Aura and Croatian.
Left nothing to chance today. Defeated a nose in his most recent. Wins going away on this afternoon. Maggie told you when he's calm, he runs well. He was calm and ran accordingly.
And he just worked out a really nice trip from that rail position. Dylan Davis was able to park him out 3 wide down the backstretch, stalking 2 horses that were head and head, allowed the other rivals to come up inside of him, effectively blind switching the 3. Crypto Cash a little bit. May not have mattered. This horse really relished the going, and he was out more towards the 5 or 6 path. I think that's something we'll keep an eye on during the day. A lot of freestanding water on the racetrack, but 235 now 3 for 5 on off tracks.
Good trainer, not known on the national scale, Charlie Baker, at 235 ready today.
He's a tremendous horseman, and a lot of these horsemen that have kind of honed their craft at Finger Lakes with lower level horses, horses that have more infirmities, they got to figure out how to get them their best, because they're not racing for headlines. They're not racing for glory. They're racing to put food on the table. And these guys, when they get a better level of horse, a better quality of horse, they know what they're doing.
And his ability to develop horses.
Absolutely.
Former claimers have become graded stakes race winners.
And to me, the real benchmark of a horseman, a trainer, is when they get a horse in good form, how long that horse holds that form. Charlie Baker's horses hold their form for elongated periods of time.
235, a nose away from having won 2 straight. Dylan Davis takes down the opener on this soggy Saturday at Belmont Park. That gentleman has other things on his mind today. Chad Brown trying to win a first Derby with Zandon in Louisville. But Rock Emperor, Grade 1 winner, the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic winner. We'll see him in the Fort Marcy, still on the grass and no scratches. We'll be right back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Cyberknife. Here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife. Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Gun Runners on top of the world.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on a soggy afternoon here in Elmont, New York, but it is Derby Day. Kicking off, though, the action here on Big Sandy. 2:35 proves victorious for trainer Charlie Baker, who is such a good sport and standing next to me. So we have gale force winds and horizontal rain, but Charlie, this guy, Dylan, riding lights out right now. You guys teamed up with a lot of success. This ride was just picture perfect.
Yeah, it was great. It's super. You got him to relax, sit out the pace. Last time we were like 5-6 wide the whole way. Just got beat on the wire. Should have won that day, but today kind of made up for it.
Now, he did get claimed here, but you're a guy who knows how to play the claiming game.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we had to put him where they can win. And I thought you run great for 32. I figured we step him back up. The first time we got him, he wasn't doing good for me for his first race. But after he finished running second race, he started putting on some weight, started looking good, and then we figured it was getting better, so we stepped him back up for the 40. And he did what he had to do. He won, and we lost him, so we made some money on him. So that's basically how you play the game.
Right, a win, second, picked up for 40, claim for 40. That's how it works. Well, horses you can't claim are in the Derby today. And Charlie, I found it interesting. I asked you in the break, who do you like? A horse that we were actually just talking about on the show.
Yeah, I'm definitely rolling with Pletcher, Charge It horse. So, we go with the home team.
Now, do you think this horse can put it together in the Derby? He was a little bit all over the place in the golf.
Very green in the Derby, further Derby. But I think he's gonna get a lot of experience from that, and hopefully he gets it together today, because it's hard for a horse with that limited experience to win a big race like that with so many horses in a race. But hopefully he can put it together, because I think he got the ability to do it. But it's just putting together and handling all the variance that's going to happen, the horses coming over, just tight spots and all that stuff. So, see what happens.
You excited to watch it on your sofa where it's warm?
Definitely. I think it's going to be, I really think it's going to be a close race at the quarter pole, and the way the race set up, I think it's going to be anybody game at the quarter pole, and then decide who wins to the wire. But it's like a good race, set up on paper like a good race, definitely.
I couldn't agree more. Charlie Baker, guys, maybe he is making that Charge It price creep downwards, Lafitte.
I love it, the analysis. I always love hearing from the other horsemen that are not necessarily involved in the Derby and who they like. You like Charlie Baker going with Charge It.
Well, it just shows you we're all paying attention to it. We got all our things going on, horses to run, but it's the Kentucky Derby.
It's the Derby. It is the Derby. Dylan Davis there, 235. Charlie Baker, great stuff with Maggie. One down here at Belmont Park, and as we mentioned, it's a terrific day of racing here with the 3 graded stakes races, and despite the fact it looks like that and the rain is still steadily falling, we still have the Fort Marcy on grass, no scratches. That's the field. Let's hope, fingers crossed, we run it on grass. Field of 8, mile and an eighth. Number 6, Rock Emperor. At 5-2, Dylan Davis, who took down the opener. Chance here with Chad Brown in a graded stakes race. Big opportunity. Rock Emperor, this is what he's capable of. Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic win at 15-1 last fall here.
Yeah, horse that kind of had been threatening, never quite breaking through, and then he finally put it all together and gets it done when everybody kind of stopped paying attention to him at a big price. The story of this Fort Marcy is going to be the ground.
Yes.
We've had nothing but rain for over 24 hours now. And the ground's going to be, I would say, beyond yielding. It's going to be bottomless ground. And it's going to be about who handles it. And sometimes horses that are more deep closing types, and you would expect this horse going a mile and a 16th here, or a mile and eighth, excuse me, would be more of a deep closer because he's used to running longer races.
See, this is what Andy and I had this conversation yesterday, that now you don't have those real heavy, muddy tracks on wet surfaces on the main track when it rains. Here you have to really readjust things in terms of how soft the ground might be. Certainly a story to follow heading into the Fort Marcy. And then you have City Man, Ford trainer Christophe Clement. What are you expecting from him this afternoon coming off that effort in the dangerous hour?
Well, I think it's the right distance for him. And, one thing I've noticed looking at Christophe's horses, this horse came back off the bench and ran well. He handles soft ground or give in the ground. Again, is he going to handle the kind of soft ground he's going to get today? That's the question. He's an ultra consistent performer, earner of over $500,000. He'll be tactical. Nobody goes, he can make the pace. And that's not a bad thing on soft ground because a rider gets to keep them balanced, hold them together, keep the bit up in their mouth. If someone goes, he can still lay close and allow them. He's a horse that's very versatile.
What's it feel like underneath you for a horse that's not necessarily taking to a softer, yielding turf course?
They're bobbling every 3 or 4 strides. There's no continuity to their run. You can't get in sync with them. You try to ride them, and then their head drops about 1.5 foot and feels like they're going to pull you over their head. So your instinct is to pick them back up and try to go forward. It's not an easy thing at all. My experience being a taller rider, I would always have a tendency to inch up on the reins, and so my hands were closer up towards their head as I would finish with them. On ground like this, I would make a point of riding closer back to their withers and push from here because I can help keep them balanced, hold them up a little bit.
It's just power. It feels like just a slugfest. You think back to Northern Spur when he won the Breeders' Cup Turf here. I think it was 13, 14 seconds off the Breeders' Cup Turf record. It was that soft, that deep. We'll keep you posted with any potential changes. For now, the Fort Marcy still on grass. And then you have the Westchester. Take a look at the field. And morning line odds, $200,000 event, 1 mile on the main track. Cody's Wish. Great story and a heavy favorite. Even money with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, he's been ultra consistent. He tipped his hand early that he could run. It is a great story. We talk about great stories in racing. Cody's Wish, named for a young man, and obviously he loves the horse. They brought him to see him race and visit with him, and he's very well drawn. He has tactical enough speed where he's not going to be out the back. We saw the first race here won by a horse who sat just off the pace but out in the clear, not getting inundated with kickback. I think that's key. Horses will get discouraged on a day like this with these conditions.
Named for 15-year-old Cody Dorman with a rare genetic disorder. Heartwarming story. We touched on this earlier with Silver Charm, and you see the connection there and the difference that a racehorse, a thoroughbred, any horse can make in our lives, in a human's life.
Just incredible. I mean, and you could just see the depth of a horse's eye is just a gateway to their soul and the bottomless heart that they have, and you can see how they respond to people, and especially when somebody seems a bit more vulnerable, horses almost soften.
Sense that.
They get gentler, quieter.
Cody's Wish. Yeah, certainly the sentimental favorite. Very easy to root for in the upcoming Westchester. A little bit later on this afternoon here, Belmont Park in Louisville. Who will be favored at post time? Right now, co-favorites. There's Epicenter, Louisiana Derby winner. Joel Rosario seeking a second Kentucky Derby, and Mike Smith. Look at table level off in the Santa Anita Derby. Lacks experience, loaded with talent. Hey, Deb.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Kentucky Derby Saturday in Louisville. Welcome back. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Up to the minute odds for the 148th Kentucky Derby. Single digits, Mo Donegal 8-1, Epicenter 5-1, Messier runner-up, Santa Anita Derby 7-1, 8-1 Zandon morning line favorite, Taiba co-favorite at 5-1. Let's meet the contenders with Acacia.
The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him. Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the three-quarter pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Obario returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Obario wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taiba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taiba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
Time ticking away, getting closer and closer to the 148th Kentucky Derby. Another look at the field. Updated odds. Love seeing the preps, but when you see the horses at Churchill Downs, the training video, and you made an observation about how well multiple horses have been training for the Derby.
I can't remember a year that there were this many Kentucky Derby contenders training as well as they're training into the Derby. Usually there's a horse or two you can eliminate because you don't like the way he's... Not so much this year. A lot of them are doing good at the right time.
Californians, now in Tim Yakteen's stable. Santa Anita Derby, Forbidden Kingdom backs up. Messier strikes the front, and here comes Taiba in his second career start, taking down the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby.
And look at the separation from the top two, Taiba on the outside, Messier on the inside, to the third place finisher. Basically, they were having their own training run. They could have worked them together and been about that far in front of anybody else on the racetrack. Taiba's brilliant. There's no questioning his ability, which is vast and immense. It's his seasoning that's the concern. Kentucky Derby, third start, 19 horses. Has to work out a trip. He's never really had to take kickback. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's just that good. I actually prefer Messier because he has foundation. He's seasoned. He's had to spar with heavyweights. He's had that conditioning. He knows what it's like to take a punch. A lot of good horses can throw a punch. Your great horses can take a punch.
And we don't. We just don't know. Maggie, am I being too prejudiced about the lack of experience? What did you notice from Taiba back at Churchill Downs?
Absolutely not, Lafitte. Not only does this horse lack seasoning, he also lacks some workouts heading into here. Now, yes, so horses coming out of the Santa Anita Derby, they only have 2 posted workouts, but it took him 5 days longer than his stablemate Messier to get back on the work tab, and then he was just had a 3-furlong blowout actually on Wednesday at Churchill. So there's some questioning with this horse's maybe soundness, because he only has those 2 starts. It took him that long to get to the races. So he might be absolutely brilliant, and when he's good, it does cover the ground right. But I don't know. He'll win without me, but yes, I'm not denying the fact that California-based horses or California prepped horses have been fairly dominant in the last few years of the Kentucky Derby. As we'll take a look at Messier's, John Velazquez was aboard the horse across the finish line first in last year's edition, and Johnny kind of stole the show. And I'm wondering if Johnny tries to do the same thing. I don't know. Summers Tomorrow could be actually fairly quick, the horse that ships in from the 2nd place finish in the UAE Derby, but John Velazquez, pretty crafty, that guy, as the Hall of Famer will guide Messier, and I think he's a horse that might do his best running when up front, and he gets brave when he's up front. I think when this horse gets headed, when other horses surround him, that's when we don't see him doing his best running. And Lafitte, from what I saw of Messier in the mornings, I liked. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on him. He's this big, scopy, long-legged horse that I think those are the physical types you want when selecting Derby horses.
I thought I was surprised when My Boy Jack was the 2nd choice in the wagering for the Derby a few years back. I am shocked that Taiba is the co-favorite at 5-1 for the Derby. As far as Messier, I'm going to treat him as if it's still from Baffert University in terms of a Derby runner. Tim Yakteen has worked very close with Bob Baffert, former assistant. It's not like Messier was sent to another trainer on another continent and they took him apart and put him back together again. I am treating it as if it's a Baffert runner. And Tim Yakteen, a very good horseman in his own right. I thought that Messier, they were concerned with Forbidden Kingdom more so than anything from off the pace, not wanting to let him get too far away in the Santa Anita Derby. Forbidden Kingdom looked like the second coming of Holy Bull before that race. And finally, I've watched 4 Bob Baffert trained runners run 2nd in the Santa Anita Derby and cross the wire in front in the Kentucky Derby. 4, including Medina Spirit, going back to Authentic, Silver Charm, Real Quiet. That felt like a typical Baffert prep exiting a Santa Anita Derby for Messier, and I think he's primed for the performance of his career in the Derby.
I think it's very fair points, everything you're saying. And what do we talk about with these prep races? Yes, they're important races in their own right, but the major goal, the main goal is the first Saturday of May at Churchill Downs. So ultimately what you want out of a prep is to move forward off of it. And it's obviously the pattern that Bob Baffert trainees. You make it a great point, too. Tim Yakteen is a tremendous horseman. And my fervent wish is if he happens to win the Derby, he gets credit as the trainer.
100%.
And if they don't run well, that it's not, well, he went to, because Tim Yakteen is too good a horseman. He worked for too many good trainers. I rode for him in California, and I respect his horsemanship. I like Messier better than Taiba. He's probably like my 4th or 5th selection, but he's not far off.
I'm so surprised with the wagering with Zandon, the morning line favorite at 8-1, Taiba co-favored with Epicenter at 5-1. Get involved as we get closer to the Derby. Join us here at Naira Bets. Get that $25 free bet for the Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Undercard of the Derby. Spectacular. Aloha West is back. Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. That was an absolute thriller. Jackie's Warrior was cooked in a pace duel on that afternoon. Pace on paper looks different today when they'll hook up in the Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires later today.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run. standing at Gainesway.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
First Saturday in May. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at Belmont Park, where the rain has been falling. We still have 3 stakes races here. I have about 72 of them at Churchill Downs before the Derby. Here are the highlights. 8 stakes races, 7 of the graded variety, 4 Grade 1 events. And one of the most exciting, featuring some of the best sprinters in the game, the Churchill Downs Stakes. Aloha West for Eclipse Thoroughbreds had Nest yesterday, runs second in the Kentucky Oaks. Aloha West, and this thrilling finish taking advantage of a blistering pace in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last fall at Del Mar.
Yeah, and he came with a relentless run. Wade Catalado, over 1,500 winners as a jockey, over 20, actually closing in on 3,000 winners as a trainer. That's unusual. Usually the better the jockey, the worse the trainer.
Hell of a chef.
He can really cook. Just a tremendous horseman. This relentless rally. Yes, he got pace to run at, but boy, did he finish the deal.
Aloha West, field of 8, 7/8 of a mile. He's drawn inside. Tricky post for him. Jose Ortiz to work out a trip. And again, the pace was so fast in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Jackie's Warrior, number 3, the reigning champion sprinter, wasn't his day in the Breeders' Cup. He just too fast, too much heat early on. On paper, he figures he should be in control throughout, assuming he breaks, which he typically does.
It doesn't appear to be nearly as the kind of pace that they had in the Breeders' Cup. Also, that was the end of a very comprehensive campaign that Jackie's Warrior had. Jackie's Warrior had 1 prep, beat much lesser. People are questioning, well, he was, not beating the best group, and he was desperate late to beat it. Felt to me like he was about 75% fit. They were using that as a springboard. And that's Steve Asmussen's MO. Get a horse ready for what they have to confront right now and use it as a building block to the next thing. I think you'll see a much improved version of Jackie's Warrior today.
I think you and I appreciate many of the same qualities in horses. I know Maggie's a big fan of Jackie's Warrior. The heart, grit, and determination that he put on display last year on the Derby undercard in the Pat Day Mile, I believe it was.
Yep.
The talent, the speed, that's all great. But Jackie's Warrior, his mettle, and when a horse race turns into a dogfight, seemingly at his best.
What he did with Life is Good and the Alan Jerkins in Saratoga, when Life is Good outran him, and then he fought back. It's an interesting quality with a speed horse. Most speed horses blitz the field, they open up, and everybody gets leg weary and they hang on. Serengeti Empress, Jackie's Warrior, they get hooked after showing that intense speed, and they reach down and find more. They don't want to get past. That's an unusual quality for a speed horse.
She calls it the evil eye that Monomoy Girl used to give her competition. That's when we knew Latruska was for real, when Monomoy Girl gave her the evil eye, and Latruska just didn't care. Beat her in the apple blossom. Jackie's Warrior today. Aloha West Breeders' Cup Sprint winner is back in the Churchill Downs Grade 1, 148th Kentucky Derby. Updated odds, let's see. We mentioned this yesterday. It's amazing. The early wagering is indicative of the trends. There isn't much fluctuation. The odds have stabilized. Modonegal 8, Epicenter 5, Messier 7, Zandon, morning line favorite, 8-1, incredible value, and Taba, the co-favorite, at 5-1.
That's just out of line. Zandon should not be 8-1. He should be 5 or 4-1. Half that
Then
price.
then isn't it go time? So I went with Messier. I'm not leaving without getting down on Zandon at that price.
Let's put another layer into this. It's a split load. They vote 111, 212, 313, so on and so forth. Zandon gets to go into the gate basically last or second to last. Less time spent in the gate in a 20-horse field, which could take a while to load, the better. Adds another advantage to what he's doing.
And we don't know what Mattress Mac is doing, right?
No, we don't know what his
which
wager
changes
is yet.
everything as well. A completely different element that we haven't had to deal with in the past. That, I believe, determined the favorite last year in the Kentucky Derby. We will continue to monitor the wagering for the Kentucky Derby around 7 o'clock this evening. Only have to wait about 6 more hours, Richie, and we have great racing here at Belmont Park despite the weather. Maggie would argue. Maggie's out there freezing, poor thing.
Yeah, she gets unlucky a lot. The short end of it
chivalry
there.
is so dead. Chivalry is dead. Chivalry is dead. It's so brutal. We should be outside. We should be on the
I
outside
would go
set
out
just
there.
because.
I would go out there, but my bosses said I had to be on the desk today.
We'll check in with aggravated Maggie Wolfendale momentarily for this second race. Belmont Park, $14,000 claimer, non-winners, 3 lifetime, 1 mile. And truth is, like, she's much tougher than you and I. Like,
Absolutely.
combined. Like, that's
no,
a given.
I will not deny that fact in a second.
It's mandatory. 2-1. And, again, that sloppy track at the stadium. Fort Marcy still on the grass for now, pending any changes. But, yeah, the rain doesn't seem to be raining as hard. Kind of a steady mist, drizzle here. But it's been continuous throughout the morning,
the
the
track
afternoon.
is just saturated, though. It's, freestanding.
No, it's
water
raining
on.
harder than I thought.
Yeah, it's been steady.
And sideways.
Even if it stopped at this point, we'll have a sloppy track for the remainder of the day.
Nobody faster than him in the Kentucky Derby, Secretariat. My father rode Sham, and he told me I couldn't believe as well as Sham was getting stronger and stronger and stronger with every stride. Pancho Martin told him this horse is going to do something tomorrow that's never been done on the eve of the Derby. Never been done. And he was right. He ran the fastest Kentucky Derby ever run. But Secretariat ran faster. He couldn't believe that as well as Sham was going, Secretariat was going right by him. He's blown away, like, how is this happening?
Sham just came along in the wrong year.
Wrong place, wrong time. Anyways, the Big Gray pictured 7-2.
Big Gray doesn't have much early foot, and I don't think I want to be too far back on today's racetrack.
I have Gunfighter with Jose Gomez.
Gets an apprentice in the slot. Usually just enthusiasm, wanting to ride on days like this.
Scotty by 2-time Sword Dancer winner Flincher.
Yeah, Greg DuPree, horse ran really well last time. Has never won on slop. My good friend Jesse Iglesias, one of the owners.
There you go. Devious Mo, 5th start here in 2022 already.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Amira Shishakli, trainer, has been doing a lot of cross-training with the horses, taking them, doing different disciplines, dressage, jumping, as well as training on the track.
Number 5, it's mandatory. 2 for 32 lifetime, 0 for 4 on wet tracks.
0 for 4 on wet tracks. Doesn't possess a great deal of speed. I think he's well drawn outside. I just wonder if tactically he might be at a little disadvantage.
Mucho Sunshine. Haven't seen much sun in the last 3 days, Richie.
Well, maybe this is Mucho Sunshine's homage to us, giving us some sunshine. Should be well placed from the start. Has one on off going, and in a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed, should be forward.
Mucho Sunshine, that's the field. He's by a former Breeders' Cup Classic winner, ridden by Gary Stevens, Mucho Macho Man. 6 of them on this sloppy track, $14,000 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime. 1 mile, 3-year-olds and up. Another look there at Devious Mo. You were saying about the training with Amira Shishakli. How rare is that cross-training?
You don't hear much about that. You know, and actually it's been like a concerted effort where they'll take horses as a farm out in Manorville where they have the ability to do these other disciplines. It does make horses, I believe, more supple. I think it also helps them mentally. You know, horses get stale training the same way, so regimented, making a left-hand turn all the time, that I think it does help them from a mental standpoint, too, just to freshen them up.
This might be too much of a stretch, but you have a lot of, and I will continue that thought. But first, we have to check in with Maggie standing by. Don't hate us, Maggie.
You know what? You know, Mig got the schedule he did. It's because he brings everyone food all the time. I think I got to get on that and start bringing the bosses some food so I don't get stuck out here all the time. But taking a look at this field, actually, I do want to comment on what you guys were talking about with Amira Shashakli shipping her horses over to a farm in Long Island to do some combined training with them. Look, I've taken horses of my husband's, Tom Morley, in the long shoot we have here at Belmont, and just did figure eights, try to get them to supple, try to get them to bend more. It just brings a more balanced horse, a horse that develops and uses all of their muscles, and two, the way she's doing it, it's a nice mental break for them. So it'll be interesting to see what Devious Mo does here, considering that he has been doing that with Amira. As we'll take a look at some of the other horses in here. Number 5, It's Mandatory. He drops down after a disappointing effort first off the claim, but he looks really good. One of the better times I've seen It's Mandatory appear. As we'll also take a look at number 3, Scotty. I thought compromised a bit by the racetrack, and Mr. Winson won gate to wire that day. It was kind of an inside-y, speed bias track, and Scotty, he came from way, way out of it to secure second. So I'm not going to be surprised when Scotty jumps up here, but I'm going to take a little shot with the horse that finished just behind him, and Mucho Sunshine last time out, kind of attending that pace, but more wide than the other aforementioned two. And I just thought he looked really healthy heading into this race, and he's a horse that at least does possess a win over a wet track, Lafitte.
Maggie going with Mucho Sunshine along with Mig. Scotty, though, and Jackie Davis in the saddle by Flincher, the 2-time Sword Dancer winner.
Jackie Davis riding 3 or 4 days a week at Finger Lakes, 3 or 4 days a week here, basically riding 7 days a week, going back and forth, working horse every day. Incredibly hard work.
Hard working Jackie Davis. Aboard Scotty here. It is post time. Race number 2. Johnny I standing by with the remainder of the load and call.
Sunshine. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 1, the Big Gray. From the outside, Mucho Sunshine goes for the lead. Devious Mo runs in second. Down at the rail, Eye of Gunfighter is in third. Then Scotty in fourth, followed by It's Mandatory, and then the slow starting the Big Gray at the back. Devious Mo has now come on to grab the lead. Devious Mo by a length. Mucho Sunshine, Eye of Gunfighter, they are right together, second and third. Then it's a length and a half to Scotty running in fourth. It's Mandatory on the outside, and farther back the Big Gray. The opening quarter over the off-going in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Devious Mo is the leader here by 2. Then Mucho Sunshine, Eye of Gunfighter, they're right together with It's Mandatory racing in fourth, about 5 lengths from the front. And long shot Devious Mo is the leader. Devious Mo in front, midway around the far turn. The lead is 3 lengths. Mucho Sunshine, second by a head. Eye of Gunfighter down at the rail in third. Then It's Mandatory and Scotty farther back, the Big Gray. They're all still chasing. Devious Mo ran a half in 46 and 3 as they hit the top of the stretch. It's Devious Mo in front. Mucho Sunshine on the outside. Scotty is down towards the rail. Then Eye of Gunfighter and It's Mandatory. Devious Mo caught now on the outside by Mucho Sunshine and down at the rail by Scotty. It is Mucho Sunshine and Scotty. The Big Gray, who was last, is putting in a big late run here. The Big Gray looking to split horses in deep stretch. It's Mucho Sunshine and the Big Gray. They come on for the finish. Photo finish. Mucho Sunshine and the late rallying the Big Gray.
Yeah, just a restricted $14,000 claimer, but an exciting horse race and finish with Mucho Sunshine, I believe, holding off the Big Gray, who was about 6 lengths in front of the gallop out.
Yeah, he was catching him with every stride. Mucho Sunshine chasing the pace set by the 4-horse, Devious Mo. And he collared him, and then he had to hold off the 3 Scotty all the way down in the rail. And then here comes the Big Gray with that relentless rally.
How far back he is?
He was last turning into the stretch, and he finished, flying finish there to just miss.
Wild finish. They're all over the track, and maybe, 3 lengths separating all of them. Scotty inside. Jackie Davis. Big Gray surges. Wire.
Right here, if you're
Mucho sunshine.
If you're the third base coach, you're going slide, slide.
Click me closer than you think. Out there on that kind of track, do you, and I have a follow-up to this with Mucho Sunshine, just able to hold off, do you think, is there, because he knows that he has Scotty down on the rail.
Yeah.
Can he hear the Big Gray coming up in between them?
Yeah, I think on a day like this, you're hearing their hoofbeats coming, and you could even see at one point the way he threw his hole, almost like to try to get him to go down a little bit to meet that challenge. That late in the game, so it's better just keep going forward.
The reason I bring it up on a day just like this, and we looked back at that Orb Derby a little bit earlier, 2013. You remember Palace Malice running off in that Kentucky Derby? This was interesting. Blinkers on, blinkers off, by the way, like 0 for 30 some odd in the Kentucky Derby. Mike Smith told me Palace Malice, because of the noise behind him, I think a field 20, maybe 19, the sound of all those horses behind Palace Malice, he said he was running like he was being chased. He was literally running scared, and he couldn't do anything about it.
He thought he was a Pony Express with Mike Smith delivering the mail.
Because you've heard it. If you're on the first turn at Saratoga and doing shows from out there, and you have a sloppy, sealed track, when the field comes by, and it is loud.
Yeah.
Loud.
Thunder. Rolling thunder. That's what it is.
No such issues at Oaklawn. Sun's out in Hot Springs. Live racing from Oaklawn Park, winding things down. Stay until May, right? And the pride from Oaklawn, 4 champions crowned last January that raced at Oaklawn Park, and now with Secret Oath winning a couple of stakes races this winter, running 3rd in the Arkansas Derby, and capturing yesterday's Kentucky Oaks.
Well, she vaulted to the head of the 3-year-old division, which is a deep, solid division at this point for sure. The fact that they've elongated the Oaklawn Park meeting, I think, has made it so attractive. Their purse structure is incredible. I mean, it's scary to think if they had a turf course on top of everything else.
Without a turf course, the claiming numbers just through the roof. Longest Oaklawn meet ever, 66 days. Started all the way back in December. On January 1st, we said right then, this is where Derby fever starts. That was the day of the Smarty Jones, was New Year's Day, from the Southwest, the Rebel, the Arkansas Derby, all leading up to today, the first Saturday in May at Churchill Downs.
A great comprehensive series of races to get horses to the Derby, and just a wonderful town. It's so much like Saratoga, in so much as that the sense of history, and that the conversations at night, restaurants, is about what happened that day at the races and what's anticipated to happen the next day at the races.
I did not know about the spring training and Babe Ruth and all that hanging out in Hot Springs.
And the gangsters basically going on vacation down there, and it was a safe zone. All right, we'll all get along down here.
Great stuff. Hot Springs, Arkansas, and these Arkansas breds to kick off the program. Mile and a 16th. $20,000 maiden claimer. You have a heavy, heavy favorite here. And we had a Scotty running at Belmont. Now we have Dudley here at 1-2.
This horse's first race was very good for the maiden 20 level. Then last time stepped up to a maiden allowance. Was off a bit slow, ran very well, actually improved, just faced tougher. And now, these are races for Arkansas breds. This is Arkansas breds' last opportunity to run till Oaklawn opens again in December.
That's a good point. Dudley, can he graduate in his 3rd career start with Isaac Castillo? 1-2 at post time. 9 of a mile and a 16th. Post time for the opener from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer standing by.
a third. Then comes Mr. Wooly Bully. You can't make this stuff up. And Morning Drive tightly at the rail. Dudley is next. Then Riante Sky. And the trailer is Excel Joe. Young O'Dane. Tell him he's got to go all the way around. He is far in front to the backstretch. Young O'Dane, a 10-length lead on back 8 red in second. Risky Situation is third, and he's 12 from the front with Mr. Wooly Bully just inside of him. You can't make this stuff up. Has 15 to make up. He's 2 in front of Morning Drive. Dudley is 20 lengths behind. He's a length and a half 4.5 in front of Riante Sky. And if Excel Joe wins it, he's going to make up 30 lengths in the final 4.5 furlongs. Young O'Dane pumped up to the half-mile pole. It is Young O'Dane still 10 lengths in front of Backgate Red and Risky Situation. Then it's a length and a half to Mr. Wooly Bully, and you can't make this stuff up. 2.5 back to Morning Drive. Then comes Dudley and Riante Sky. They're about 15 from the front, and the trailer is Excel Joe, and Young O'Dane is slowing down around the far turn. Young O'Dane now 2 lengths in front of Backgate Red and Risky Situation. Those two, Risky Situation and Backgate Red, are going to be 1-2 at the top of the stretch. Dudley now moves up into third, and he's about 4 from the front. Then 3 back to Morning Drive. Risky Situation is the leader. Backgate Red is running gamely in second. 3 back to Dudley. Young O'Dane is still in fourth. Risky Situation and a resurgent Backgate Red. Risky Situation a half length in front. Backgate Red is second. Dudley is third. Risky Situation, not Reef's Destiny. Risky Situation in front. Risky Situation won by better than 2. Backgate Red was second. Dudley third. Young O'Dane finished fourth.
After that, Young O'Dane still finished fourth. Running off in the early stages of this one, Risky Situation late, breaks through in his 23rd career start.
23rd time was the charm. And this horse, 4 seconds, 6 thirds, 43,000 earnings, Arkansas bred. Get the opportunity to ring in Arkansas bred again on the stretch out.
He's been sprinting.
Yeah.
Third 2 races back, second in his most recent. And today, that pattern continues, and he finally graduates. 23 career starts. Do we know what price he was at post time? 7-2 on the morning line. Robert Klein's Risky Situation. Owner, trainer. We'll get it to you. We'll get it to you, Gabe Sias.
And, when you get a horse running off like the way the 6 Young O'Dane did with a 10-pound apprentice rider, kind of throws the race into disarray.
Yeah.
And then some riders get to moving into the teeth of that too soon, panic a little, horses so far. It does really throw chaos into the race, and Gabe Sias just stayed cool, calm, collected, and worked out a good trip for Risky Situation.
We were just talking about Palace Malice.
Yes.
Very effective of Verrazano. Normandy Invasion, that early move. Orb, Chili, from far back. He wound up taking one of those home, or Stuart Janney did. The trophy, the hardware, unclaimed for now. Tonight, 7 Eastern, 148th Kentucky Derby. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Midlattic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Rain continues to fall here in Elmont, New York. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great stuff at ABR on the Kentucky Derby, meeting the jockeys, trainers, owners of those horses. 20 of the finest 3-year-olds in training. 8-1 Modonegal, 5 Epicenter, Messier 7. Zandon is big story. Taba 5-1 co-favorite, but Zandon, the 3-1 morning line favorite, hanging up there at 8-1. Maggie with Zandon's trainer, Chad Brown, at Churchill Downs earlier this week.
Here with trainer Chad Brown, as he is just a few days out of sending out the likely favorite, Zandon. And Chad, having started about a half dozen horses in the Derby so far in your career, Zandon is your best shot thus far. Heading into the race, what has he shown you on this Churchill Downs strip?
Yeah, it's just been moving so well. It probably factored a little bit into his favoritism. Everyone sees how well he's working and moving, and yeah, he probably is our best shot. I mean, Good Magic really. We came in with a lot of confidence, of course, coming in with a 2-year-old champion, and then we ran into a great horse like Justify. So it wasn't to be. This horse gives us a little bit more hope that he can get the 1.25 miles maybe than that horse, although they're both super talented. But it's a deep field. I mean, anyone that's been around even this past week and you're out there during the Derby and Oaks training, it's hard to find any horses that don't look good out there to my eye. I mean, there's a lot of nice looking colts in this field. It's going to come down to a trip probably.
Speaking of the trip, a lot of people saying that he's a kind of a deep closer, which he showed to be in the Bluegrass with that victory. But, I mean, you go back to the Remsen, and he was very close. So is it just up to Flavien to play the break?
I think so. And, Maggie, you were there when he debuted, and he won going 3/4. So, naturally when you handicap these horses to stretch out, they're going to be right there like he was in the Remsen. I don't know why he hopped at the start in the Risen Star and it set him far back. And then in the Bluegrass, actually, his first step out of the gate, Flavien said was very good. And it got a little tight, and he sort of got shuffled and outrun a little bit more than Breaking Bad. So I'm hoping he goes more to that Remsen, his 2-year-old form, both the maiden win and the Remsen, where he showed good gate speed. I know he has it, and gets himself at least in the first half of this field in the first turn.
Chad, we've seen you take him to the gate a couple times this week. Is that to prepare him to break alertly?
Yeah, he's never been a problem at the gate. It's customary. The starter here likes to see the horses, which is a good practice. So we cooperated and sent him back there. He's never ever been an issue loading, standing. Just he hopped that one time down in New Orleans, but nevertheless I took him and he did fine this morning.
Chad, you're a Saratoga, Mechanicville native. Yeah. Winning the Travers has always been the big thing for you, but to win a Derby would be pretty sweet too.
If you ask me this time of year, it's the Derby, and if you ask me in mid-August, I want to say the Travers, so that's never going to change.
Well, Chad, best of luck with Zandon. He looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Maybe it's the same horse that provides him with both Zandon, Derby, and the Travers. The conversation about Zandon and the gate, Richie.
Yeah, it's so important to have these horses schooled at the gate. Every racetrack has their own procedures. I think it's as much for the horse as it is for the starting gate crew. You want to show those people that courtesy so that they have a familiarity with the horse. Now, a book is kept on all these horses, and that information is shared from track to track. But to actually have hands-on on that horse, again, it's as much a courtesy to the gate crew as it is for the benefit of the horse.
And him referencing Zandon having more tactical speed. He won the Bluegrass from dead last. I've always been of the mindset, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know that I want to see Zandon, and look, Chad knows what's best for the horse much better than I do. I think I'd be surprised if I saw him in more of a stalking trip, or if I saw him anywhere closer than, say, right like 10th, 11th, somewhere in there.
One thing that all good horses have in common is they possess speed. It's how they use that speed, how they dole it out. Zandon has finishing speed. So he does possess speed. He just used it in a very efficient, proper manner. And what makes him doubly dangerous as a closer in a big field is he's more of a Walter Payton, a Tony Dorsett. He can make moves. He can pivot. He can find the gaps and accelerate. He's not a Larry Zonka. He's not a John Riggins that he's going to put his head down and run through the line. So he's going to find his John Riggins in the field and let him make the gaps and then ballet dance around them. He's already shown that ability.
Some broken field running, the ability to duck and dodge. This was the Bluegrass Stakes. Even if the Bluegrass has not had a horse win the Bluegrass and the Derbies and strike the gold 1,000 years ago, but in the Bluegrass, Zandon, this is what you were talking about, Richie, and last when he starts to find his best ride.
Absolutely. And listen, he got a sensational ride from Flavien Prat, who has shown he's going to make a huge impact on the East Coast.
Yeah,
There's guys thinking about him. He's in people's heads already. There's no doubt. But to have this dance partner, a horse that not only can be that broken field runner, but look, make a little room when he needed to, put his shoulder on that horse, excuse me, got to make a little spot here, and then finish and drop his head. Look at the kickback he took. He's covered in dirt. Did it discourage him? Obviously not. This horse is the package, and he has incrementally gotten better and better and better, and 8-1 is an
I don't know what I'm
outlandish
missing. I
price for
don't.
him.
Clearly, we're missing something up there at 8-1. It doesn't make sense. Prat, Brown, that performance, his breeze, how he has galloped since the breeze.
That video we showed of his work, the way he was striding out, and I talk a lot about horses' mechanics. You want to see impeccable mechanics. Go back and watch that work frame by frame. You can count the beats, his hoofs hitting the ground. He's training sensational. I go back to the Remsen last fall when he was beating a nose to Mo Donegal in his second start, going from a 6-furlong race to a 1.1 miles, got leaned on. Both those horses were adolescents at that point. They were high school athletes. They were playing pony ball, right? They were pony league. They're men now. They grew up. They're professionals. You just see the difference in them, their continuity in their run, the way they stay in the bridle, their focus. I'm excited about both Mo Donegal and him because I've seen the big step from them.
Chad Brown, of course, the man he learned from. Bobby Frankel, very close to winning a Kentucky Derby. Never quite did. 2003, second and third with Peace Rules and Empire Maker. We'll see if Brown can get that first Derby win this evening, and a win here at Belmont where it continues to absolutely pour. Chad Brown trained Virginia Joy. Peter Brandt owned a winner of a big stakes race, Churchill, the Churchill Distaff Turf Mile. Let's see if they can take down this upcoming Sheepshead Bay. That's next. First of 3 stakes races from Belmont.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And it is Santa Monica who has taken over the lead. Santa Monica with a move to the front, and she's clear here by 4 lengths, and she did it very quickly. Santa Monica leading Giant Zinger. On the outside is Semper Sentencei. It's Santa Monica with the lead and a 16th of the finish. Semper Sentencei on the outside is second. They come down to the finish in the Sheepshead Bay, and Santa Monica is the winner by a length and a half.
Gotta love it. The coast-to-coast connection. Santa Monica in the 2019 Sheepshead Bay.
Under a very decisive ride here by Joe Bravo. I mean, he decided to go all in, leaving the 3/8 pole, blitz the field. and got it done, keeping her busy all the way to the wire. Looked like the going was a bit yielding that day as well.
Yeah. Didn't bother Santa Monica at all on that afternoon.
Santa Monica wins the Sheepshead Bay. As a kid, we used to go crabbing in Sheepshead Bay. Would come home on the bus with all my buddies with hundreds of crabs in buckets, drive the bus drivers crazy, and then all the moms would make linguine with crab sauce.
Nice. I did not do a lot of crabbing in Santa Monica growing up. See Khaleesi twice, Rosaline. Santa Monica, 4 wins. It does feel like every graded stakes race on grass, Chad Brown has won at least 3-4 times at this point.
He's got his fingerprint on it.
Virginia Joy for Chad Brown. There she is. Owned by Peter Brandt, as we mentioned. Big win. May have run 1-2 in that Churchill Distaff Turf Mile Stakes beneath the Twin Spires. Virginia Joy in the very one. This was at Gulfstream Park early March, coming from off the pace. Impressive on this afternoon, Virginia Joy.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she didn't get the benefit of saving much ground, but you could see how confident Irad Ortiz was turning in. She's obviously proficient at the mile and 3 furlong distance. That's something we see consistently, Lafitte. Horses are specialized at a distance in Europe. It just seems like European connections have such a good handle on how far horses genuinely want to go, and it carries over into their U.S. form.
Maggie, how does the German mare, Virginia Joy, look to you for the Sheepshead Bay?
She's done well if he coming back as a 5-year-old. She's filled out, and if anything, she's filled out in the right kind of way because she actually just looks that much more strong than what she did when she was running those races at Belmont in the early part of 2021. And we saw last time out in that replay in the very one, she was kind of tracking wide the whole way at Gulfstream Park. You never really love to see that too much, but she has a nice turn of foot for a distance horse. A lot of times they'll run these marathon distances and be a little bit more of a grinding type. She actually has an acceleration to her, which I respect. You also wonder, though, why was she brought over here? Maybe it was to participate in these long distance turf races because we do see more and more of them popping up around the country, especially here in New York. But sometimes it's for Lasix, which isn't the case with her, obviously. Sometimes, though, it's because they want firmer ground. She is definitely not getting any firm ground today. I mean, we are pushing 3 inches nearly of rain. It has been non-stop since last night, and it's just been coming down heavily for hours and hours. So this is a soft course, no matter which way you look at it. I know we still might be labeled yielding here, but it's a soft course. So that's the one thing I call into question with her, but I can't deny she looks fabulous here in the paddock. One that does handle some soft going certainly is number 1, Luck Money. She has a layoff to contend with. She's also a horse that they've kept in the stall for 20 minutes. Again, I don't love to see that. The other 3 horses in here have been walking around, and she has not moved a muscle since being brought here into the paddock. She looks fairly fit, and yes, her accolades of handling a wet course or wet turf course speak volumes in here, but again, she has a layoff to contend with, and I really wish they kept her moving. You know who's making a very good impression is the rank outsider. Number 4, Lovely Lucky, as she is second off the bench, having finished well behind Bleecker Street, who came back to win the Grade 3 Modesty down at Churchill yesterday with a 92 buyer. But Lovely Lucky, she is a filly that, yeah, she's going to have to up her game. But coming back now as a 6-year-old mare, she looks better than ever. She's finally filled out a bit, carrying more conditioning than what I've seen from her in the past. And 2, she's one that will tend to get fairly washy prior to her starts. Maybe it's because it's pretty cold here, but she's not turned a hair here in the paddock. And like I said, Lafitte, I think there's something to be said about her looking better than what she ever has.
Looks the part, Maggie, trying to pull off an upset. Longest shot in the field, 6-1, Lovely Lucky. Riders up for the Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay on this soft turf course. Post time in about 7 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Rain falling. Welcome back, Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today's Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com. Check out Derby promotions available to all members. We have grass stakes racing on this yielding turf course. You're looking at Luck Money with Hector Diaz by a former defeated Derby favorite. Looking at Lucky 5-1.
Yeah, Philly, that certainly will appreciate the distance. Coming off a laugh, tall order on demanding ground to go a mile and 3/8, but Arnold Delacour does a good job.
Mia Martina, Clips Thoroughbred Partners, had Nest run second in yesterday's Kentucky Oaks. Out is Mia Martina, sister O'Toole. You saw it 7-2. There's lovely Lucky and Dylan Davis.
Kind of interesting. Maggie likes the way the 6-year-old mare, looking at Lucky Daughter, how she looks, and she's probably on the lead in this race. If she handles the ground, who knows?
2-5, Richie, Virginia Joy.
I think she just looks like the class. I mean, the question is, will she handle the ground? But she's certainly run against better. She's got a little more recency, that race in March. There's a lot to like here.
2-5, and this is the day. This is the best time. Join us here at Naira Bets. You join now, you get $25 to play in today's Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Sheepshead Bay, first of 3 stakes races on the afternoon. Let's get back to Sister O'Toole for trainer Graham Motion. Javier Castellano, who's ridden many Kentucky Derbies, best finished third with Audible a few years back. And for trainer Graham Motion, Animal Kingdom, 6 weeks off, no problem. Synthetic to the main track, no problem. Animal Kingdom, 20-1 for Motion, and John Velasquez, his first Derby win. And Richie loved him.
He trained incredible over the Churchill Downs Strip leading up to the Derby. He basically pointed himself out. He, off of that win at Turfway Park, he wasn't on my radar. His training put him on my radar for that Derby. He worked out a lovely trip under Johnny Velasquez to get his first, and he proved it was no fluke. I mean, he went on to do other, very good things as well. But, listen, Javier hasn't had great success at the Derby, but he's had incredible success pretty much every place else. A Hall of Fame career. Last year struggled a little bit. 6 Travers. Think about that. Struggled a little bit last year. Coming off an injury, surgery. He's back in form. He's riding well again.
Maggie, what are you seeing from Sister O'Toole?
Lafitte, she's not honestly my cup of tea per se. She's a very lightly framed filly. She doesn't carry her conditioning that well, but she did have a bit of trouble early on in that grade 3 Orchid last time out. But she was the beneficiary of saving a lot of ground, and when she finally tipped out, she ran on well to close, going 1.5 miles. Now she actually cuts back in distance. She'll probably win here without me. Like I said, She has good energy, so maybe that indicates that she could sit a decent trip right off the pace here. But we'll see. I'm going to take a stab here with Lovely Lucky because I'm hoping Richie's right, and the plan is to go to the lead with her with Dylan Davis aboard.
Small field, longest shot on the board, old racing axiom.
Absolutely, and she should be on the lead. I think she should get comfortable, and if she handles the ground better than everybody else, you know what? I like Maggie's reasoning.
Virginia Joy loaded. Chad Brown looking for a 5th win in the Sheepshead Bay. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. Virginia Joy broke well on the outside and is sent right out for the early lead. Lovely Lucky is alongside and a close-up second. It is Virginia Joy who has the lead and gets clear by 2. Lovely Lucky is next in second, and then is another 2 lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Sister O'Toole and Luck Money. Virginia Joy, the heavy favorite here, in front by 2.5 lengths. With Lovely Lucky racing in second, it is Virginia Joy taking the field into the clubhouse turn after an opening quarter mile over the yielding turf, 26 3/5 seconds. Virginia Joy sets the pace, leads by 1.5 lengths. Lovely Lucky runs in second. It's another 1.5 lengths. Back to Luck Money, who is down on the inside of Sister O'Toole. As they go around the turn and head for the backstretch, Virginia Joy leads by 1.5 lengths. Lovely Lucky remains in second. Now Lovely Lucky makes her move on the outside of Virginia Joy. She's going up the challenge. It's Virginia Joy on the inside and Lovely Lucky on the outside. Virginia Joy holding on to the lead. The lead is a neck after a half in 54 3. Virginia Joy in front. Lovely Lucky is second by almost 5 lengths. Then Sister O'Toole and Luck Money. They continue up the backstretch. Virginia Joy, 3/4 length. Lovely Lucky on the outside in second. Luck Money runs in third, and Sister O'Toole is at the back. Virginia Joy, she's been in front right from the start, and she continues to lead here. It is Virginia Joy by a 1/2 length. Lovely Lucky remains in second as the field goes around the far turn. Now Virginia Joy is clear by 2. Lovely Lucky in second, 4 lengths to Luck Money in third. Farther back is Sister O'Toole. Virginia Joy, the leader here under Trevor McCarthy. It's Virginia Joy in front by 3. Lovely Lucky still in second with Luck Money in third. They're at the top of the stretch, and it is Virginia Joy, and she's looking to go wire to wire in this 11-furlong Sheepshead Bay, and now she has opened up on the field. It is all Virginia Joy dominant here in this Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay Stakes over the yielding inner turf here at Belmont. Virginia Joy really never had an anxious moment. She won here by 9 lengths. Luck Money second.
Running up the score in the Sheepshead Bay, Virginia Joy, a 5th win in the Sheepshead Bay for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt, Bleecker Street yesterday, Modesty Churchill. Ran 1-2 Peter Brandt in the Churchill Distaff Turf Mile Stakes at Churchill Downs. And here, Virginia Joy in the Sheepshead Bay. Trevor McCarthy, congratulations.
Yeah, good. Congratulations to Trevor, my son Joseph, who represents him. I like what he did. Listen, she was best, and you know, they should just be very appreciative that get that opportunity to ride such a good horse for Chad Brown. But I like that he took the race by the horns. He took the initiative. He said, you know what, this is going to be a test of stamina. I know I've got a horse from a trainer that always has them fit, and she's the best horse in the race, and he put her on the lead, and basically everybody got drunk chasing her around on this very demanding turf
Is
course.
that why the strategy was what the strategy was, the ground?
Well, it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not privy to what their thought process was going in, but if I had to guess, I would say yes. And you know what? I agreed with it. Once I saw him pop out of the gate and put in the lead, I said, good, do that, because they went 1 mile and 3/8 in 2:30 and 4, basically. The track record's 2:10. That's 20 seconds, 20 and 3/5 seconds off the track record.
Wow.
That's how demanding the ground is.
Virginia Joy on this yielding, soft turf course. The German mare by many, outclassing this crew. A 5th lifetime win. Results coming up after the favorite delivers here in the first of 3 stakes races. Virginia Joy, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, Trevor McCarthy in the Grade 2 Sheepshead Bay. Back at Oaklawn Park. Post Parade Brewing. Field of 8 here. Again, a big result in the Kentucky Oaks secret oath yesterday. Prepping at Oaklawn, third in the Arkansas Derby, right to the Kentucky Oaks winner's circle. Post-parade here, there's Knievel and Kylie Jordan.
Yeah, get a break in weights with a 5-pound apprentice in the rail draw. Definitely a contender.
Backgate Bell, outsider.
Last couple races just left so much to be desired.
Long shot side by side. First rate at 15-1. Still looking at Backgate Bell. There's first rate.
Yeah, at least she's taking a drop in class. Hasn't been seen since December. Maybe the drop in class helps.
Number 4, Bumper Pool for trainer Donnie Van Hemel. Not pictured just yet. There he is.
Stretching out and adding blinkers. That usually lends itself to a lot of speed being shown.
See how aggressive John Geraldo is. Pedal to the metal perhaps early on. Faye Dan, 1 for 13 coming in.
Yeah, and it was eased last time, but really got bounced around badly at the break. Drops down, gives trainer Norman McKnight a chance or an opportunity to drop down off of what looks like a bad race.
Can Lux Big Boy go back-to-back after graduating in his 10th career start?
Another part of the pace here depends a lot on what happens with the addition of blinkers with the 4 Bumper Pool.
Chase Tracker, who is the favorite at 2-1 with Gabe Saez.
Gabe Saez shown he's very comfortable coming late into this Oaklawn Park meeting. Worked out a perfect trip the last race.
Most important race, most important horse Steve Asmussen will be represented by this afternoon. There's Heliochrome.
Well, you know what? The way Steve approaches the game, every single, whatever horse is running in that particular race is the most important one in the moment.
Asmussen is the all-time leading trainer at Churchill Downs. He is second here at Oaklawn Park. And, of course, North America's all-time leading trainer, Epicenter. Co-favored 5-1 for the 148th Kentucky Derby. Asmussen trying for a first win in his 24th start. A record that, for all the records that he does have, all his success, wins, horses of the year, that dubious distinction of most starts without a Derby winner, that's one he'd like to shake.
Oh, of course, but that race is not going to define him. His body of work's what's going to define him.
Second race coming up, Oaklawn. We check in with Maggie.
Here with winning rider Trevor McCarthy with the winning move out of the gate. Trevor aboard Virginia Joy. You knew you were on the best horse. Take no prisoners, right?
Exactly. I mean, there was no pace in the race, really. Albertrani's showed some back speed, but just really hadn't been showing that speed lately. And I was on the best filly here, so I just said, let me let her go out there and get a nice gallop and let her get a good feel for the track. And that first half of the race, she was just so comfortable, taking me really nice. And you know, the track's really, really soft, and she doesn't truly love it, but it seemed like her class really just showed today.
When your brother-in-law came up to you on the backside, were you like, what are you doing?
No, I wasn't too worried because, honestly, from the gate to the backside, I was in a gallop for her, you know, and, you know, though she was on cruise control, and Dylan obviously was putting a little pressure to speed up the pace, but we went slow, and, you know, she was the best filly in the race, so I just let her do her thing.
For you riders, how tough is it with these conditions today? Because I mean, we had some rough days at Aqueduct, but this is really cold and wet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty nasty day. We've had some cold days at Aqueduct, but I'll take the cold days over wet and cold any day.
You and me both, Trevor. Congratulations, though.
Thank you.
Always smiling, though, through the wet clothes when you're winning stake races, as Trevor does with Virginia Joy. Levine?
Riding for owner Peter Brandt, Chad Brown in graded stakes races, weather's not gonna bother you quite as much.
It's always warm in the winner's circle. You don't feel the cold, you don't feel the wet when you're getting your picture taken.
Trevor McCarthy, and that's important. That opportunity and delivering for Brandt and Brown. Virginia Joy Brown, now the all-time leading Sheepshead Bay trainer. 5 wins.
You want to be in the batting order. Doesn't matter if you're batting ninth. You want to have a turn for that coach.
Take advantage. Never know when you'll have that opportunity. Opportunity to make some money here in the second race at Oaklawn Park. They're in the gate. Vic Stauffer standing by with a live call.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Heliochrome, who goes to the front from Lux Big Boy, and these two sprint away. Lux Big Boy takes the lead. Heliochrome does not want to go that fast early. Fadan away in third, first rate fourth. Then comes Chase Tracker, Bumper Pool, and Knievel, and the early trailer is Backgate Bell. Lux Big Boy trying to slow it down. Heliochrome tracks in second with a 3-wide Fadan. Lux Big Boy a length in front. Fadan outside of Heliochrome. These three have sprinted about 5 lengths clear of Chase Tracker and first rate. rate. Bumper Pool has 9 lengths to make up. Knievel's just inside of him, and then 3 lengths last to Backgate Bell as they continue to turn up the pressure up the backstretch. Heliochrome is going to try to split horses. He is between Fadan 3 wide and Lux Big Boy, and these 3 are going at it to the half-mile pole. They are 6 lengths in front of first rate. Knievel has moved up. Chase Tracker backs out. Then comes Bumper Pool, and 5 lengths last to Backgate Bell. The battle continues, and Heliochrome is backed out now, and so that lands Fadan on the lead. Fadan is 1.5 lengths in front of Lux Big Boy in second. Heliochrome is now 2 back in third. Here's Knievel on the move, and Knievel is about to go from 4th up into 2nd. First rate is trying to run with him, and he does, so they both are trying to catch Fadan at the top of the stretch. It is Fadan at 2.5 length lead on Knievel. First rate is now back in third, final furlong, and here comes Knievel. Knievel to run right by and take the lead from Fadan in second. First rate is down at the rail in third, but Knievel is clear, and he's home, and he's gone. It is Knievel now 4 lengths in front. Fadan trying to hold off first rate for second. It is Knievel in front. Knievel won by 5. Fadan second, first rate third. Chase Tracker finished 4th.
That's a great name. By Daredevil, Knievel. Second race at Oaklawn Park. And for the angles you mentioned, live in here, Richie, Knievel goes on to a sharp win in race number 2.
Knievel was just striding out the last 16th of a mile, putting separation between him and the rest of the field. Knievel won from here to the Snake River Canyon.
Did he pull that one off? Did that one?
Didn't really make it, did he? The rocket kind
of
of fizzled. He had a parachute, though.
Man, there's a guy whose guts and courage was never going to be questioned. Knievel at Oaklawn Park in here. Again, as you mentioned, the opportunity for Trevor McCarthy to cash in when the opportunity presented itself with Virginia Joy winning a graded stakes race for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown.
So you get your foot in the door with a trainer like Chad Brown, and you never know on any given Saturday or Sunday, he's going to have a horse in a big race. He's going to need a rider, and you get tapped. You win for him. You're in the rotation.
Your son represents him, Joey, his agent. Is this something that an agent will? Do you look for these opportunities when a Kentucky Derby Saturday, when so many of the big-name riders could be out of town, and there's still big races being run at other racetracks?
Yeah, absolutely. Joseph is a student of the game, and knowing that, okay, there's going to be a lot of guys out of town, being in front of the play. Everybody could see it when it's already out. You've got to see it before it's out. You got to make that move before other people are on it. And he was able to put himself in a position to get a real live mount there. City Man later in the day in the Fort Marcy. Same thing with Christophe. So, again, having the vision, you're playing chess, not checkers. You've got to see it 3-4 moves out.
And it doesn't hurt when you do so, and that trainer, and a big-name trainer, becomes the all-time leader in a graded stakes race in New York here. The Sheep's Head Bay, 5 wins for Chad Brown, the all-time leader. Virginia Joy joining Santa Monica, 2-time winner C. Khaleesi and Rosalind.
And, again, Chad Brown's been training winners for less than 15 years.
That's amazing.
Closing in on 2,200 career victories. He might get it by the end of this weekend. He was like 20 behind going into it. But
what he's already done and frightening what he will do by the time it's all said and done. And he's hoping by the time the sun sets this evening, he will be Kentucky Derby winning trainer Chad Brown. Handicappers apparently don't think so. Zandon up there at 8-1. We turn the page. 4th race here at Belmont. Several scratches. Mile and a 16th. Sweet surprise here, 9-5. What'd you make of this one, Richie?
Well, again, it was scheduled for the turf. It's going to be about who handles the sloppy track. There's a few horses entered here to run if it came off. So those are the horses I'm going to lean on, horses that were specifically hoping they were going to have the surface switch.
So multiple stakes wins already on the afternoon, Chad Brown. And before the Kentucky Derby, he has a 3-year-old he's going to unleash for the first time in a long time. Jack Christopher, odds-on favorite, 4-5. I cannot wait to see what he does this afternoon. Scratch number 7, Howling Time, 11 of them. Grade 2, Pat Day Mile. The last time we saw Jack Christopher, he was putting on this clinic, this show here at Belmont Park in the Champaign.
Yeah, I mean, he in his second start to do what he did to a Grade 1 field, just dominate them throughout. Opened up, blew the field away, turned it for home. And actually laid just off a horse after being gate to wire on debut. Unfortunately, he was injured, but they did all the right things by the horse. You know, we're not going to try to fit the square peg in the round hole. You know, we're not make him get to the Derby. We've got a good horse. Let's do right by him. He'll do right by us in the long run. And this is a starting point for him.
What are you expecting from him today? Because this is a tough, demanding spot to resurface in.
It is. To come back at a mile is a very demanding distance. But again, we've seen time and again, Chad Brown is so proficient at getting horses ready off the bench. He doesn't put horses in races to get runs in them. He's not a trainer that races them into conditioning. He has them prepared to run off the bench.
He has as much experience as the Kentucky Derby favorite does right now. Taiba. 2 starts. 2 starts.
Yeah. Listen, it's a different day and age, and I know the game has evolved and changed. I still have a hard time seeing a horse get a mile and a quarter in a bulky field off of 2 starts.
I feel like experience almost became a punchline after Justify went Justify, winning the Derby in his 4th career start. No 2-year-old foundation. He didn't debut until mid-February that season, and I think that was an overreaction in that he was a special horse. Competition was, okay crop. But for every Justify, there might be 100 others you never heard of. And I think the yin to Justify's yang is Hidden Scroll, who,
Yes.
after that big debut score on a rainy day for Pegasus Day at Gulfstream Park, 2nd start in a Kentucky Derby prep race, 3rd start in a Kentucky Derby prep race, the Fountain of Youth, Florida Derby, both of them negative experiences for a racehorse mentally.
Yeah.
One of them cooked in a pace stool, the other one throttled back, taken back, half the race being choked down, and you can't tell me that those 2 negative experiences didn't lead to what was a subsequent disappointing career for Hidden Scroll moving forward.
Well, don't you think it's confusing for a young horse? What do you want from me? You want me to go fast? Now you don't want me to go fast. Where am I at? Facing more seasoned rivals. Listen, I'm admittedly I'm a historian. I look back at the game over a long period of time, and the game's different than it was in some of the eras that I'm talking about. But I can go back to 1922 with Morvidge, who had 11 races as a 2-year-old, but made his first start of the year in the Kentucky Derby. He won it. He never won a race again because of the rigors of getting ready for that challenge, a mile and a quarter early in a 3-year-old's year. So what does it do them ultimately? Is it the right step? I mean, if he wins the Derby, I guess great. But what will the outcome be beyond that?
The game that's changed, there was a Triple Crown winner. You'd probably come up with who it was that actually raced in between races during that Triple Crown
There were a few.
sequence.
There were several.
That's crazy. If you saw it now, the guy would be, the trainer would be admitted.
But because there were 3 weeks between the Preakness and the Belmont, some of the old school trainers said, well, that's too much time between races. They'd either run in the Met Mile, the Jersey Derby, or an allowance race in between the Preakness and the Belmont.
How many remember that the Bluegrass Stakes for many, many years was run 9 days before the Kentucky Derby? 9 days between the Bluegrass and the Kentucky Derby. We're going off on tangents. We get back to the Pat Day Mile, more 3-year-olds. Major General drawn inside. Runner-up in the Lexington, Tawny Porter, of course, running in the Kentucky Derby, who beat him that day. Well, what do you make of Major General as a prospect, as an individual moving forward?
Well, I think this is the proper move, though. Get back to a more realistic type of spot where, again, something to build on, not something to tear down from. Major General, first 2 starts, terrific. Wins at Churchill Downs, broke maiden, ran in the Tampa Bay Derby, threw in a terrible race. Was it the fact that the horse stumbled early, never got in a rhythm, didn't like Tampa, comes back into Lexington and runs well? I think this is a reasonable spot. This is a race that, hey, we win the Pat Day Mile, we can think about the Preakness, or we can think about the Peter Pan and where we go from there. There's a huge second half of the year. There are races like the Travers, the Midsummer's Derby, Pennsylvania Derby.
There's like, grade 2, grade 3 derbies around the country with $1 million purses for 2nd and 3rd tier 3-year-olds. It's a good, very lucrative division. And for Todd Pletcher, he also has 3 going in the Kentucky Derby. Starters number 60, 61, and 62. Mo Donegal, Wood Memorial winner, Charge It, runner-up in the Florida Derby, and Pioneer of Medina, the least heralded of the Pletcher trio. The Wood Memorial, though, Mo Donegal coming out party, running down a very good horse in early voting, and this race here cementing him as a legit Kentucky Derby contender, and he's being bet like it.
This is the most professional performance of Mo Donegal's career. Stayed in the bridle, slid up along the inside, took the kickback, eased out, lengthened his stride incrementally, which is one of the gifts of Joel Rosario, building horses into that crescendo to get to that finish the way he does. Horse has got a beautiful stride, very reminiscent of Uncle Mo, reaching out, covering a lot of ground. I've loved this preparation at Churchill Downs since that effort. Talking with Irad Ortiz, who will be aboard getting the mount back. Joel Rosario riding Epicenter. How the horse had changed from the Holy Bull to the Wood Memorial and seemingly continued on that path. I see a horse that's figured the game out, gotten professional, and gotten good at the right time.
It's a formula that Jerry Crawford and at Donegal they use, looking for classic horses that are going to thrive at those distances. They always have these closers. They have the Dullahan and Patio Prado, Keen Ice, who eventually beat American Pharoah in the Travers, and now Mo Donegal as well. Feels like the 1.25 miles should be perfect for him, and does his best running from off the pace, drawn inside. Mo Donegal with Irad Ortiz, and then Luis Saez looking for the Kentucky Oaks Kentucky Derby sweep. He'll ride Charge It. Todd Pletcher points out how much he learned in the education he received in this Florida Derby.
Well, sometimes, misfortune at the break, like in the Florida Derby, where he hit the gate and didn't break particularly well, is a blessing in disguise, because it forces you to find out more about a horse and for a horse to learn more than just going to the lead. How many times have we seen 2-year-olds in 5 furlong races, 5.5 furlong races that show brilliant speed and go gate to wire, but they didn't learn anything out of the race? The horse that actually ran 3rd or 4th in that race, that took kickback, that got bumped around, that saw different situations, ultimately becomes the better horse because they actually learn the game. You don't learn anything without adversity. And he hadn't had any adversity till the Florida Derby, and he still ran well.
Talent, racing luck, mental fortitude, what it takes to win a Kentucky Derby. And for Todd Pletcher, the experience and the numbers, all-time leading trainer in terms of starts, the 59 starts, average price at post time per Derby starter, 23.5 to 1. 2 wins, always dreaming the only post time favorite in the Derby he's ever saddled.
He's still got 2 Derby winners.
Exactly. Which is on par considering the price and some of the long shots he's saddled. 23 to 1.
Absolutely.
Maggie, your thoughts on the Pletcher trio going into the Derby?
Well, Mo Donegal is definitely the most established horse coming in here. And 2, he's been battle tested. Going back to his 2-year-old year, which pretty good, that Remsen with Zandon and Mo Donegal coming out of it. He had to battle the whole way with Zandon, and yeah, he may have taken advantage of his inside rival that day, and controversial no DQ with that victory, but he got in a fight there. He proved he could put his nose in front. And then going back to the Wood Memorial, he was a horse that well off the pace. Yes, he did get to save ground, in which arguably the rail was good that day, but not a lot of horses were able to make up significant ground. And as Todd Pletcher said to me 2 mornings ago, he said the time for that Wood Memorial is good. And let's face it, Todd has won several of that Derby prep race, and so he's very familiar with it. And 2, he told me, I asked him about the 1 draw, and he said, I actually had a premonition that Mo Donegal was going to draw the rail. And 2, he said he's won 2 of his 3 races from the rail. And Lafitte, yes, you're right. With Donegal Racing, they set out every year to buy the winner of the Kentucky Derby. They have yet to do so, but arguably Mo Donegal could be their best shot.
A 3rd place finish, a 4th place finish for Donegal thus far. Mo Donegal, it's funny she brings that up, that it was kind of prophetic when he said, well, Mo Donegal is the one horse that could probably handle the rail. Winds up in the 1 post.
Yeah, and again, showing the ability to take the kickback. He's not perturbed by traffic.
It's been a blast. Been a blast, Meg. Enjoy the Derby. Who'd you go with again?
I'm going with Epicenter. Mo Donegal's my top 3, though.
Messier for me. Tough to ignore that Zandon at 8 to 1. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll look forward to seeing you next time as the riders making their way into the paddock. We'll be back at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock as coverage continues on America's Day at the Races right here on Fox Sports 2. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. Two-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper. Curlin, the classic sire.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
850, 75, 850, 75, 175, Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on SNY, we are so happy to have you with us as it is Kentucky Derby Day, the 148th running. Our program brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We'll see which 3-year-old will add his name to the history books this afternoon. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. So happy to have you with us. It may be a little bit dreary here in New York as we're live with you from Belmont Park in Elmont, New York. It's still beautiful Belmont Park, but looking forward to today's Kentucky Derby as we take a look at what's coming up. A look at the field of 23-year-olds that will go postward, going 1.25 miles for $3 million. Here's a look at the field as I welcome in former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, we are looking at the live odds there. Zandon, the morning line favorite, still at 8-1.
Very surprising to me. A horse that is coming off of a terrific performance in the Bluegrass. We showed the ability to negotiate traffic, has trained extraordinarily well at Churchill Downs. He should be half that price. I'm just very, very surprised at that.
I was trying to potentially go against Zandon, thinking that everybody seemed to be on the Zandon bandwagon. It seems not as many people as we thought on the bandwagon for that son of upstart, but looking forward to seeing Zandon go postward. Here's a look at what's on tap. Our races presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what will be on the SNY portion of today's show. Races 4 through 6 from Belmont Park. Conditions are sloppy, and the 8th race, the Fort Marcy at Belmont, will still be on the turf, and that turf course listed as yearling. The rest of the scheduled turf races are off the turf. We have races 3 for 5 for you at Oaklawn Park as well, and there's no better time to get involved and join Naira Bets. Join today and get a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. As we are excited about the 4th race coming up next here at Belmont Park. This is our next order of business, an allowance race that is off the turf, Richie, and we are left with a shorter field, but that does not mean that it's not going to be an exciting race, that somebody will be happy to get to the winner's circle. A win's a win. even when it's raining.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I look for horses that I think were meant to be on the turf here. You have horses entered as main track onlys with the anticipation of weather to take it off the grass. And there's a few ways to go. I really like the Christophe Clement trainee here. The 9, Tap the Faith. Last time she kind of got an odd trip, just wide to nowhere in a track that was playing definitely kinder to inside runners. I think this horse with that race under her belt should be much better today.
Didn't break well last time in April on a sloppy track as well. She'll deal with sloppy going here once again as we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us at Belmont Park. Maggie, what do you make of these horses in the paddock?
Well, actually, they're out on track now, Acacia. And, you know, looking at the 8 in here, Gina Romantica, she is your favorite, but she's going to try a distance that she has yet to travel in her young career so far. Mount is 16th. I actually think physically she looks as though she should handle it, as she, smaller in stature, but longer in body and frame. So that's okay with me. She comes in here incredibly fit. And last time out, where they kind of tossed her into the deep end of the pool, testing the grade 3 Beaumont, which was won by Matarea, who came back to win yesterday in the 8 Bells. And, you know, she broke on top, and then she broke outwardly, so Irad Ortiz had to check her. So then it found her behind the pace, down on the rail. And I don't think she's a filly that necessarily loves being down on the inside. There does feel as though there's possible pace in here, which could help number 9, Tap the Faith. And I do think Gina Romantica, she might be a little bit more forward than what we've seen in her 2 sprint races. But Tap the Faith last time out, she did not look good, which is very untypical of a Christophe Clement horse. She was really light. She was gutted up. She didn't care any conditioning whatsoever. But now coming back second off the bench, those hindquarters have filled out. She's still a little bit lighter than I'd like to see, but she's far better than what she was last time out on April 7th. Now, yes, could it have been a factor of the wet track? We'll see. But I do think she's heading into this race a lot stronger than what she was first off the bench, as she does have good energy, but I do foresee her coming from off of it. Now, one that should be on the pace is number 4, Sweet Surprise. She is the outsider of this quartet, but she is a horse that handles a wet track. She looks incredibly well. I mean, she's just the healthiest looking horse of any of these. Great weight, super coat to her, but the distance comes into question, as well as the class, as there is some serious things going on here on the apron. I'm not sure. I think it might be college day out here, Acacia.
It looks like something like that, Maggie. We're up on the second floor, and I honestly think, Richie, it's nothing but being out in the rain.
Being out in the rain never brought that out in me.
No, me neither. But you know what? To each his own. You're having a great day at the racetrack. I'm not going to take that away from you. Loading into the gate for the 4th at Belmont Park. Sloppy track. We'll see who gets to the winner's circle today. Here's John Brielle standing by.
And the rough. Tap the Faith. And Sweet Surprise, and Gina Romantica now moves up. Waters of Miram is the early trailer. It's Sweet Surprise who has the lead, and Gina Romantica runs in second. Then Waters of Miram, and Tap the Faith is now back in 4th. The field moves along the sloppy and sealed main track here, with Sweet Surprise showing the way here. It's Sweet Surprise by a length. Gina Romantica, the favorite, is in second. Waters of Miram next in third, and Tap the Faith is the trailer. And the quarter went in 23 and 4. Sweet Surprise, longest shot on the board, leads here by a length, with Gina Romantica second by a half length. Waters of Miram down towards the rail, and Tap the Faith is in 4th. Sweet Surprise, still the leader here. Gina Romantica inching a bit closer now on the outside. Waters of Miram is in behind the front 2 and third. The half went in 48 seconds. It is still Sweet Surprise with a narrow lead over Gina Romantica, who's on the outside. Waters of Miram down at the rail, and Tap the Faith as they come for the quarter pole. It is Sweet Surprise, Gina Romantica. The two of them are now heads apart. Tap the Faith on the outside, and then Waters of Miram. The field comes through the stretch now. Sweet Surprise and Gina Romantica. Tap the Faith and Waters of Miram as they hit the 8th pole. It is Sweet Surprise on the inside and Gina Romantica on the outside. And the two of them are battling it out through the stretch here. Gina Romantica, Sweet Surprise. The two of them come for the finish, and it is a photo finish. Was it Sweet Surprise or was it Gina Romantica?
That's tough to tell. Sweet Surprise for trainer Tim Hills, along with the 8 Gina Romantica for Chad Brown, dueling down to the wire. That's a very tight photo, Richie.
It really is, and it just matters where the nose is at the wire. You see it looked at one point like Kendra Carmouche's body was in front of Louis Rodriguez, and now heads up and down, outside, inside. Wow, that's really
tight.
Close.
Really tight. It was between Luis Rodriguez on the 4 Sweet Surprise and Kendra Carmouche on the 8 Gina Romantica. So we'll see. Taking a look at the slow-mo once again. As Richie mentioned, even if they have a bigger body, I think it was inside with the number 4 Sweet Surprise, because it just matters where the nose is hitting the wire.
I'm going to call it dead heat.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, one was coming up as one was coming down, and it felt like they might have even met right in the middle.
That's a very, very tight photo finish. A race that did not deserve a loser, that's for sure, between these two fillies. Sweet Surprise in good form, lightly raced. Gina Romantica, as Maggie mentioned, she faced Matarea last time out in the Beaumont, who we saw so impressive in the 8 Bells yesterday. The filly that's the half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner Gift Box, as it was Gina Romantica who got the bob.
Wow, that was just too close. And it's heartbreaking for the inside filly who just ran her heart out. And, you know, to get nose like that, she ran just as fast as the winner, did the dirty work up front. Good horse race.
Very tight photo finish as Chad Brown and Peter Brandt pick up another one. Gina Romantica over the 4 Sweet Surprise in this 4th race at Belmont. That does kick off that pick 5. Taking a look from the top of the stretch once again. These two dueling every step of the way, inside and outside, trying for minor shares, but it was between the 4 and the 8 coming down to the line, and it looked at this point like Gina Romantica, Richie, was not going to be able to get by Sweet Surprise, and just in the shadow of the wire.
You know, Sweet Surprise had come out into Gina Romantica a couple of times, and it felt like it maybe hampered her forward progress. And then when the rider on Sweet Surprise straightened up a little bit, she finally was able to kind of get a little bit of a surge. But, gosh, that was as tight as it gets. I can't wait to see this photo.
That's going to be an exciting photo for sure. Chad Brown with another winner on the card. It's been a big day for him at Churchill Downs as well. His Jack Christopher victorious in the Pat Day Mile. Will Zandon give Chad Brown his first Kentucky Derby win, or will Steve Asmussen get his with Epicenter? We'll meet the contenders for Kentucky Derby 148 after this.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 4 was a thriller. It may have been an off-the-turf race, but these two made it exciting. Richie, Sweet Surprise, and Gina Romantica down to the wire.
They put on quite a show. Two fillies just throwing it down. Neither one wanted to give in, and Sweet Surprise, well, she just lost a heartbreaker, got pipped at the wire by Gina Romantica. Stretching out in distance and dropping in class from the grade 3 Beaumont at Keeneland. Check out this photo.
The Run Happy photo finish, taking a look as it was on the outside. The number 8 Gina Romantica, that is so tight. Definitely a heartbreaking defeat for the 4 Sweet Surprise.
A flared nostril. And, you know, going into yesterday, I was looking at statistics. Chad Brown, the trainer of Gina Romantica, trainer of Zandon, trainer of Jack Christopher, had 2,180 wins. He may come out of it with 2,200 wins by the end of this weekend. He's basically winning everything at Churchill Downs and in New York.
Absolutely seems to be that way. Just a couple of victories here at Churchill and at Belmont as well. As you can see, we have some excited fans at Belmont Park today, too. Taking a look at what is still to come here as well. Oaklawn Park is our next order of business as we get ready for... It's been a while since we've had some excitement like this around the track.
They're nothing if not exuberant.
I know. I respect that. I respect that. At Oaklawn Park, we're getting ready for the 3rd race in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Fast main track we're dealing with here. 6 furlongs, maiden claiming for $20,000. Scratch the 5 in this 3rd race. A couple of first-time starters. And the number 2, Loyal to the Game, cutting back in distance, is the favorite for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and dropping in class, Isaac Castillo getting a lot of play from Steve Asmussen at Oaklawn Park. And Steve, you know, what can you say? He's already trained over 148 winners this year. I mean, that's incredible. You know, the pace that he's keeping, probably another year, 450 to 500 winners this year.
And he started over 838 horses, too.
It's just remarkable.
It is incredible. The management, the assistants that are needed about that as well. You look at, for instance, here in New York, Toby Sheets overseeing the New York operation, Scott Blasi there in Kentucky this week with all of the Derby horses, hands-on, and all of the other individuals that it takes to make an operation of this size possible.
Yeah, tremendous horse people in their own right, great communication with Steve. Most of them been with him from basically the start. I mean, for many, many years, so a well-oiled machine.
Even money favorite, Loyal to the Game, Isaac Castillo, who has picked up a lot of business for Steve Asmussen and riding very, very well at this Oaklawn meet since moving his tack to Hot Springs after riding at Tampa.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. You get young, talented guys, they just need an opportunity. And if they make an impression, and usually it's on horses that are unlikely winners, but a trainer like Steve Asmussen, who rode races too as a kid before he turned to training, his family's been immersed in the game his entire life. His brother Cash, one of the best riders in the history of the game, who went to Europe and basically revolutionized the way guys rode in France. They can recognize talent even if a guy's not winning. Guy who's putting horses in position to win, giving them their opportunity.
The number 8 Little Frappuccino was 12-1 on the morning line and 9-2 right now on the board. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's taking real money. I mean, some of the races, I guess, are good enough if you look at the overall average of buyer speed figures, but I am a little surprised. Maybe is it just a case of not a lot of alternatives?
Maybe. Could be the case. Even money on the 2, Loyal to the Game. We'll see who gets the first win. Here's Vic Stauffer with the call. Oaklawn, race 3.
Mountain Pine will be next, and the last horse to load is Goblin. They're at the post. They're off. Loyal to the Game, Jones Jr. and Bondu from the inside break well. Aristocat is close up. Little Frappuccino away in 5th. Mountain Pound is next. Then comes Shua Fungapi, and the trailer is Goblin. Match racing up the backstretch, Bondu and Loyal to the Game. Bondu ahead in front. Loyal to the Game is second, and these two have sprinted 5 lengths clear of Aristocat and Joan Jr. Then comes Mountain Pine and Little Frappuccino. They're about 7 off the lead, 2 in front of Goblin, and then 4 lengths last to Shua Fungapi as they leave the backstretch. Loyal to the Game is getting away from Bondu. Loyal to the Game, now a 2-length lead, could be more than that at the quarter-mile marker as he is opening up. Loyal to the Game, now 5 lengths in front. Joan Jr., Aristocat, and Bondu make up the next flight. Then comes Little Frappuccino and Mountain Pine. Goblin is next. Loyal to the Game, the leader at the top of the stretch. He's got a big lead. Little Frappuccino is moving in the center outside of Aristocat, but they look like they're battling for second as Loyal to the Game comes to the final 16th with a big lead. Aristocat and then Mountain Pine through from the inside with Little Frappuccino. Loyal to the Game, far in front. Loyal to the Game won by 6. Little Frappuccino got up in the final stride to beat Aristocat for second. Mountain Pine finished 4th.
We saw a tight photo finish in the last race at Belmont Park. No such deal in the third at Oaklawn Park. No doubt about the winner, the favorite, Loyal to the Game, dropping in class, cutting back in distance, and gets to the winner's circle for Steve Asmussen.
And he just took it to the one-horse Bondu, who was showing so much speed and just kept widening. You're on the best horse, don't get fancy, just let them run. Loyal to the game, like the game. I'm loyal to the game too.
The winningest trainer in North America, Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer. He'll look for his first Derby win later on today with Epicenter. But one trainer who's looking for his third and with 3 chances to do so, newly minted Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher looks to raise that trophy once again. Our Wood Memorial winner Mo Donegal will break from the inside post, charge it, still so green last time in the Florida Derby. Can he straighten out today? And what about the wild card Pioneer of Medina? More on these after this.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Cup champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby. With Naira Bets, get started at NairaBets.com. You could bet Churchill and Belmont with Naira Bets on Derby Day for a $40 bonus. Wager at least $200 on each track. With the quality of racing today, that shouldn't be too hard, and you'll get $40 back, win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com and opt in to the bonus now. We saw a look at rainy time Times Square. But in Louisville, Kentucky, hopefully it seems the rain has subsided. We saw some glimpses on the simulcast feed, Richie. A lot of people in the paddock as we take a look at the field for Kentucky Derby 148.
It's just such an event. Everybody looks forward to it. They descend upon Churchill Downs for both Oaks and Derby Day, and it's a very special time. And I love that people in mainstream that aren't maybe even racing fans pay attention during Derby weekend.
You hear the phrase Derby dreaming, Derby fever. That dream is still very much alive for these 20 horses.
The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him. Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the 3/4 pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Obario returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Obario wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
Hitting chills as we think about it. The excitement of the Kentucky Derby the last 3 years. Dramatic, you could say. 2 of them with the winning horses through disqualification. Another Kentucky Derby in September, thanks to the global pandemic. We have the crowd back at Churchill Downs. We have the fanfare, and I think we're going to see an epic horse race today.
I think this is as deep and contentious a Derby field as we've been privileged to experience in a long while, with so many of the major contenders training incredibly well. Usually this is a week where I can kind of sort through and really differentiate who I'm not going to use because I'm just not thrilled about how they look in their training. Can't do that this year. A lot of horses doing well at the right time.
Steve Asmussen, the winningest trainer in North America, has won just about everything there is to win in this sport, with the exception of the Kentucky Derby. Epicenter showed in the Louisiana Derby last time out, Richie, that he can come from a little bit off the pace. How important was that for his road to the Run for the Roses?
I think it's huge. You know, he wins with consummate ease, so that's number one that you really like about this race, because it's a prep. Even though you want to win it, it's a big purse. You still want to use it as a springboard to bigger and better things, and that's what I saw from this. He wins with his ears up. You see he gets geared down a bit late, but showing that different tactic, sitting in behind horses, rating kindly. He wasn't rank. He wasn't keen about it. He took the kickback in his face, eased out, and it looked like they went in with that idea, Acacia, to say, let's teach him something today.
Yeah.
Let's know what we can do in the Kentucky Derby in a bigger field. I love the progression.
Zandon, meanwhile, he is a horse that at the beginning of his career was a little bit more forwardly placed. In his last 2 starts, he's come from very far off of it. Where do you expect him to be today?
You know, listening to Chad Brown's, pre-race comments about maybe that he can be closer, I really hope they don't change his style. He possesses speed. He just uses it later in the race, and his ability to navigate his way through a big field, he's like a broken field runner. I go back to my analogy to great running backs over the years. Gale Sayers, Tony Dorsett, Walter Payton. They were like ballet dancers. They could stop and start and pivot and move, and he showed courage. Look at all the kickback. He's covered in dirt, didn't discourage him a little bit. You know that's not going to be an issue. When he had to shoulder a horse a little bit, just edge his way out, he did that. He's brave, he's quick, and he's shifty.
The beautiful son of Upstart, 2 wins to his name. Arguably could have been 3 with that Remsen. Very, very tight between him and Mo Donegal, and he has really turned heads in the morning.
He really has. I mean, his training's been impeccable. Another one of many that just has really not done anything wrong. No hiccups, no interruptions, and his mechanics are just as fine as you're going to see in a racehorse. He's got beautiful way of going.
Chad Brown second with Good Magic in 2018 behind eventual Triple Crown winner Justify. That's what it took to beat him. But as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale, Maggie, I know you've gotten a chance to see Zandon up close and catch up with Chad, as this is a very exciting horse.
It really, really is. And if he stays at his current odds into this Derby, I'm all in on Zandon. But then again, some people might interpret that as a negative sign, but I can't see why. Because, Acacia, I have loved every single bit of the lead up with this horse to this Derby. 3rd off the layoff, he wins 2nd time back. You know, you had to shake off that ring rust going back to that Risen Star, getting away not very cleanly, hopping up at the start was wide. It was a bit of a weird and not so great trip. And then, as Mig says, he takes all that into stride and uses it and benefits in that bluegrass. And he is training the best of any of the horses I got to watch the 2 days I was down there into this Derby. And furthermore, his trainer might be training the best of anybody. I've never... But I mean, Chad has been good, but I've never seen him so bright and lively. And hey, maybe it was because Jack Christopher was coming back, who he impressively took the Pat Day mile just a few moments ago. But he seems ultra confident with Zandon heading into this Derby, guys.
Can't wait to see him today, Maggie. He's a stunner. He's turned heads and got the ultimate check mark as far as training from Maggie and what she saw from him down in Louisville. Chad Brown, yes, he had Jack Christopher, who was sensational in his return to the Pat Day Mile. I'm sure that's really gratifying, but there's a certain weight to the Kentucky Derby.
Well, of course, and you know, we all put so much importance on it because mainstream media is aware of it. You know, as a jockey, you get out off a plane, you get in a cab, and you take me to the racetrack, and they see you have a tack bag. Oh, first question: did you ever ride in the Kentucky Derby? And then if you were privileged to say yes, the next question is: did you ever win the Kentucky Derby? So people are certainly aware of it, but it doesn't define your overall body of work.
Doesn't define in the sport, but such a huge piece of it. Meanwhile, we get ready for this 5th race allowance at Belmont. We go back to Maggie. Riverdog came off the bench last time out. He had a pretty impressive performance to get to the winner's circle.
He did, dueling the entire way and eventually putting away that rival in Bustin' Timberlake, who was a decent short price, I should say, as well. But Riverdog, I didn't see him in the paddock that day, but I like the fact that he comes back as a gelding. Or he did come back as a gelding, because last year, while he was always an impressive physical, he had a little bit of punk in him, for my observations in the paddock. Didn't want to let them put the blinkers on, wanted to be just a bit cheeky in the preliminaries, but he's settled now. He's grown up a bit mentally and physically, and I do think the 7 furlongs actually fits him favorably as number 2, 12th man. He comes back off a little bit of a break, and you know, it was kind of a weird trip. He was inside early, then he switched out for the drive and came on for 4th behind American Monarch that day, where that race dominated towards the front end. He comes back, he looks incredibly fit. Wish he looked a touch better in his coat, to be honest, but obviously Riverdog Dog and 12th Man, ones that can handle a wet track, as well as Patient Capital, who Chad Brown looks to capture his 3rd win on this Belmont card. And this is the one that Manny Franco nearly fell off of coming out of the gate and then went on to win. So an impressive athleticism from Manny Franco that day. First time laying eyes on him, but I like what I see, Acacia. He's a well-built son of Practical Joke. I don't think the 7 furlongs will be too much of a problem, but I honestly wouldn't want to see him going any further than this.
Maggie, thank you. Patient Capital overcame a lot last time out. We'll talk more about him in a moment. Starting things off, though, in the post parade with the number 1 River Dog.
River Dog is speedy. He gets the rail. He's going to have to use that speed. Could face some heat from the outside.
Had a nice win last time out off the layoff and first time for Kelly Breen. Here's the 12th Man.
12th Man, last time he was in the winner's circle was in the slop, has 1 win, 1 second from 3 tries in it.
Steps onto the track. He's at 9-2. Javier Castellano in the saddle. Here's that number 3, Patient Capital.
Just about lost. Manny Franco was able to get back in the saddle, back in the stirrups. A very impressive performance on debut.
He's 6-1 right now. Generous price, in fact. Here's the number 4, American Gentleman. American Gentleman could be part of the pace. Horse that has shown good speed at times, and it looks like he runs his best when he's involved. Number 5, Rebel Empire, 4th last time out. 4th last time out. That was off a layoff, stretching out, turns back a bit in distance, 1/8 of a mile. Should appreciate that. Coming up from South Florida with some early speed. Here's the 6, Trapezoid. Yeah, another one turning back in distance. Ran 7/8 at Tampa. Was in front 2 starts back. Should be close, especially with the apprentice Jose Gomez, who's been riding so well. 2 open-length victories on a wet track at Gulfstream as well. Here's number 7, Unbridled Bomber. Another one came a bit of a freshening. Tried the withers. He's a 3-year-old. Adds blinkers, allowance conditions. Turns back to the 7/8. You can get a free $25 bet for the Kentucky Derby when you join Naira Bets today. How's that for enticing? New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. The favorite in this 5th race is the number 1, River Dog. I was the one in the paddock for his comeback race last time out and noticed the same as Maggie. He had really grown up mentally and physically. They did gelt him before that comeback race. He is a horse that does better, his connections told me, with the Lasix and with allowing him a little bit more of an opportunity to catch his air on the racetrack. And he stretches out now to 7 furlongs. Yeah, and he was very impressive off the bench. First time for Kelly Breen. A little bit of a different circumstance. He was drawing more outside, gives him an opportunity to get in a race the right way. Sometimes when horses get put under pressure, they get put under the gun. They don't get in as good a rhythm in their stride or their breathing. I think River Dog could face some heat. Horse keeps coming back to me, and watching him warm up and watching him with the apprentice Jose Gomez aboard is the 6, Trapezoid, the elder statesman of this group, if you will, at 7. He's 4 for 6 on off surfaces, and when he's run on off surfaces, he seems to show more speed. He does. He has a lot of early speed now in the barn of Peter Walder, and the horses that they've shipped up here to New York over the last couple months have been well meant. However, this number 3, Patient Capital, if you go back and watch the head-on of this race at the start, Manny Franco loses his irons, and the rider on the horse next to him actually pushes him back onto his horse, allows him to get his stirrups again. I mean, talk about the athleticism that takes, and then to go on and win that race. Yeah, I mean, if he would have been 3rd or 4th, you would have said, wow, what an effort. Right. The fact that he actually went ahead and won it, and the other rider was Eric Cancel, who ironically enough finished 2nd. Maybe he shouldn't have stuck his arm out. But no, Patient Capital, you know, we talk about horses showing the ability to overcome adversity. Well, he overcame adversity and won pretty comfortably, because when he hit the front, I thought he lost his focus a little bit. You know, so the margin of victory didn't tell the entire tale, and certainly the trip as well. Meanwhile, the number 6, Trapezoid, my friend from South Florida, Maggie, how is he doing coming up here to New York?
Oh, he looks great. I have no problems with Trapezoid here, and the wet track affinity is evident in watching him warm up, just skipping over the track. Is he the one that really grabbed me? Not necessarily. But I do like the cutback actually to the 7 furlongs. His record would indicate that as well. 2 for 4 in his life. He is a little bit of a smaller, shorter couple type where dealing with a bigger track like Belmont compared to Gulfstream in circumference and how they're, put together these racetracks, I think a horse like him with less ground is ultimately better. As number 7, Unbridled Bomber, I was disappointed in him last time. He took money that day behind Electability, dropping out of the Withers and the Jerome, and he looked amazing. The best I'd ever seen him look prior to an effort, kind of filled out a bit more. His coat was a lot more hydrated and rich looking. And then he just didn't show up. It was kind of a weird race, though, where he kind of made this, middle move, which backfired. So the blinkers are coming off today. He was wearing a hood, too. So trying to keep him a bit calmer. I did really like what I saw from him, though, warming up over this racetrack. So we'll see what he does here. It's always tough, though, too, to be the younger horse against some more accomplished veterans, Acacia.
A fair point for sure. Maggie, thank you. Just one win in the career of the 3-year-old Unbridled Bomber as he faces older horses for the first time. And by comparison, Richie, you have a horse like Trapezoid with 12 victories.
Yeah, just a lot more seasoning. He's a tough and grizzled veteran, if you will, and he likes the going wet.
We'll see if he can find the winner. Circle 8 to 5 on River Dog. Here's John and Brielle standing by with race 5 at Belmont.
Waiting for Trapezoid and Unbridled Bomber. There in the gate. And they're off. River Dog from the rail and American Gentleman. It is River Dog with the lead over American Gentleman. Patient Capital is next and third with Rebel Empire in between horses. On the outside is Trapezoid. A break of 4 back to 12th Man who runs in 6th. It's another 5 lengths back to Unbridled Bomber who trails the field in 7th. It is the favorite River Dog who has the lead here. River Dog by a length. American Gentleman giving chase in second through a quarter in the slop in 22 1/5 seconds. River Dog is on top as they go around the turn. American Gentleman runs in second, 3 lengths, back to Patient Capital next and third, followed by Rebel Empire in 4th, then Trapezoid. 12th Man gains some ground down at the rail, and Unbridled Bomber begins to pick it up from the back. River Dog has the lead after a half in 45 2. American Gentleman now moves right alongside. So it's River Dog and American Gentleman heads apart at the top of the stretch. And then it's Patient Capital. And down on the inside is a 12th Man. Farther back, it's Unbridled Bomber. River Dog has shaken loose from American Gentleman. The new challenger is 12th Man down at the rail. It is 12th Man trying to get to River Dog. River Dog the leader, 12th Man in second. They come for the finish. River Dog holds on. 12th Man with a good close to be second. Unbridled Bomber was third.
It was easy as 1-2. The number 1 River Dog able to hold off the number 2 12th Man. River Dog now makes it 2 for 2 in 2022.
Yeah, came back in good form, flashed that good speed from the inside, did get comfortable because he got clear. 12th Man rallied well inside. Earlier in the day, I was thinking maybe you wanted to be out away from the fence. I think this track is just very fair. I think it just depends if a horse is handling the kick back in their face, if they can run through it. And obviously, 12th Man had a lot of space inside him, so he wasn't getting inundated with it. But he ran well enough up the inside. I don't believe the inside's any heavier or any different than the rest of the racetrack.
Number 1 River Dog with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle, able to hold on and get the win for trainer Kelly Breen. 2 for 2 coming back. The number 4 American Gentleman looks like he might have been a distant third, but down to the inside was 12th Man. And that kickback on days like this, it can really be devastating to a horse trying to come from off of it.
Absolutely. Even though horses naturally have basically like a third eyelid that almost acts like a windshield wiper, and they can clear the dirt from their eyes. So, they're almost like a bit of a protective shield. Horses don't handle it, especially slop coming back in their face, hitting the chest. They're uncomfortable. They'll do what we call climbing, where their stride is more up and down instead of forward. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. That's why I've always felt like horses forwardly placed on days like this have a bit of an advantage.
Clean faces win races, right? Yep. Number 1, River Dog. It was 1-2-7-4 in the 5th at Belmont Park. We'll bring you prices and some more live racing. And, of course, some more Kentucky Derby talk after this on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication free. Stands now in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm and has a Kentucky Derby contender and Smile Happy. Back here at Belmont Park in race 5, 7 furlongs on the main track, River Dog makes it 2 for 2 this year since coming back in the barn of Kelly Breen, $5.30 winner. As we go down to the winner's circle, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Gate to wire with Kendrick Carmouche, River Dog. And Kendrick, we saw you aboard this horse for the first time here today. A horse, though, that seems as though he's going really well since gelding and coming back now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I watched his replay last time. He ran a good race off the bench with Georgie Vargas, and a little bit further distance today. I was a little scared about the extra furlong, but they never had enough speed to push me early. I thought if I could have get away with it early, I could have finished up pretty good. And I really think he's a nice horse. He was cut out to be a nice horse, and I'm just glad Kelly Breen gave me a shot to ride the horse.
Kendrick, you said during the break to me that this track, despite all the rain that we've gotten, is pretty tight.
Yeah, I've been here for 7 years, and it's probably the tightest I ever saw this racetrack. Usually when it get water in it, it don't hold together as good. But man, so far, I mean, it's pretty even. I mean, horses running over it pretty good. So it might be a wet day at Belmont Park, but hey, we got to come and ride. It's a beautiful day to be in horse racing.
I love it. Kentucky Derby Day. But Kendrick, I do want to get your thoughts on a horse that you ride a bit later in the Fort Marcy. The turf. We saw the Sheepshead Bay 1 gate to wire. You're on a horse of speed, Doswell. Is that going to be the plan?
He scratch.
Oh, just kidding. Oh, late scratch. See, this is why
But
being on camera, you don't get the
I was
updates.
going to do exactly what Maggie was going to say. I was going to do go to the lead and slow it down.
Okay, let's forget about that. Who's your pick in the Derby?
I like Joe. I like Joel with Steve Asmussen, but my long shot is Brad Cox with Gold Square and Florent Giroux.
I like it. I like the way he's thinking, Acacia.
I like it. The Epicenter Cyberknife Exacta for Kendrick Carmouche. And I know it's a special day. Of course, if you're not riding in the Kentucky Derby, Kendrick got to have his first Derby mount last year with Bourbonic. And yet you're still rooting for people that you know, you're still paying attention, and it's still so exciting no matter where you are.
You're riding all day here. You're focused on what you're doing. You want to win. You know, inclement weather doesn't matter when you're in the winner's circle. You're always warm and dry in the winner's circle, no matter how wet and cold you are. But as soon as the Derby's getting ready to run, the entire jockey's room, every jockey valet, everybody that works in the room is piled around the TVs in the jockey's room. We're all watching it, and we all have our friends and our competitors that we're rooting for and pulling for. It's an amazing atmosphere. I wish I could bring people into the jockey's room watching guys that aren't riding the Derby watch the Derby.
But I think it's not just jockeys, too. I think it's everybody in the industry. I mean, I remember a couple years ago when we had the odd Derby in September during Saratoga. I went to dinner afterwards with my husband's family, the Clements, who obviously did not have a Derby starter. And we were all cheering, go Manny. We're cheering for Manny Franco because it's like the hometown guy and 'tis the law and the New York bred. And it's so special. It brings everybody in such a big part way.
It really does. It's just such a focal point of our racing calendar.
Coming up next at Churchill is the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. Taking a look at the field here, just one time. Richie is currently 9-5, but we have some very tough fillies and mares in this field as we take a look at the Grade 1 Madison. Just one time over Bell's the One and Kimari. I got a chance to see Just One Time back in January in the Inside Information at Gulfstream, and she was sensational. She was really sensational this day in the Madison.
Oh, she really was, and she, you know, rallied from well off the pace. She got to save ground and then tip out and follow Bell's the One and you know, out finish her, which is unusual. Bell's the One has such a strong kick, but that was also Bell's the One coming off the bench, hasn't run since November. They're exciting. I like closing sprinters. I love when they come from out of the clouds in these sprint races, and not a lot separates these two, but very nice performance from both of them in Madison.
Absolutely. Got a quick look at Just One Time on track in the post parade and warming up for Brad Cox. Flavien Prat in the saddle. She was sharp. She looked like she had run on her mind today, and I'm sure would be very exciting to see if she can take a step forward. Center aisle hopped at the start in the Madison last time. You'd imagine she'll be sharp out of the gate today.
If she breaks clean, she's definitely part of the pace.
We'll see what happens in that Derby City Distaff. We'll also recap yesterday's Kentucky Oaks. Wayne can still train. Maybe you heard it from Travis Stone, and that he certainly can.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race 12:15. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
America's Day at the Races continues. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Yesterday, we saw the 148th running of the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies. And it was the coach, but we'll start things off, Richie, at the break. Echo Zulu and Ugiri set the pace as we anticipated. Echo Zulu, all things considered, ran a tremendous race. Talk us through it.
Well, she really did, because it was a very fast pace for the distance, 22 and change the first quarter. Joelle tried to back off Ugiri a little bit, save something, but look at the separation they have on the field because they are traveling so quickly early, and the fact that she hung in there as long as she did, I think signals that she's still very good, as much as people wanted to write her off. Maybe a mile and eight's a bit too far, particularly with pace.
As we take a look at the backstretch, Ugiri and Echo Zulu still setting the pace. Nest has work to do. I thought it was interesting. Luis Saez, you could see, had a ton of horse underneath of him and made what looked to be, at the moment, a bit of an early move.
He rode her Secret Oath like she was the best horse. Like, he just didn't want to get her in trouble, so he put her out in the clear early. From post 1, he found his way out to the 4 or 5 path. Nest with Irad Ortiz tried to rally up the inside and countered a bit of traffic, but I think if you balance out how wide Secret Oath was and how early she moved into the teeth of the race, she was just the best horse.
Yeah. And she finished up so well, too, under jockey Luis Saez. That's Echo Zulu in the white cap. Down on the inside, she faded to 4th. It was Nest, the morning line favorite, in 2nd. And the Arizona-bred Desert Dawn to get up for 3rd at a tremendous price.
Yeah, she made you try if you had her underneath, but Secret Oath, listen, she had such a trouble trip in the Arkansas Derby against Colts and really ran well and should have been a lot closer. And then to get this trip back against the fillies, I loved her going into it. And even though she did make that kind of bit of a premature wide move, when you're on the best horse, give them a place to run.
Seeing Wayne Lukas in the winner's circle, draped with the garland of lilies, just feels right, doesn't it?
Well, I got a big kick out of it, and what really got a big kick out of was Todd Pletcher was waiting for him to embrace him, Todd being, maybe his greatest pupil in the Hall of Fame now as well, and was with Wayne for so long, and to see the mutual respect and admiration these two men have for each other.
Wayne Lukas now with 5 Kentucky Oaks victories spanning from 1982 to 2022. 40 years in between his first win and the most recent victory.
And Wayne revolutionized the way trainers train. He was the first trainer to have multiple divisions, to ship horses across the country for stakes races. It was called D. Wayne off the plane. And they would come in with those bright, shiny coats. And as a jockey, all you wanted was a chance to sit on those horses. He really did. He changed the way trainers approached it. When he started, jockeys would have more earnings than the leading trainer in a year, more wins, more earnings. Not the case anymore. Look at the trainer standings. They have more earnings and more wins because of the multiple divisions.
D. Wayne Lukas, the coach, with the big win with Secret Oath, daughter of the late Arrogate, in the 148th Kentucky Oaks. Unfortunately, Wayne's Derby runner, Ethereal Road, we found out yesterday, was to be scratched. I'm sure more than made up for it with that victory in the Oaks yesterday afternoon. Back at Oaklawn Park, we get ready for the 4th race on the main track, going 6 furlongs. An $8,000 claiming race that unfortunately was really hit by the scratch bug here. Not sure what happened, but that does mean that the number 7, Verrazano First, cutting back in distance, is the heavy favorite for Chris Hartman.
Yeah, it just seems taking the slight drop in class from the outside, turning back in distance. Feels like last time, just starting to get a little further out of his range. He ran so well going a mile the time before, but I'm always of the opinion that a horse that is a true sprinter will run well the first time going long and not so much the second or subsequent times, because the first turn takes them off guard. They run to that turn, and it's like they come off the bridle. Next time they go, oh, wait, I know I got to keep running, and they stay a little bit too keen.
We'll see if Verrazano First can get the job done. The Illinois bred breaking to the outside. Here's Vic Stauffer with the 4th at Oakland Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Verrazano First and When the Doves Cry with Top Brass between horses. These 3 race out and go quickly. Horse Greedy is 4th and last. So Verrazano First will put pressure on Top Brass up the backstretch, and he can dictate now from the outside. And so Verrazano First will try to get towards the rail, but he is denied the fence by When the Doves Cry. Verrazano First, the neck in front. When the Doves Cry is second by a length and a half to the 9-year-old Top Brass. Outside of him and on the move is Horse Greedy. The 4 of them are separated by 2.5 lengths. Verrazano First is the leader. He's a length in front of Top Brass and Horse Greedy. And now, to When the Doves Cry has dropped back to 4th, top of the stretch, Verrazano First ahead in front. Top Brass is on the attack in the red blinkers in second. Horse Greedy 3 deep in third. 2 back to When the Doves Cry, top of the stretch, and Top Brass has put his head in front. It is Top Brass now in front, but Horse Greedy is up outside of him, and now these 2 will match strides. Verrazano First is back in third. Horse Greedy and Top Brass. These 2 will match strides. Verrazano First still part of this battle. Verrazano First is third. Top Brass, Horse Greedy, Top Brass a half ahead. Top Brass in front. Top Brass beat Horse Greedy. Verrazano First was third, and When the Doves Cry finished 4th.
Top Brass makes it 3 wins in a row for trainer Carl Broberg, the number 5 with the win here. Talk us through what happened early on in the race, Richie, as the number 7, Verrazano First, was setting the pace, and then we saw the 3, When the Doves Cry, check back pretty sharply.
Yeah, he tried to use the 3 horses' speed up the inside when Doves Cry, and the rider on the 7, Francisco Arrieta, on Verrazano's First, said, no, I'm not letting you get there, and he kind of quite shut him down as they get to the turn. People that don't know, you don't have ownership of a spot going to the turn unless you're all the way up in there. You can't be just like a quarter of a way in there. That ground will get taken from you.
Well, it was the number 5, Top Brass, with the win to make it 3 wins in a row. We are stepping away. I'm saying goodbye just for now. Richie, you'll be back tomorrow. It was a lot of fun sharing the desk with you. Stay tuned for more America's Day at the races after this.
We want to welcome those joining us from Bally, SoCal and San Diego here to America's Day at the Races, and thanks for sticking with us if you have been watching on SNY. It is Derby Day, but we are here at beautiful Belmont Park, and we do have horses in the paddock for today's 6th race. It is off the turf, so horses contesting the mount is 16th, around 1 turn on the sloppy mane, and we do see the lone MTO entrant in here, Efficiency, as your favorite, rightfully so, just denied by a horse who had more experience than him last time out. And do take note that the first-time starter on the outside, Bally Rhythm, is in the field but running for purse money only, as I do want to talk about the 2 for the Todd Pletcher barn. We'll begin with the one that has run his last 2 races on the main track, and number 5, Strapped, as last time it was a bit of a merry-go-round race. We saw the winner on the front end, second tracking, Strapped tracking in third. He looks as though getting a little bit more ground to work with is going to be beneficial. Kind of a tall, lanky horse. Wish he looked just a touch better in his coat, but otherwise, I think of the 2 Todd Pletcher runners, this is the one that you'd ultimately want in the face of and going up against Efficiency in here. I mean, they both ran the same figure last time. It's just visually Efficiency ran the better race. Number 11, Al's Rocket, debuted going the 6.5. First time here at Belmont on the fast track. Now, I thought that day he looked like a dirt sprinter, but then they switched him to the turf. There is a good bit of turf pedigree, and he does have a bit more of a turf foot, but again, this is a wet track, and sometimes when it's sealed, and I was talking with Kendrick Carmouche just a little bit ago, and he said that this dirt track is fairly tight, so very fair and not too taxing on these horses. I like him. I don't mind him getting on the surface. It's the distance that bothers me on the dirt. Horses will find it easier to carry their speed and ability on the turf rather than on the dirt. So I'm just concerned about him out on 16th on this main track. As we'll also take a look at a first-time starter. What a pedigree we see on number 2, News Carver, son of Curlin, out of the dam, that produced, well, Breeders' Cup Classic winner and multiple Grade 1 winner, Vino Rosso. This is actually his full brother here, News Carver. He debuts for Jorge Abreu, and still owned by those who bred him. This is the right spot for him. I know he was entered for the turf, but I do think he is more of a dirt horse, and possibly Jorge just looking for an easier, more forgiving surface for him to debut on. But he wants the distance. He might be a little bit on the slower side starting out his career, as he is wearing blinkers, but he is very fit. I think we'll take the wait and see and approach, but I'm interested because he does bring such a lofty pedigree, as we do need to welcome in Greg Wolf and Andy Serling to the show, guys. I hope it's nice and toasty in the studio for you.
Sorry, Maggie, we feel for you. You are definitely braving the elements. You're a lot tougher than we are. Good to be with you on Kentucky Derby Day. Fantastic afternoon, and right now the weather tremendous out there. We're still brave in the rain in terms of handicapping. There's a horse I actually love later today in the card at Belmont.
I can't wait to hear about the horse you love today. I got to say, today is a day, and obviously Maggie's outside, and Kay, she'll be out there. Anybody working out there today, we appreciate you doing it, because it's a pretty miserable day here at Belmont. But we've got racing, and it's Derby Day, and there's a lot of fun stuff to look forward to. And I haven't been with you all week, so it'll be fun to be back with you.
No, good to be back for sure. Looking forward to it. We're going to talk plenty about the Kentucky Derby. We're going to look back on that Kentucky Oaks that win for Dwayne Lucas as well. 148th running of the Kentucky Derby, and the odds are a little strange right now. Did you ever expect to see a world where Taiba was the co-favorite?
I'm not shocked by that. He was a bad morning line. I'm shocked that Zandon is 8-1 in this race. I never expected him to be this big a price. So that, to me, is the biggest surprise. And I'll tell you, I mean, Epicenter, I guess they can fluctuate. But I think right now, here's the big question, Greg. Who is Mattress Mac going to bet his $3 or $4 million on?
That's going to change everything. That's going to determine who's going to be the Kentucky Derby favorite, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would guess if he bet it on Zandon right now, he'd be the favorite. I don't know how much is in the pool, but you'd have to think. So we'll see how that plays out. Lots of intrigue, lots left to do.
West Coast contingent, not just Taiba. Messier as well. We're going to talk instead Zozos. We'll shift gears. Brad Cox, 3 horses lining up. And you know, Zozos, late arrival on the scene. Very good effort. You and I were on there when he stretched out for the first time and just blew the competition away. This was an audition to get into the Derby. Good effort. Can he move forward off this?
I mean, he can. Whether or not he's going to be able to do it, breaking from post 19 in this race, I'm skeptical, and I imagine you probably consider him a long shot, but he's not an untalented horse, and whether we hear from him today or not, I do think Zozo's horse we're going to hear from in some nice races before the year or next year is up.
You look at the trainers, too. You got to look at the Kentucky Derby and take into context what trainers, their horses move forward, at least run their best race or improve on Derby Day. Limited sample for Brad Cox, but his horses, at least last year, they did.
I won't be surprised to see any of Brad Cox's horses run well. They frequently do. Brad is an absolutely sensational trainer, and that's why he won 2 straight Eclipse Awards. He's got 3 in here. He has that Derby win, and everybody keeps saying, but he'd like to get one when he finishes first. You know what? I think he's okay. He got one when he finished second, got placed first. It's not so bad when you get that check.
He's got 3 chances to do it. I think most believe probably Cyberknife is his best chance to do it. We'll talk more about him in a bit. Let's get back to those West Coast horses we aimed to talk about earlier. Taiba, Messier, they dueled in that Santa Anita Derby. And just at least from the numbers I look at, this was the quickest Derby prep on the road to the Kentucky Derby.
I think that Taiba is the most high-quality horse in this race. I think Taiba is the kind of horse that, if handled in a different manner, could turn out to be a real superstar potentially from this division. But they got away with it in the Santa Anita Derby, and I wouldn't run him there either. So I've already been way wrong about this horse. But running a horse off 2 starts, 1.25 miles, getting a clean trip like that in a small field, we were out in the clear, and running in a 20-horse field in the Derby, I don't want any part of this horse. I hope that things work out for him, and I hope that he's able to go forward with his career. But race moves like this sometimes can set a horse back. I also think he's going to be more forward than Messier in this race. Yeah. And I think he'll help set the table more for him, Greg.
That's what's interesting about him is he's got legitimate sprint speed. Both his starts, he's been brilliant. He's quicker going into this race than anyone else in the field. And maybe, he won't have to deal with kickback. He won't have to deal with a ton of horses around him because he can use that speed, and it'll just come down to, can his class get him a mile and a quarter in the third start of his career?
And that's really the question. And how crowded as it is towards the front, and how fast are they going? And oddly enough, a horse in this race, the number 4, Summer Is Tomorrow, who probably has less chance to win that race as you and I in a horse suit, but he has a very, very good chance of affecting the outcome of the race because he's lightning quick. And if he goes to lead, it's going to make it hard for these forward horses. It's going to help the O'Donegalls and Zandons of the world.
Meanwhile, Messier, he was behind Taiba in that Santa Anita Derby. We obviously both picked him, so we like him a lot. What do you like about him?
Well, what I like about him, Greg, is that I'm not sure he's not every bit as good as any of the best horses in here. And my feeling was he'd probably be twice the price of the Zandons and Epicenters. Now, obviously, Zandon's a bigger price, so I haven't gotten that part right. But I also felt like he did the dirty work, going after the favorite Forbidden Kingdom, the Santa Anita Derby, and ultimately that helped set it up for Taiba. I think in this race, he's not going to be far off the pace, but I don't see him quite as forward in this race. So I think maybe he's the one who benefits from the situation with Taiba this time as opposed to Taiba on him.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, last year, I think the most brilliant 3-year-old going into the race, he didn't make it. Their Life Is Good. Medina Spirit got whooped by him, and then he wound up winning that race from a great trip from John Velasquez. You want a smart ride in this race, and you know John Velasquez can deliver that.
Right. The race isn't full of riders that you don't think are terrific riders. Pretty much every rider in this race, you'd be very happy if you were running a horse at Belmont Park, if he's on your horse. But the Derby experience can matter a lot. Nerves, 20 horses, a lot of things going wrong. And obviously, John Velasquez, he's fought every battle you could fight in horse racing. He's fought them all multiple times, and he's won plenty of the battles as well.
This horse, all kinds of pedigree, due. To get a mile and a quarter, he would be just the 3rd ever Canadian-bred horse to win the Kentucky Derby.
Who are the others? Northern Dancer won the Derby.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Sonny Sala.
There you go, 1983. Race 6 back here at Belmont. Taking off the turf, this one. Mile and a 16th. And that is a look at efficiency. Main track only runner Chad Brown. Klarovich, 4-5. He debuted at 7 furlongs. He's only beat a nose as an odds-on favorite. What did you think of his debut?
I thought he ran like a horse that needed the race, and he had it won, and he lost to Cathedral Beach, who sort of outgamed him. And he has the same buyer figures last race as Strapped, the 5. But Strapped finished behind a horse, Montauk Point, that raced in the first race at Churchill today that did no running whatsoever before looming up front. I wonder how strong that race is. I think Efficiency is the right big favorite and the very likely winner of this race.
Yeah, I would agree. 3-5 now. By the way, you saw that 12-horse first-time starter scratched on the board, but is going to run in the race, but for purse money only. So that's why that's showing up as a scratch, unable to wager on the 12 in here. So even if that horse crosses the wire first, whoever runs second will effectively be your winner for the betting public.
We're on the second floor at Belmont. If you could make it there, we might be able to work something out if you need to bet this horse. Just letting people know.
Andy will take all wagers.
We're a full-service operation up here.
Pick 6 begins in this race coming up. And here's a look at the 2 to kick things off. News Carver, son of Curlin.
As Maggie said, a full to Fino Rosso, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic. And he's also named after a character from the great Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which I actually just watched again the other day.
Hunch play, look out.
There you go.
Strapped, here's the main contender to the big favorite, Todd Pletcher runner.
Listen, based on the figure last time, he is a major contender in an overlay. I'm a little dubious that race is as fast as the figures suggest.
Son of Mo Heyman here for Oscar Barrera, the 6.
Well, he runs like most Mohemans, a little too slow to be competitive.
Efficiency, 3-5 when he got nosed out in his debut at odds on. He's odds on again.
Another gun runner who made a splash in his debut as a sire that I don't think I've ever seen, Greg.
It's incredible. Dam actually broke her maiden in the mud on a race that was taken off the turf. That was at Saratoga. She won by 7.5 lengths as well.
Boy, are you on your game today. I got to tell you.
Cheeky Tico, Dylan Davis, 9-1.
Actually ran okay last time out. A big improvement for a barn that their horses have been running extremely well at Belmont.
This race was on the turf. I might really like the 11.
On the turf, I think the 11 was an overlay at even money. His race last time, and I was against him, thought he was overbet, and actually bet the winner. And I was lucky because he should have won. But on the dirt, he's not likely to win.
Moving well, though, out there at 7-2. Here's the purse money only runner. So, again, unable to wager on this first-time starter. Andy will take your wagers.
We can work
if
something
you
out.
Come up to the second floor here.
Got Claude. Go see Claude. He'll do my work for me.
Yeah, seems this horse would have been, what, 40, 50 to 1?
He would have been a very big price. Does not have much pedigree. Bali, that horse ran in California. It was a turf miler type that came from South America, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to say it was a Fox Ridge horse, Fox Hill Farm. I think it was. I'm not sure.
Bet Churchill Downs in Belmont with Naira Bets on Derby Day. You get a $40 bonus. Wager at least $200 on each track, and you'll get $40 back whether you win or lose. Go to NairaBets.com. You have to opt in, so do not forget to do that. I've forgotten to do that.
Yeah.
And then I said, where's my money?
That's a bad
You got to
move.
opt in.
I've opted in for both, and I'm close to 200 already on both. And there's plenty of time left.
All right, so pick 6 starts here. This 3 to 5 obviously is a horse that is going to take a ton of money in here. Where did you see any races where you can narrow things down?
Well, I'd narrow it down with him and take a shot. I think it's very tricky in the Fort Marcy because the turf is pretty boggy, so you don't really know. I do prefer City Man, but I think a number of them could win in there. I'll tell you a horse I like that'll be a bit of a price in the sequence. Do you like Sweet Solari, the 7 horse in race number 9 at all? I want to get to your horse you love. What race?
It's in that race.
Who's
and
the
he's
horse
not
you
going
love?
to be a price. I'm embarrassed. I love Snicket. I love Snicket today.
Okay. All right.
He's MTO. He's probably gonna be the favorite, right?
Yeah, I would assume he'll be the favorite. I would lean on Sound Money and this 2 and 4 in the 10th. I like the 9, 11 in the last race. I used 9, 11 in the last. Nothing clever.
No Cody's Wish, huh?
No, I'd use 2, 4 in there.
Oh, okay. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale, get her thoughts as we get set for this pick 6.
You know, Greg, it might be a damp day out here, but the fans have come out to Belmont Park. They continue the high energy and very vocal presence here at Belmont, but inside people are enjoying the races, which it's just great to see despite this weather that we have in the New York area. But number 8, I think we have to talk about Chiquitico. He's kind of second off that little bit of a break, and we saw him run fairly well, albeit going 1 mile and an 1/8 last time at big odds, and that was kind of the tip-off point of the Nota Barn heating back up as they have gone, I believe, 6 for 8 here at Belmont so far. I have no problems with this horse. He's in the right spot, considering this is an off-the-turf event, so you're not meeting the toughest field, maybe outside of straps and efficiency, but blinkers do go on, just a shortcut blinker. We'll see what he does here, but the horse that I thought could be forward, even though his form might not hint that way, is number 11, Al's Rocket. Greg, as you mentioned, you saw him moving well over the racetrack, and Kendrick, I feel as though Kendrick, considering he's more of a turf horse, wants to keep this guy's face clean. And he's going to be seeking a more forward position to not experience so much kickback. Like I said, I think he might be a little distance limited with regard to the switch of surfaces.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3 to 5 favorite efficiency. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Trevor McCarthy will be aboard. You can play all the action, including this pick 6 coming up with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to NairaBets.com.
It's already been a pretty good day for trainer Chad Brown. He had that Speak of the Devil, a Euro that was devastating, winning up at Churchill, won the stake here, and also Jack Christopher.
Okay, you gave it a... Do you think we just saw the best 3-year-old in the country win today already?
It's a good question. I mean, obviously, with the Kentucky Derby, it is funny that potentially the best 3-year-old wasn't even in the Derby because Jack Christopher did look pretty good. But
you'll answer me that question after the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah. Well, after we'll see if he becomes 3-year-old of the year. I know somebody who thinks he's going to be the 3-year-old champion, Greg, which you might have heard.
Wonder who that could be. Pick 6 begins right here on a race taken off the turf. Let's go to John Ambrial.
And they're off. Efficiency is heading out for the early lead with Al's Rocket on the outside and Cugini just in behind down towards the rail. And then it's Chiquitico, who is running in 4th, followed next by Strapped, who is 5th, but just 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then comes News Carver, and Bally Rhythm, who is running for purse money only, is the trailer. Efficiency's on the inside and Chiquitico's on the outside, and the two of them hook up here. And they've opened up 3.5 lengths on Al's Rocket in 3rd through a quarter in 23 and 2. The gray Cugini is next in 4th, followed on the outside by Strapped. And then comes News Carver and a big break back to Bally Rhythm. It is the favorite Efficiency now who gets clear from Cheeky Tico. It's Efficiency by a half length. Cheeky Tico on the outside in second by 3, with Al's Rocket now drawing closer in third. Farther back is Strapped, Cugini, and News Carver. It is Efficiency, and here comes Al's Rocket on the outside. Al's Rocket up to challenge Efficiency for the lead, but Efficiency responds and kicks clear to lead here by 2 at the top of the stretch. Al's Rocket in second, then Cheeky Tico and Strapped, 3/4 in 1, 11-1. It is Efficiency who is wandering through the stretch here, but holding the lead as Al Rocket dives down to the inside, being passed there by Strapped. So it is Efficiency who has opened up on the field now. And it will be Efficiency to get his maiden breaker here. Strapped was second, and Al's Rocket finished third.
Well, there's a lot of weaving and bobbing in the stretch on this slick track. Efficiency breaks his maiden start number 2 with Trevor McCarthy for Chad Brown.
It's a funny run race, right? Unlike last time, he was much more professional going towards the front end, and you often see that with second-time starters. Then he gets that mid-race challenge, a severe one from Cheeky 2, and then here comes Al's Rocket making another challenge, and then he draws off, and he's drifting a little bit, but it's a little wet out there, and maybe he was just playing around and having fun. And it's a promising horse, another gun runner.
It's a non-stop onslaught of gun runners, and yeah, here's another one. So able to win at a mile and 16th here, start number 2. And yeah, he took some early pressure in this race too from Cheeky Tico.
No, he did. He did. And I mean, he crushed these horses. I mean, I understand he's a heavy favorite, but he absolutely crushed these horses. And promising horse. There are a lot of, boy, there's some night, you think about Chad Brown and the Carver Stable, they basically had nothing as far as dirt horses for 3-year-olds going into the December. Early voting comes along. This horse, they've got electability. I think he may be pointing towards the Peter Pan, who's won a couple races. Suddenly they've got some serious players.
And they have an older sprinter who might be able to give Jackie's Warrior a battle later today as well. Well, Chad does, I should say.
No, same. It's Carvich. Reinvestment risk. And yeah, I mean, I made a big parlay. I got the 2-1 morning line on Jack Christopher into the 5-2 morning line on Jackie's Warrior. So I figure I'm going to get rich with that.
We'll have the prices from this one that kicked off the Pick 6 when we come back. It's late pick by time when we return. A maiden special weight at 6.5 furlongs. These connections having a very productive Saturday afternoon on Derby Day.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
These people.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Great to be with you on Kentucky Derby Day. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Efficiency. Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown, Trevor McCarthy breaks his maiden in start number 2.
Yeah, and he looked good doing it. And that's 2 wins today for Trevor, both riding Chad Brown horses. He won the Sheepshead Bay earlier. Virginia Joy, the heavy favorite. Another heavy favorite here. And I would say this horse won like a 3 to 5 shot should, Greg.
Chad Brown also with wins with Speak of the Devil, Jack Christopher out at Churchill. So it's already been an incredible Derby day for him this afternoon. And this horse looks, yes, like he has promised. Maybe some of these other horses, maybe they didn't handle the track, but that was dominant.
He was dominant there. We'll see where he goes going forward. Look for a non-winners of 1 probably. Maybe run right around Belmont Stakes weekend. A lot to look forward to, and a promising horse in these gun runners. I mean, what's he standing for? His stud fee must be just rising every day. He's listed as $290 in my thing. He probably started out at what, 75 most, right? Could have started out more than that.
Yeah, we're gonna check it out. It's been incredible, his story and just the immediate impact he's made on this game. We're gonna take a timeout. When we come back, the story of Silver Charm and the profound impact he had on someone who was going through the depths of personal grief. We'll have that story when we return. Stay with us.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Gut Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back with you here on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com, download the app. I mean, they should have live coverage of these big days in Radio City Music Hall, shouldn't they?
I was just there recently.
I would go to that.
I just went to a concert there in the last month.
Who'd you see?
Saw Bob Weir at Radio City. It was great. Great. It is a great place. I mean, if you come in New York, you've never been there, and there's an event, or even I've been to the Christmas show, which is always fun to go to. And
I definitely want to go to that.
Radio City is one of those places where you just have to go there at some point. First time I went, my mom took me there to see the Rockettes and Bedknobs and Broomsticks back around 1970 when I was a kid.
It's on my bucket list for sure. We're in Hot Springs, race 5 coming up. This starts the late pick 5. Mile and a 16th. This is a state bred $20,000 maiden claiming race. If you like even money favorites, 0 for 7 on the 7 Jack Spring Break, who has disappointed at this level as the favorite 2 starts back. Has been in this condition several times and not got it done. Right field today, though?
Yeah, I mean, one of this cheap competition, is the one who's 0 for 31. So it makes him look like he's just starting out in his career. And if there's a horse that beats the 7, I didn't have him. Mo Vodka, I guess the 5 would be my backup.
Yeah, you said the 1 0 for 31, the 2 0 for 22. And Jack Spring Break just handled both of those recently. Vic Stauffer, the call start of the late pick 5 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Just Dennis was squeezed back. Serbian Sailor, Mo Vodka, and Orbital Star show speed. Cyber Monday going to split those 4 and go up and challenge for the front. Then Slightly Crafty, Fretches Brom, and Traffic Control. Jack Spring Break is very wide at the clubhouse turn, and the troubled Just Dennis at the back of the pack. Cyber Monday quickest from Mo Vodka to the backstretch. Cyber Monday a half length. Mo Vodka is second by a length and a quarter. Slightly Crafty and Serbian Sailor right together, third and fourth. Then comes Orbital Star between horses. Jack Spring Break is 6th and about 4 from the front. He's 2 in front of Traffic Control. Fetches Brom has 9 lengths to make up, and he's a length in front of the trailer. Just Dennis has Cyber Monday takes them up the backstretch. Cyber Monday, a neck in front of Mo Vodka in second. Now 2.5 lengths to Slightly Crafty and Gabe Saez. Orbital Star, Serbian Sailor, and a 3 wide Jack Spring Break. Jack Spring Break is going to be very wide on both turns. He's 5 from the front. Then it's 2 back to Traffic Control and Fetches Brom. Just Dennis is the trailer, and we have a new leader. It's Mo Vodka. Mo Vodka has put away Cyber Monday. Slightly Crafty moves into second, and he's 2 from the front. Jack Spring Break is up to 4th now, but he's absolutely all in. Fetches Brom between him and Orbital Star. Top of the stretch, Mo Vodka gets away. It is Mo Vodka into the stretch with a 3-length lead on Slightly Crafty in second. Traffic Control and Jack Spring Break are 3rd and 4th. Cyber Monday's 5th. Mo Vodka has the lead. He's 2 lengths in front of Slightly Crafty in second. Jack Spring Break still has 4 lengths to make up. Mo Vodka to the 16th pole. Now 3 in front. Slightly Crafty. Jack might get second. He's not going to catch Mo Vodka. Mo Vodka won by 3 1/4. Jack Spring Break did get second. It's close for third. Cyber Monday and Slightly Crafty.
This is such a curious horse. So 3 starts back. He was in a state-bred maiden special. He didn't run all that bad against Wayland Springs, who just beat Open Company in a stakes race. Then they drop him in for state-bred maiden 12-5. He does nothing.
And it's not a trainer that's done well stretching horses out. I will say, and listen, when you're a heavy favorite, you're not supposed to make big excuses. He ran fine, Mo Vodka. The 7 got left to start. The rider made a tactical error going wide in the first turn. He lost all position, and it would have been a lot closer if he had done it, maybe given a better ride.
Pick 6 begins with an odds-on favorite. 3-year-old son of Gunrunner here for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Trevor McCarthy. 3 to 5 here, returning $3.20 for the win. A long, long way back to the second place finisher strapped.
Yeah, those Todd Pletcher running second and third in here, and they aren't bad horses. He made them look like bad horses. We'll see. It's a wet track race, but he could be a horse for the future. Another gun runner on the scene.
Late pick 5. And Belmont begins with his 6.5 furlong maiden special weight. Don't Overlook Me right now. First-time starter by Liam's Map. This filly for Todd Pletcher. Kendrick Carmouche will ride.
And there must be a story on this horse to be taking this money. He's also favored in multis over the number 6 run up the score for Chad Brown and Klarovich horse. And listen, it's a first-time star. He's working down at Palm Beach, working well. It's Todd Pletcher. He'll probably run well.
This field to me was a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 Chad Brown runners, and the reality is that the one who ran the fastest figure is the one that was last year, and that's the 4, Demand Respect. And if he makes natural improvement from there, or she does, she would be tough in here. Now, run up the score, they did like this horse for the first start and had a really bad break on a track that was kind of speed and really had significant trouble, so it's better than that first race suggests.
Yep. Stablemate would wind up finishing second in that race. Baby Man, who we're going to see later in the card, won that race. Right. But yeah, Demand Respect had to go against Kathleen O, Shug McGahee, who came into the Oaks yesterday undefeated.
She needs less distance. Try her back in the Acorn, a race that could have Echo Zulu, the winner of the 8 Bells as well. That Acorn could be a tremendous race here on Belmont Day, one of many.
Still, still believe this 3-year-old filly division really strong this year.
I agree. It's amazing. It was Echo Zulu and basically nobody last year, and now there's a plethora of real players.
Meanwhile, Churchill Downs, this incredible Derby undercard, continues. The Grade 2 American Turf is next. Talk about a difficult race. Mile and a 16th on the grass. This one is wide open. Side Dog, we were talking about it off air. Comes in undefeated. Grade 3 win Transylvania last start. I didn't think a lot separated this group. 9-5 favorite here for Grand Motion.
He is wildly overbet in this race. I completely agree with you. He is a nice horse. But the reality is that he won this race. He got a terrific ride in trips, and others had trouble in here. The horse for the Brant Silks, the Green Silks, got bottled up. He barely won by a desperate nose here the other day in Allowance Field, running okay. The Juddmonte runner for Chad Brown, who had won a stake at Del Mar, he had just an awful, awful trip in this race. And I think this one was the one who got the clean trip. And I'm not knocking him. He's pretty good. But I think the competition has gotten a lot steeper in this race. And there's a much more competition.
Did you lean anywhere?
Yeah, I like Portfolio. Portfolio Company.
Portfolio Company, yeah.
Company, yeah. I like him. You know, he ran very well when he was second here in the Pilgrim, and then they went to the front in a pretty fast pace in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, a race that ultimately fell apart, a race that will live in infamy. And I don't think that's the way he wants to run. I think he'll give a better account for him today. Another Chad Brown horse coming back.
Main event's been pretty good, too, on the front end. Looks like he's probably going to have it again. Jose Ortiz will ride. I didn't catch his price.
I don't know. I think they're all I can look right now. But I think there's other speed in here. I mean,
7-1.
Is supposed to go. I think there's a lot going on in this race. And I just – Side Dog may win this race, but I don't think he's, as you suggested, necessarily better than a lot of horses in this race at better prices. This seems like a horse – this race with an overbet favorite.
Pick 4 starts in this race. There's another pick 5 that begins in the next race at Churchill, the final pick 5 of the card.
And there's only 3 races to the Derby.
and how many hours?
The optimistic view is 3 races to the Derby. The pessimistic view is 3.5 hours from now.
That's the time when you're at that Kentucky. You were there. I didn't experience it, but a lot of time to sip some champagne. 7th at Belmont, late pick wounds. 5. 6.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. And a look at the current odds. Don't overlook me. Still this 9-5 favorite. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll check in with her, Greg. Don't overlook me. I tried to look up her works from Palm Beach Downs because often there are works on XBTV from where Todd Pletcher trains his horses in South Florida, but I couldn't find any. But she does come in with a plethora of quick moves in the morning, and she looks quick here in the paddock. Now, she isn't the proverbial sharp type. She's actually fairly laid back, but she has that build with those elevated hindquarters built down into her shoulder. And she's solid, she's strong looking, and it looks as though early speed might be part of her game. But there's some other interesting horses in here. We'll take a look at the other fellow first-time starter, Precursory, daughter of Cantharos. The dam was okay in the middle distance, not an abundance of that appealing a pedigree considering it is Juddmonte. She has a bigger horse. There's substance to her, but it's not that solid. In other words, it just feels as though she needs a race to possibly strengthen up and kind of get clued in here. I respect her. I'm going to watch and see how she runs, but I'm not sure if first time's going to be the time. Now, on to horses who have experience. Chad Brown looks to continue his torrid streak here at Belmont for this Kentucky Derby Saturday. Number 4, Demand Respect. She has faced some serious fields as a 2-year-old. Kathleen O, Misinterpret, horses that have gone on to do some things. She catches a wet track yet again. She does get Lasix, and she has grown up quite nicely. She makes a really nice impression here. Not only does she look ready for this comeback, she's just done what she wanted a horse to do from 2 to 3. So I'm not going to be surprised when this one steps up and runs pretty big here. As run up the score, she has a recency over her stablemate, as Andy mentioned, had a troubled start, made a middle move, and then just flattened. And I actually thought she was going to be the one where that race wired by Baby Man, who was an upset that day. she gave me the feeling that she was going to be quick out of the gate. She has that appearance that she should be fleet-footed. My one complaint with her is that she really had that winter dry coat to her. Well, that's completely gone away. She looks fantastic here, and I do think this filly should be quick away. Hopefully doesn't encounter trouble yet again at the start, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Well, the post parade, when we come back, we're going to take a short timeout on a wet day here in Elmont, New York. Late Pick 5 begins in this maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies. Coming up, we'll have it for you when we return on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
You're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Well, as Winston Churchill once said, there's something about the outside of a horse that is good for the inside of a man, or in this case, a woman as well. As Carol Rutz is living proof of the positive impact a thoroughbred can have on someone with her recent experience with our sport's oldest living Kentucky Derby winner, Silver Charm.
This is me kissing him. He kissed me first, so I kiss him back, and look, lip print, man. Mwah. This is a Silver Charm. I draw it in about 30 minutes, and I even did the little dots, right, the little shadings. This is a rosary I made with the hair of Silver Charm. I still need to figure out how to thread his mane hair because it gets stuck at times. To the oldest living Derby horse. So I have my autistic patch to myself, and of course, it had to be opinionated.
Carol Rutz was captivated by racehorses as a child. The Kentucky resident's passion for thoroughbreds, however, literally saved her soul when she was introduced to Silver Charm 5 years ago at one of the lowest points in her life.
After my husband died, I was so distraught, so I went to old friends. Silver Charm looked at me. I told him that my husband died and he's with the Lord. And you know what he did? He kissed me. Very sloppy kiss. That made my life much better, knowing that somebody did care and that I'll be all right. I will be okay after that.
Separated from her rock during the pandemic, Rutz bided her time until she could be reunited with Silver Charm. When that moment finally arrived, all the time they had spent apart became a distant memory.
And I was so happy to see him. He's like smiling, very happy to see me again after a long period of time. I can talk about my Derby experiences, about all the pictures I have, but unless you can get up close to a horse like Silver Charm, everything is pale.
Who's the greatest horse in the history of the universe?
That I hardly agree.
Give Carol a kiss. Kiss.
Her reaction was really very special. And I think it was reciprocal because I think he sensed something in her that was completely non-threatening. There's a look that you get that both human and with these horses, it's a look of trust that I'm going to trust you. I can tell that you're worth trusting.
This one here, very noble, very personable. He's a very good judge of character, and he knows how people feel. Some of my brain is overwired. Some of my parts of my brain are underwired. And sometimes there's a lot of stimulus, sometimes get to the point of anxiety. Well, the good thing about Silver Charm is that in other horses like him, is that they sense our fear, our grief, our love.
You understand every word Carol said, don't you? You are so smart. Mm-hmm.
He is 1 in a million, beyond price. He's beyond money. He's platinum, and he is a blessing. Ain't that right, honey? Yeah. God bless you.
Such a great story. And Silver Charm's kindness to her helped really change her and be more patient with people. She hopes that one day her ashes can be buried next to his grave.
That's a nice story. Yeah, it really is a nice story. And
Silver Charm, you were saying one of your all-time favorites.
I loved Silver Charm. I still love Silver Charm. No, I agree. As a racehorse, and I thought he was a tremendous horse. And I know, people talk about other horses that Bob Baffert has, like Point Given is the better ones. I'll never love one of his the way I love Silver Charm.
He remains really the king, one of the most popular horses at Old Friends.
Yeah, he's a great horse.
We're going to get back to live action here coming up in a moment. We have the Late Pick 5 next at Belmont Park. Maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs, making their way through the tunnel. And this board shows you it is a wide open race. Not all about this first-time starter. Don't overlook me for Todd Pletcher and St. Elias Stable in West Point.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's sort of drifted up to 5-2. I don't know what all the money's coming in on Everyone Loves Linda, unless there's a lot of boisterous people here today named Linda. And this horse a much bigger price in doubles, but taken a lot of money. Has run well in the past, but has had a lot of chances. I have to imagine by the time the dust settles, the 2 and 6 will be the first 2 choices, though.
She did run pretty good.
Yeah.
On a wet track, too.
She ran okay. Yeah, she did. I mean, but she's also had 3 straight races at shortish prices where she's underachieved, and her last race was bad. And I'm not going to just forgive her last race.
7-1 on Jabberwock, Jorge Abreu and Javier Castellano.
I don't think this horse is impossible, cutting back a little bit in distance. I think the last race is a little better than it looks. Inside speed was good that day. This horse was wide.
Don't overlook me. The Grand Dam was great at stakes winner on the turf, Routing.
Is that like the name telling you? Don't overlook me. It's also West Point. And that could also be contributing to the money the horse is taking.
Another first-timer next door for Rick Schosberg, Silken Dollar.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen Rick training a horse for Bruce Lunsford. He's got those colors and not a lot to speak of from a pedigree standpoint in the dam side.
Here's the Chad Brown runner who faced Kathleen O last out.
Yeah, this horse is getting kind of forgotten about. And this horse was running races as a 2-year-old that are fast enough to compete here.
Precursory, this is a first-time starter for Bill Mott and Judmont.
Yeah, he's taking no money. Mott does well with his first-time starting fillies. I had put this horse second on a guess.
Run up the score, second-time starter, Chad Brown, Klarovich. They have Dylan Davis.
I like this horse. I'm going to bet this horse if he stays at 3-1 in this race. He had a world of trouble last time.
Got beat by a Rudy Rodriguez runner at 15-1 that day. Everyone loves Linda outside. Probably going to see speed, you would think. Hasn't broke well each of the last 2 starts.
Yeah, we'll see what this one does. Can bounce back. I have no problem with this horse being a horse that could win, but I do think she's overbet, especially given how poorly she ran last time. But maybe there's a reason she ran poorly, and they know what it is.
Her feet kind of slipped underneath her. Start before that, she got bumped. It really wasn't her fault. 3-1. There's your favorite, though. Don't overlook me. Top choice on the board as we get set for the start of this Late Pick 5 on Kentucky Derby Day here in Elmont, New York. We'll be back right after this.
starts spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. You can play all of it, including the Kentucky Derby, all the Belmont meets, Saratoga this summer, and beyond with NYRA Bets. Take advantage of that offer, $200 deposit match bonus. Derby $25 free play with that code right there, Derby25. Go to the app or go to NYRABets.com. Let's head downstairs back to Maggie.
Checking in with the inside runner, who is a generous price of 9-1, currently Jabberwock. She does cut back in distance, but I can't say that physically she looks as though a cutback would be beneficial. She is a big, yet very pretty and effeminate filly, but she just has so much scope to her that sprinting doesn't really feel as though it should be her gig, as last time she actually broke on top from the outside post. Now she's drawn on the inside and then taken back, and then she was just against the racetrack because that day very kind to inside speed. So I like her as an individual, just not sold in the distance today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Loading up here in just a moment. And prices got even shorter since we went away on this filly, debuting for Todd Pletcher with Kendrick Carmouche. Don't overlook me, the two down to 9-5 right now. There she is.
Yep, taking that money she took in the double, still getting 3-1 and run up the score. Needs to break better than he did or she did in her debut. We'll see.
Dealing with an off track for her debut coming up.
Too little reluctant to go in. Not sure that means anything whatsoever.
And I believe they're looks like they may have opened the gate to try and get her in as well. And there's Trevor McCarthy on Demand Respect, making the most of his opportunities, teaming up with Chad Brown today.
Yeah, for sure. A couple wins here, a couple wins at Churchill Downs as well. But there's really only one race that really is going to matter at the end of the day, but a lot of other big ones as well. He's looking for his 4th straight win in the Turf Classic down at Churchill as well.
Send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Here's race 7 and the start of the Pick 5 from Belmont.
Waiting for run up the score, and everyone loves Linda. They're all in. And the rough. Everyone loves Linda from the outside. Jabberwock from the rail. Don't Overlook Me is right alongside of Jabberwock, and appears that Don't Overlook Me is a little tough to handle there, as now Jabberwock has dropped back to the back of the pack. So it is Everyone Loves Linda and Silken Dollar running in second. Precursory is on the outside in third. Then comes Run Up the Score and Don't Overlook Me. They are heads apart, fourth and fifth. 5 lengths back to Jabberwock, and Demands Respect is the trailer. The quarter in the slop in 22 and 2. Everyone Loves Linda is the leader by 2 lengths. Silken Dollar giving chase in second, with Precursory running in third. Run Up the Scores on the outside in fourth. And then it is the favorite firster, Don't Overlook Me, who is in fifth, being asked for more, not responding right now. Then Demands Respect, and Jabberwock is the trailer. The half in 45 and 3. Everyone Loves Linda with the lead into the stretch. Everyone Loves Linda has built a 4-length lead. Then it's Precursory, Silken Dollar, and on the outside, Run Up the Score. It is Everyone Loves Linda who is running up the score here. She is in front by a half dozen lengths, and Everyone Loves Linda goes wire to wire for the victory. A 3-way photo for second among Run Up the Score, the late closing Demands Respect, and Precursory.
Everyone Loves Linda. She'd shown ability on an off track before, and she looked very good on it today. Breaks her maiden career start number 6.
I'll give Eric Cancel a lot of credit. He broke out like a shot with this horse, and he took no prisoners. He got to the front, he got over the rail, and he controlled this race. She was the best, and she also got a very, very good ride. Looks like the other Chad Brown, the number 4, might have nailed the other Chad Brown at the wire for second, with the 4, 5, and 6 hitting the wire together. But Everyone Loves Linda, an hour and a half the best. And the 2 was a little rank early. The first, Don't Overlook Me. Maybe she didn't appreciate the track. Whatever the case was, she did not run much.
Everyone Loves Linda. Filly by Secret Circle out of the Golden Missile mare. Artie's Kentucky Girl. 3 seconds and 5 career starts, and then a big breakthrough here on the off track.
You know, the money she took today suggests to me that sort of somebody knew that something went wrong last time out, because she ran so poorly last time after running well in all her previous starts, and was a much different horse today.
Third off the bench after having problems getting out of the gate the last couple. That first of those times, again, really wasn't her fault. She got bumped, but then lost her footing last time out. No issues today with the win. Eric Cancel for Eddie Barker and Rudina Stable, K5 Stable, your winning connections to kick off the pick 5 at 7-2.
Went impressively.
So we'll have these prices for you momentarily. Big one, of course, still to come. Such a fun Oaks Day, and now the main event, of course, coming up. Realistically, to you, how many horses have a legitimate shot to win this race?
The Derby?
Yeah.
That's a tough question. I mean, I think there's a lot of horses that have a chance. I think it's probably about 6 of them. I mean, Mo Donegal, Epicenter, Messier. There are 3 of them. Just looking at the field right now. Zandon is 4. I think Simplification has a chance, a crazy 40-1.
I thought they're about 8 or 9.
I mean, listen, I won't be surprised. A lot. Those are, I think those are the 5 that I would use. Mo Donegal, Epicenter, Messier, Zandon, and Simplification. Who am I not using?
I didn't feel safe with 6 or 7. Wide open, it seems like this year. Co-favorites at 5-1 on the board right now. That's Epicenter, the lightly raced Taba. Crown Pride is a horse who's been turning a lot of heads, certainly in the morning. Unconventional kind of workouts leading up to here every 3 days for this horse has looked sensational. He won this race in the UAE Derby without switching leads the entire way.
Yeah, this was a horrible race, I mean, to be honest with you. And a race, I think, if it was run over in this country, they would have said they timed it with a sundial. I mean, you have to think of who the horse who finished second, Summers Tomorrow, who gets in the Derby, and maybe a big-time player only in that he could affect the pace because he has a lot of speed, but he's got distance limitations and talent limitations, and Crown Pride beat him, and his win was a lot more to do, I think, with the field than his actual talent. I think any price under 50-1 is an underlay.
He's been, again, getting a lot of attention, not just from that unconventional work pattern, but he's looked great doing it, too. We will see. Again, these are very good horses. They're supposed to be working well. I'm intrigued. See if he can get a piece of it. The only time he did get beat, a totally different level of competition, but he had a major excuse.
Yeah, I can't endorse this horse. I know. I mean, when a horse wins the Derby that ran the UAE Derby, you will be sure that I'm ripping up my tickets. And
Would
if it
you have
happens
said that with a horse coming out of the sun, out of that circuit with Mind That Bird?
I bet Mind That Bird in his prior start. I'm still bitter about that. Thanks for bringing it up.
But not in the Kentucky Derby.
I would bet a horse out of the Sunland Derby before I bet a horse out of the UAE Derby.
Well, unfortunately,
without reservation.
This year you won't be able to do that.
I still would. If they enter him now, I'll bet him. Heads up.
Wide open race. Again, Epicenter, Taiba. Talk about two different types of horses in terms of experience. They're both at 5-1 on the board. And I think a lot of people seem to be in agreement in terms of Taiba. Potentially the most brilliant horse in the field, but just maybe not ready for this challenge.
Oh, I agree. I think he has a world of talent. I just think it's unfortunate that they're choosing to run him here in his third start. But listen, I didn't think he'd run well in the Santa Anita Derby, so I'm already 0 for 1 with him.
We're at Oaklawn, race 6. Pick 4 begins here, and here's Mary Ellis, who will have the rail.
Yeah, it's tough to make a case for her based on her recent races.
8-1 on 5 Queens, 5-time winner.
Another horse that's tough to make a case for.
Lady Gusto, we'll see next here for Michael Hewitt.
I'm trying to think who's getting bet here. I didn't see much to recommend either. Why is the next horse the favorite? Oh, well, second choice. The second choice. What am I missing about Denali Rocket? Drop down, I guess. Terrible form.
2 for 12 lifetime. There's a slight drop, right? Third off the layoff.
I'm betting the next horse, the 7, Fully Aware. Shouldn't this horse be the speed? The 7, Fully Aware?
Based a lot better last time out and was forward.
Yeah.
7-1 right now. Paul Holthus.
It's going to be my last bet at the Oaklawn meet. Then I'm going to winner.
Yeah, went gate to wire in the debut. That was a long time ago, February 2020. But Country Dreamin', big price, 15-1, has been not seen since September of 2020.
Yeah, this is a little tough to take off a 20-month layoff.
And even money outside on a 6-year-old mare who was just beat it as part of an entry at about 1-5.
Okay. There's no real competition in this race. So if this horse wins, I'm not going to fall out of my chair. But can you please explain to me, Greg, who's betting this horse at even money? Claim from Diodoro at the bottom level claimers and is now running at a higher level. Do you get it with this horse? At even money?
Asmussen, Castillo, probably a connection play.
I'm all in on Fully Aware. I am fully aware of what I'm doing here.
Price again, that starts the pick 4. Back here at Belmont, this kicked off the late pick 5. Everybody loves Linda. And a favorite defeated to kick off the pick 5 sequence. Eddie Barker, Eric Cancel with this 3-year-old filly who breaks her maiden career start number 6. Again, after 3 seconds in 5 career outings. Demand Respect, run up the score, wind up second and third, 7-4-6 finish. Here in the 7th from Belmont, the Grade 2 Fort Marcy is coming up next. 1 1/8 on the inner turf. And Chad Brown, he will have a strong hand in the Fort Marcy coming up. Welcome to those who just joined us on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us here on Kentucky Derby Day. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you as we get set for the Grade 2 Fort Marcy here in Elmont, New York, coming up next. This is one of the few races that remained on the grass this afternoon with our wet track today, and Chad Brown is going to send out 3 in this Fort Marcy.
No surprise. Got a lot to go in here. They're a funny threesome. I don't know that any of them are super, super strong. Rock Emperor is obviously the most accomplished, having won our Grade 1 Joe Hirsch last year, but that was at 1.5 miles. And he's a horse that's sort of disappointed much more than he hasn't.
It's the best race he ever ran in his life.
I agree.
That was taking the blinkers off. Have not seen a return to that performance since. May not need it against this group. So we'll have that one coming up in a little bit. We get back to Oaklawn, and I earlier mistakenly said the late pick 5 started back in race 5. It was actually a middle pick 5. We still have another one coming up beginning in race 8, still to come in Hot Springs today. But right now, it is a middle pick 4. 6 furlongs for those who just joined us. An $8,000 condition claiming race. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And 4 to 5. You thought even money was short. Now 4 to 5 on Honey Parade. Steve Asmussen just claimed off of Robertino Diodoro. Got to say though, this 6-year-old mare has gone to some pretty sharp barns. John Ortiz, Carl Broberg, Diodoro, now Asmussen.
Yes. She can certainly win, but I don't understand why she's 4 to 5. I like and bet on Fully Aware, who I'm hoping Manny Esquivel will send to the lead.
Here's Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Denali Rocket, Mary Alice, 5 Queens, Fully Aware, and Honey Parade all show speed. Lady Gusto away third last and second last, and the trailer is Country Dreamin'. 3 across the track, Fully Aware, Honey Parade, and Denali Rocket, and Fully Aware is a neck in front. Honey Parade is second, down 3/4 of a length to Denali Rocket. 2 lengths to Mary Alice, another length and a half to 5 Queens and Country Dreamin', and then 6 lengths last to Lady Gusto as Fully Aware is confronted by Honey Parade. Honey Parade outside, Fully Aware inside. They are matching strides, and Honey Parade forges to a half-a-head lead. Now 4 lengths back to Mary Alice, 2.5 more to 5 Queens and Denali Rocket. Then Country Dreamin'. Lady Gusto has trailed throughout, and Honey Parade is the leader, 3/4 of a length now to Fully Aware. 2.5 lengths to Mary Alice. 5 Queens is moving in the center. She's within 2.5 of the lead and on the move. And here comes Fully Aware to re-engage and take over the lead from Honey Parade. Meanwhile, 5 Queens is rallying in the center, and between horses, Mary Alice. 5 Queens, Fully Aware. Mary Alice, 5 Queens, Fully Aware. 5 Queens in front. 5 Queens beat Fully Aware, who ran entirely too good to lose. Mary Alice was third, and Denali Rocket fourth.
5 Queens, Burl McBride, and one of the most consistent anyway in this race. 11 of 27 starts have been first or second. Gets the 6th career win.
Hard for a horse to get a better setup than 5 Queens just got, with the favorite burying Fully Aware, who I bet at a big price in the front end. Not surprisingly, the horrible favorite backed up and finished 5th, and it was Fully Aware that survived the duel but could not win the race after taking that kind of heat.
So 5 Queens starts off that middle pick 4 out in Hot Springs. We get back to Elmont, New York. Grade 2, Fort Marcy is up next here. 1 1/8 on the inner turf, and City Man's in here, just won the Danger's Hour for Christophe Clement. That's the 3, and then Chad Brown's going to send out Sacred Life, Rock Emperor, and Imperator, the 5, 6, and 8.
I feel like this race is badly misbet at this point. I think City Man is the horse to beat. With the scratch of the number 7 in this race, Doswell, City Man is supposed to put this field to sleep on the front end, and we're running on a real bog out there. We've run only 2 turf races today. Well, we've run 1. This is the only other one. And these are prep races for important races. This for the Manhattan on Belmont Stakes Day. And also the rails are out 35 feet on the inner turf course. So we're not really running on a part of the course that we'll be using too frequently, if at all, for the rest of the Belmont meeting. So if it takes a little bit of heat, it'll be okay. I think the 3 City Man is supposed to be at least co-favorite in this race.
Well, this one right here, Rock Emperor, his best moment came at 1.5 miles when Chad Brown took blinkers off, got a grade 1 win in that Turf Classic. 103 Beyer speed figure in that victory, and now comes the 6-year-old debut.
And okay, he didn't do well in the Breeders' Cup Turf the next race. That's fine. But what was his excuse coming back a few weeks later when he ran poorly in the Hollywood Turf Cup? He's just too inconsistent for me. There's no doubt he's got the ability to be the best horse in the race, but he has no real consistency.
Let's take a look at his shining moment back in October of last year. And somehow, Chad Brown at 15 to 1 on the turf and winds up winning at that big price.
He also had the eventual 2nd or 3rd place finisher, the 2nd place finisher, Serve the King in those familiar green Brant silk splitting horses to get 2nd in the year. And I believe Gufo was a sort of disappointing 3rd in this race. He really ran, and this is a horse that showed up and ran, 3 years ago in our Belmont Derby, and I think he finished 4th, but he was a very promising horse. And he's run some decent races, but more often than not, he's disappointed. He's lost a lot of races at short prices.
Talk about a murderer's row. Look at this lineup for Chad Brown. He's already One with Virginia Joy. Speak of the devil, Jack Christopher made his return, who was so impressive and would have been likely the favorite going to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Got injured. He's got a lot of work still to come, including Zandon in the Kentucky Derby.
He's won 3 of the 4 races he's been in, and one of the races he ran first and second. Only Portfolio Company disappointed. And he was down towards the inside in the turf, and it feels like watching the turf race at Churchill, there's an advantage to being outside.
Meanwhile, back to this Fort Marcy. We'll see if he can collect another one. He's got 3 chances to do it. Let's head downstairs. Acacia Clement back with us.
And we'll look at 2 of the 3 Chad Brown runners here in the paddock, starting with the number 6, Rock Emperor, coming back. And I remember last year Chad Brown saying that when they had put the blinkers on him, he had been a little bit too headstrong versus what they would like, particularly for Jockey Arad Ortiz. So they had taken that type of equipment off, had played around with the different types of bits, and had added a ring bit to him last fall, coming back wearing that same type of equipment today. I thought last time out at Del Mar in the Hollywood Turf Cup, there just really wasn't too much excuse for him. He looked like he was in striking distance and then ended up just flattening. He's a big, solid type. Given that physicality, the turf conditions today are a big concern for me. When the turf is soft like it is today, I prefer lighter frame type of horses that are going to be able to skip over the top of it versus sinking down into it. Big, solid son of Holy Roman Emperor like this may have some trouble over this turf course, and I do wonder still if longer is what he will prefer. He looks fit enough coming back. He is one that typically carries his weight. I would look at this more, though, for him physically as a prep. The number 8, L'Imperator, however, looks very, very fit for his 2022 return. We last saw him down at Tampa last time out. Broke a little slow, got sandwiched on either side, just 5 wide late lugging in. He just never really looked like he got settled in that Tampa Bay. And then Doswell went wire to wire in the Fort Lauderdale 2 starts back. I do actually think that the Milan 8 suits him quite well. And he ran fine on a yielding turf course in the Bernard Baruch back in Saratoga when pace dynamics did seem to be up against him. He's dappled out from head to toe. He is very, very well muscled for this return. He's one that I'm going to be curious to see in the warm-up, as sometimes he is a little bit of a tighter type warming up on track. Lately he's been good, and I'll be curious to see what he has to offer coming back this year. But fitness-wise, he looks ready to roll, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We will have the post parade for you when we come back right to Fort Marcy on this Belmont card. Our feature, big afternoon already for Chad Brown, trying to collect another stakes win coming up.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. If you've not done it yet, what are you waiting for? Go to NYRABets.com, download the app, get signed up, started, play the Derby. The entire Belmont meets Saratoga this summer. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have the Grade 2 Fort Marcy coming up next. Kicks off the Pick 4 here in Elmont, New York on a wet Saturday afternoon. New members, the way to get signed up and started and get these promotions, $25 Derby free wager and that $200 deposit match is that code right there, Derby25. Riders coming out to the paddock, and gotta say, I like Chad Brown's chances in here, with the exception of City Man, who, as you said, could be a tough customer.
Oh, yeah, obviously Chad was a three-headed monster, but as you said to me off-camera, Sacred Life is dangerous near. I don't even think L'Imperator is impossible in this race as well, and he's a huge price. I thought King Cause had a little bit of a chance, but he's probably not good enough.
That's a horse who you would think is going to be forward in this race.
Yeah, I thought he'd be sitting second behind City Man.
So there's City Man, Trevor McCarthy. Oh, he is getting some choice mounts today. He's going to team up with Christophe Clement. This horse coming off a win in that Danger's Hour in his 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, he got a perfect trip this day, and I think the mile distance probably suits him a little better than a mile and an eighth. But he really ran, and he's run well. He ran second in this race last year, getting a 100 buyer figure behind Tribhuvan, who came back and was second in Manhattan domestic spending, won the United Nations, a Grade 1 in his next start, and he just has a tactical advantage because if they don't put this horse in the lead, then Christophe's crazy because it would give him such a huge advantage over this field. And a lot of times these boggy courses, being in front can be an advantage. You just don't see horses making real runs.
And, you know, it was a different turf course. It was a different track, first of all, today, but also there was some give in the ground. It's yielding today. It was just listed a couple times we've seen a good track for City Man. He's run good race, won a couple of stakes on turf courses that had some give in it.
Yeah, I mean, we're listing as yielding. It's likely very soft. We don't run on courses like this. The only time you run are the big races, the very big races. And in this case, these are important prep races for the Manhattan, this race. A big race to be run on Belmont Day, and they give him a chance to run. And as we said before, with the rails so far out, they're running on the outside part of the course, a part of the course we're probably not going to use a lot. This meet, after I think tomorrow, well, tomorrow will be off the turf, I have to imagine. I mean, there's 2 scheduled turfs, but been a monsoon here, Greg, as you well know.
Well, I walked in it from the Long Island Railroad to here.
You walked from over all the way?
I braved the elements. I did.
Wow. Did your umbrella blow away?
Almost.
Yeah, it was pretty.
I love it when the umbrella goes inside out.
That's my move. Yeah, I like that move. Yeah.
Here's Sacred Life. He's 4-1, but Rock Emperor next door, his stablemate, is 3-2. Meanwhile, these connections just had a big win on the Derby undercard.
They did. My friend Kirk Wyckoff, my miniature golf partner. To never play mini golf with against Kirk Wyckoff.
Yeah, you played for charity, right? Last summer at Saratoga?
We did, and we crushed. Well, I say Kirk. I was second out of 4. I beat Stabile. I beat Louis. But he was like secretary at the Belmont.
This horse is 19-1, by the way. This horse was not far off of Kentucky Ghost, who I think has a shot. The layoff's a concern, but in the big turf race coming up at Churchill.
The problem I have with him is that his recent form is lousy. He has back form that's good enough to get it done. But, you know, one thing I would never do is dissuade somebody, especially betting a long shot on a very soft turf course. Because you might not even know, but this horse has spent his whole life hoping to get on a soft course. We almost never run on courses like this. So you just don't know. Lurking inside one of these horses could be a horse that just freaks out on this kind of course.
It is, complete unknown who's going to take to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a big difference between a good to yielding. I know we're listening as yielding. We ran a race on it earlier. It's not yielding. It's soft, in my opinion. The thing is, it's not. It's a pretty fresh course, right? We've only been running on it for a week, so I think that helps it. It's not a course that's taken a lot of abuse, so it's in great shape.
Coming through the tunnel, 3 minutes to post in this Fort Marcy, and we still have. I know it's a compact field, obviously, coming up in that Westchester, but it's a really intriguing race, too, with just 5 that are going to line up in there. We'll get to it, obviously, a little bit later. Starting over, kicks things off 17-1.
Yeah, they scratched out of a race yesterday where, as it turned out, maybe they were right because they weren't likely to beat the winner. But the problem is this race is 8 million lengths tougher.
Glenn County, Three Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, and Junior Alvarado.
He does have some back races good enough. Losing to the, he ran third in the Arlington, the McD, but the ex-Arlington Million. But his recent form is sketchy.
Big day for Trevor McCarthy already. He's going to team up with Christophe Clement here.
Looking to sweep the stakes in both turf races and probably in the same fashion on the front end.
King Cause, Javier Castellano.
The only other horse with any speed and coming off a nice win on synthetic last time at 19-1.
And here comes the Chad Brown contingent. Sacred Life leads things off.
They're always lurking in these turf stakes, aren't they? You got through 3 and you'll get through no more. Sacred Life, I don't think he should be such a gigantically bigger price than the number 6 Rock Emperor.
Grade 1 winner. He went by, and then here's the third of the 3 for Chad Brown.
He's a weird horse who hasn't shown up that much, L'Imperator, but when he's run well, he's run very well. The problem is his one recent race, he was favored. He was atrocious.
Minute to post, Grade 2, Fort Marcy. You can follow along with all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free PPs on all the races on today's program. 8-5 favorite. Rock Emperor making a 6-year-old debut. Let's head back down to Acacia.
And looking at the number 3 in City Man, who is coming off that win in the Dangerous Hour. Yes, he had 2 horses setting the pace up in front of him, but he's always the type of horse that's sharp in that he has that, so to speak, intent, that demeanor that would lead you to believe that he's one that likes to be forwardly placed, especially with the scratch of Doswell in here. He's given every inclination in the preliminaries that he will be forward and could potentially be setting the pace, which I hope is the case under Trevor McCarthy today. He's one that's really come along quite well too, in his coat, in his muscle mass. Now coming back in his second start of his 5-year-old season, you see that physical maturity from him, and I don't think that the conditions of the turf course today will bother him at all. The 5 Sacred Life, meanwhile, short cut blinkers go on today, as he's one that sometimes can be really tricky to handle prior to the races. Seeing him in the Pegasus 2 starts back, he was tossing his head around on track, he was expending a lot of energy, he was laser focused today and very, very fit. Now coming out of a disappointing effort last time out, went off the pace in the Muniz Memorial. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up for this Grade 2 on the turf. And let's go back to the pace for a moment. Obviously, you thought City Man should be forward. Horse next to him's probably going to pressure him too, isn't he?
Pressure him. We're at NYRA, Greg. You're using that word loosely, right? It's possible. I think whoever wants to seize the bull by the proverbial horns is going to have the front in here. And maybe if you're Javier and you're Mike Maker, you think we're a bigger price, we're supposed to be a bit aggressive. But City Man is a naturally faster horse than King Cause.
And right now, he has become the favorite at 2-1. 5-year-old by Mucho Macho Man, 3-time winner on the turf, over $300,000 in earnings. And Clement, I think most people would agree, he's patient trainer. He doesn't crank him up, ready to roll right off the bench. And this horse won first off the bench.
No, that's a good point. His layoff numbers are lousy. That's a very good point. And this horse was ready to run first time. I think that's a very valid point, good trip or not. His horses, and I think it's a mark, it's why he has success he has. He's like a lot of trainers. They don't push their horses off layoffs. It's not like they don't want to win, but a lot of times they need that race. And this horse didn't need a race. And I think that's a very good point, Greg. I think he's the horse to beat over Rock Emperor. And they're both 2-1 right now, so the public seems to be agreeing that it's at least close.
Yeah, it's going back and forth between these two. Rock Emperor, slight favorite right now. 6-year-old debut for Rock Emperor.
No one will be surprised when Rock Emperor wins this race, but he is just too unreliable for me to take. I don't like picking horses like him. When he won that race, he was 15-1. I didn't like him that day, but at least if you liked him, he was a price. 2-1 on a horse like Rock Emperor? No, thank you.
And would you say, is it fair to say with Rock Emperor, you think he's better going longer or no?
Yeah. I think that's fair. I mean, he's run well enough in these races to say that he can run well in here, right? He's got figures in shorter races that are comparable, but how can you argue with that when I think it's very clear his best race was in the Turf Classic? But who knows? Maybe he woke up that day and he wanted to run. He's got a lot of hang in him. And Javier timed it well that day and got it done. Javier, of course, riding the number 4 in this race, though.
Well, there's Trevor McCarthy, City Man, being a little stubborn. heading into the gate.
Sure, because he probably overheard Clement saying that Trevor should rate him, and he's mad. I wouldn't blame him.
How aggressive will he be early? Grade 2, Fort Marcy on our Saturday Kentucky Derby card here in Elmont, New York. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for Rock Emperor and L'Imperator. There in the gate. And they're off in the Fort Marcy Stakes. And it is King Cause who's going out for the lead. L'Imperator from the outside. King Cause, L'Imperator, they are 1-2 going into the turn with City Man down at the rail and racing in third. In between horses is Sacred Life, and on the outside is Rock Emperor. And then it's a break of 3 lengths back to Glynn County, and starting over is the trailer. The leader is L'Imperator by 3/4 of a length. King Cause in the white blinkers runs in second as Rock Emperor ranges up on the outside. The quarter went in 25 and 2/5 seconds. L'Imperator is the leader, with Rock Emperor moving into second. King Cause now in third. Glynn County has made a move up on the outside and into fourth. Then it is Sacred Life in fifth, followed by City Man, and starting over is the trailer. L'Imperator leads here by a little more than a length. Glynn County, Rock Emperor right together, second and third. Half mile over the yielding turf in 52 and 3/5 seconds. L'Imperator continues to lead. Glynn County, big long shot, has moved into second with Rock Emperor next and third. Sacred Life in the pink cap is on the move on the outside into fourth. City Man and King Cause are together. And now starting over begins to make a move on the extreme outside. But it is still L'Imperator who has the lead. Glynn County running in second. Rock Emperor is down at the rail. And then it is Sacred Life and City Man. They are at the head of the stretch. It's L'Imperator in front. L'Imperator has built a 4-length lead. Glynn County running in second. Then Sacred Life in third. And farther back it is City Man. It is L'Imperator. Glynn County has wandered to the outside. Sacred Life is next in third. L'Imperator trying to hang in there for another 16th. It is L'Imperator with the lead. Then Glynn County and Sacred Life. And L'Imperator has won it in front-running fashion. And it's been quite a day here at Belmont for a trainer, Chad Brown.
Yet another stakes victory. Keep the train rolling. Chad Brown teams up with Madacat Stables, Wonder Stables here. Eric Cancel, and they were aggressive with this horse early.
Give Eric Cancel a lot of credit. He won this race last year with Tribhuvan by sending him to front. He did the same thing with a horse you never would have considered being forward. He sent him to front, and lo and behold, as we said beforehand, being in front in these races is a big advantage. I have to imagine City Man was ridden to instructions. They were the wrong ones.
European influence out of a Montjou mare.
You can't rate horses that are forward. If you're supposed to be in front, you should be in front. Maybe you didn't handle the going, but you have to give a lot of credit to these tactics for Imperator. The longest shot of the Chad Brown entry, the smartest ride.
2 wins on soft turfs, 1 win on a heavy turf over in Europe.
And, you know,
not a big surprise,
right.
huh?
And when he lost on a course that, by the way, was listed as yielding, that I'm not sure was that bad. We just had a big rainstorm at closing day at Saratoga. He didn't run badly. He was overbet at 3-5. I tell your daddy who beat him is very good, and he was also able to walk the dog on the front end, much like Eric Cancel just did here. Give him credit.
10-1. Every once in a very blue moon, Chad Brown goes off at double-digit numbers in big stakes races on the turf. He did it with Rock Emperor last year at 15-1. Got to win. Does it here at 10-1 with L'Imperator.
Congrats if you had him.
So double-digit odds here on this 5-year-old, wins for the 6th time now in 12 career starts. And his biggest moment certainly, well, in his career, but certainly here in the States. Churchill Downs Stakes is next. Jackie's Warrior back. He's 4-5. Looks like he should be alone in front in this race. He's got some competition here. What did you think of his comeback race as a 4-year-old at Oaklawn?
Well, I think there are a lot of things to think about. He took a lot of heat. It was his first race back. Ran a 98 Beyer. It's a credible effort. This is the Breeders' Cup. But that was also a track at Oaklawn where nobody closed all day long. Speed was dominant, so I think it was helped by that. We're showing the race to Aloha West wins the Breeders' Cup. You're not going to see anything from Jackie because he ran very poorly. Every horse is going to have a bad race. This was his bad race in the wrong day, but he had a very long campaign getting to it. This is
I know it
Aloha
was a
West.
starting point, and we're looking at the Breeders' Cup as you said, but his comeback race, it was a sloppy track. There were some runners with not much of a resume of what he's compared to he's going to face today that were making up ground on it.
No question about it. They went fast early, but I don't disagree. You know, I will say, and this is once again the Breeders' Cup, Aloha West, who I don't like today. The thing about his race today is he is totally loose in the lead. Who's going to run with him today?
He should have, an easy time of things on the front end. He's proven, I mean, talk about being able to dig in at 7/8. He did it against Life is Good in one of the tremendous stretch battles we had all of last year.
The good Jackie's Warrior will win this race, but he's going to have to run better than he did here at Oaklawn Park. Because pressure or not, this was, as you pointed out, a very mediocre field. This is a considerably better field that he faces today. And he was running on a track that was very kind to speed. So he could be a little vulnerable. There was one person on earth that thought he'd be 5-2. He happened to be the person who made the morning line. There was not a single other person that didn't think he'd be even money or less in this race. My mother called me and said, can I get 5-2 on Jackie's Warrior?
We knew that was not going to happen. He's 4-5 right now. You could play this 10th at Churchill, the Churchill Downs, Grade 1. By the way, it's the final pick 5 on the card. A late pick 5 begins in this race. It includes the Derby. I thought it was the most intriguing pick 5 of the day. So potentially a single right off the bat. Meanwhile, back here at Belmont, L'Imperatore, for Chad Brown, Eric Hansel, well done by these connections to steal this race. Put this horse on the front end.
Whoever came up with this plan deserves a lot of credit. This was a plan that worked last year for Tribuven, and it worked for this horse, and he was a different horse. Now, obviously, odd track condition, and that matters. The final time was 1:59.72. That wasn't a 1.25 mile race. On a firm turf, they'd go around 1:48 or less. So this turf isn't yielding. It's heavy.
A bog. Look at this. Everyone loves Linda 960, and now a 10-1 shot, 2 legs in to this late pick 5. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Eric Hansel, a gentleman as well, holding the umbrella for me. But Eric, tell me about the trip with L'Imperatore. Was that the plan all along to go to the lead with him?
Nah, to be honest, it wasn't really the plan. They told me to ride him how the race came over, so he broke sharp. I didn't want to take away what he gave me easy. So I just tried to nurse him around, and it worked out well.
You won this race last year in the same way with Tribuven, taking them just an easy walk around on the front end. How comfortable does that feel when your horse relaxes, setting the pace like that?
It's a big key to it, I mean, you don't want to be on the lead with a horse that's pretty ranked because him fighting you and you fighting him is just going to get him tired. It just worked out well. He relaxed for me, and I just had to time it right.
Now, this was a horse that had run well on soft courses over in Europe. He seemed to handle the ground, and it looks like it's pretty soft out there. What were you feeling?
I mean, he was pretty comfortable with it. As soon as I got to the half a mile, I felt like I had some horse. So I just kept on waiting a little bit more. Once I started feeling him asking me for more, I just let him go, and then he did a great job. I mean, the team did a great job too, so I'm just grateful I got the opportunity to ride him.
Congratulations on the win, and thank you for holding my umbrella.
Thank you.
Eric Hansel, Greg, doing a good job as a production assistant as well today.
True gentleman. Well done, Eric Hansel.
Maybe he could walk with us to the train.
Maybe. We'll ask. I'm not sure if he's quite that generous. Well done. I mean, this horse on the front end, and really only one horse making up any ground in here, but that was the difference in the race.
Yeah, no, this was a fabulous ride by Eric, and and lightning struck twice. A great plan hatched by both he and Chad Brown to go to the front end, and I think there was probably a little more intention than maybe Eric was letting on.
So that race in the books, 9th at Belmont. This was scheduled for the turf. It comes off. And am I getting 9-2 on Snicket right now? I am.
I hope so. I'm alive. I used the 7 and 11 in the pick 4, and I'm alive. I don't like Baby Man.
Yeah, Baby Man, we talked about him earlier. He debuted and won. He beat a couple of Chad Brown runners, including Bo Arts. gate to wire first time out, but his number, I mean, he needs to improve a lot to deal with the likes of certainly Snicket. And yeah, Sweet Solari coming out of a stakes race. That horse is quick.
Yeah, this is a funny race. I don't love Snicket. I had a little idea with Sweet Solari as a bit of a price, but this is a tricky race. I'm not surprised the board's wide open like this.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the 9th from Belmont for you when we come back. Which California shipper could be in the winner's circle after the Kentucky Derby? Taiba, Messier. We'll be back.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap.
It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Day. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Kentucky Derby field, and a look at the current odds. It is still Epicenter and Taiba with 2 starts to his name. Co-favorites at 5-1, and yeah, as you said earlier, I mean, Zandon morning line favorite, who's been, there's a lot of horses training good. I think people collectively would agree he's maybe training the best of anyone. He's 8-1 right now.
Very strange that he's taking no money in this race. And, you know, Lafitte had pointed this out yesterday, and he's right. I know that mathematically it makes no sense, but it seems like when they bet about 5% of the pool on the first day, the odds rarely change significantly. And we really haven't seen much change in here.
I want to get your thoughts on this race. So we heard this dramatic call from Kurt Becker, weaving his way through traffic. I thought he actually got a very good trip in this race.
Well, he did, except for getting shuffled back to last in a race where the pace completely held together. So from that perspective, I agree with that. I don't think he had any major trouble, but I think the thing you have to like about him is he's shown the ability to run well under, you know, not perfect circumstances. Run between horses, move, make moves, get in trouble, make his run. And most of the horses in here are forwardly placed horses that haven't had any real trouble at any point. And the Derby, things often don't go as well as they do in smaller fields.
Typically, though, in the Kentucky Derby, and you'd like to be at least forwardly placed where you don't have to deal with trouble in a wall of horses to come around. Since that point system was put in place, it was back in 2012, stalking running styles have won 75% of the Kentucky Derbies, and only 36% of the runners since that time have had that kind of running style.
You know, I've talked to Chad Brown about this, and he, you know, he feels that you don't want to be way too far back, but on the other hand, you know, he probably should have won the Derby with Normie Invasion in 2013, who made a bit of a premature move. And I said to him, Javier moved too soon, and he said, no, I'm going to take the heat for that. He said, I was worried that you had to be more forward. That Derby ended up collapsing. So I don't know, but I think he feels he can be a little closer. I'm going to tell you, a lot's going to depend on whether that 4-horse, Summers tomorrow, is blazing up front. If he's blazing up front and you're Zandon and you're back in 15th, I wouldn't be that worried. If he's not, you better be a little closer.
Best chance he's had in a Kentucky Derby with this horse today. Zandon, here's Chad Brown on his Derby contender.
Here with trainer Chad Brown, as he is just a few days out of sending out the likely favorite, Zandon. And Chad, having started about a half dozen horses in the Derby so far in your career, Zandon is your best shot thus far. Heading into the race, what has he shown you on this Churchill Downs strip?
Yeah, it's just been moving so well. It probably factored a little bit into his favoritism. Everyone sees how well he's working and moving, and yeah, he probably is our best shot. I mean, Good Magic really. We came in with a lot of confidence, of course, coming in with a 2-year-old champion, and then we ran into a great horse like Justify. So it wasn't to be. This horse gives us a little bit more hope that he can get the 1.25 miles maybe than that horse, although they're both super talented. It's a deep field. I mean, anyone that's been around even this past week and you're out there during the Derby and Oaks training, it's hard to find any horses that don't look good out there to my eye. I mean, there's a lot of nice looking colts in this field. It's going to come down to a trip probably.
Speaking of the trip, a lot of people saying that he's a kind of a deep closer, which he showed to be in the Bluegrass with that victory. But, I mean, you go back to the Remsen, and he was very close. So is it just up to Flavien to play the break?
I think so. And, Maggie, you were there when he debuted, and he won going 3/4. So, naturally when you handicap these horses to stretch out, they're going to be right there like he was in the Remsen. I don't know why he hopped at the start in the Risen Star and it set him far back. And then in the Bluegrass, actually, his first step out of the gate, Flavien said was very good. And it got a little tight, and he sort of got shuffled and outrun a little bit more than Breaking Bad. So I'm hoping he goes more to that Remsen, his 2-year-old form, both the maiden win and the Remsen, where he showed good gate speed. I know he has it, and gets himself at least in the first half of this field in the first turn.
Chad, we've seen you take him to the gate a couple times this week. Is that to prepare him to break alertly?
Yeah, he's never been a problem at the gate. It's customary. The starter here likes to see the horses, which is a good practice. So we cooperated and sent him back there. He's never ever been an issue loading, standing. Just he hopped that one time down in New Orleans, but nevertheless I took him and he did fine this morning.
Chad, you're a Saratoga, Mechanicville native. Yeah. Winning the Travers has always been the big thing for you, but to win a Derby, it'd be pretty sweet too.
If you ask me this time of year, it's the Derby. Yeah. And if you ask me in mid-August, I want to say the Travers. So that's never going to change.
Well, Chad, best of luck with Zandon. He looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat will be aboard. That was earlier in the week, obviously, when Maggie was able to catch up with Chad Brown. Your thoughts on this? I mean, obviously, he hopped out of the gate in that Risen Star. Got shuffled back a little bit in the Bluegrass, but is that taking the horse out of his game if he puts some more forward?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, I think it's a valid question. I think what Chad's talking about is he didn't break badly in the Bluegrass. He sort of dropped back after the start. I mean, it's one thing if he's sitting 10th. I think the pace is going to dictate where this horse is. I don't know how much they can do with him. He's gotten a little lazy early in his races, and it hasn't worked out badly for him. I think it keeps depending on where the 4 is in front or not. If they're not going that fast, he can be a little more forward.
At 8-1, seems like he's worth a play. Welcome to those just joining us on FS2. This is America's Day at the Races. Here on Kentucky Derby Day, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, the rest of our crew with you as well on a wet day here in Elmont, New York. We still have a stakes race to come in a compact field in Westchester. Going to talk plenty about the Kentucky Derby. You still have a couple hours until we get to that time. It's going to be a fun afternoon.
I agree. And Chad Brown's won 2 stakes here. He's won a couple, I think, over at Churchill Downs. And he could have the horse to beat in the Westchester as well. So a good day for him. But I think his good day is going to depend really on it does in the Kentucky Derby, like so many others.
Trying to get that elusive first Kentucky Derby is so interesting. He had the 2-year-old champion. He went to the Kentucky Derby with Good Magic. Felt he had a really big chance in that race. And then he said he got to the paddock and he saw Justify and how stout and physical he was. He said, oh boy, we're in trouble.
I still think if he had drawn outside of Justify in the previous, he would have beaten him that day. I think getting inside, he had to force the pace from the inside. But, you know, people are talking about Zandon. He had a good one in Good Magic, but as you say, he made an even better one in Justify.
We are in Hot Springs, Arkansas with his 7th at Oaklawn coming up. It's a 6-furlong sprint. Condition $12,000 claiming race. And even money on the 3 in here, Plain Talk. This horse is quick. Usually, at least the last 4 or 5 starts, has been pretty darn consistent, too.
I mean,
on different surfaces.
From a speed figure standpoint, he has such an enormous edge over this field, Greg, right? I mean, he's just faster than these horses. So I'm not looking to take a bet against him. He looks like he's supposed to be 3 to 5 in this field. He can only beat himself. I suppose Sacred Oath has a little bit of a chance, the 7 dropping down. You've got the 1 off the claim for whatever that's worth. But my gosh, this horse, I mean, unless somebody just blitzes him up front, he's supposed to win.
Not that he did much running that day, but he was in against and actually showed speed. He was on the lead or right off of it against Special Reserve. Who was a graded stakes winner at the highest level.
Yeah, I'd like Special Reserve in this spot. It'd be pretty good. He runs second in the Vanderbilt or win it in Saratoga. I think it was second.
Second.
Yeah.
Looked like the entire stretch he was going to get by. Did not. But, yeah, very good sprinter.
Yeah.
This horse faced him February of last year and showed some ability in that race before ultimately backing up. 3 to 5 now. Alex Conchari, McLean Robertson on the 1 to beat. I guess in terms of things not going well for him, sort of in the hands of the 8, right? Pull My Chain, that's the other speed in here that can try and pressure him early?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if Newsbox got a super aggressive ride, but I agree with you that Pull My Chain, but do you really want to take this horse, claim that? You're not saying he can win. What you're saying is, can he affect the race by going? A horse like Plain Talk, I mean, he's able to survive pace duels. This is not a favorite that I'm trying to beat.
3 to 5, trying to collect the 4th win of his career. 5-year-old by conveyance. And there he is, absolutely. This race goes through him. 7th from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Last to load, Pull My Chain. They're at the post. They're off. Plain Talk broke beautifully and goes immediately to the front from Tough Company and Dixie Street. Then to the outside and Pull My Chain. Newsbox is close up. American Joey is at the rail, and the trailer is Sacred Oath. It's Plain Talk up the backstretch, a neck in front of Pull My Chain. Tough Company is between horses. Newsbox in a tight spot, might have to get out of there for Kai Lee. Then comes American Joey and Dixie Street. They're only about 2 from the lead. 4 lengths last to Sacred Oath. They leave the backstretch, and here's Pull My Chain and Jeremy Alicia to challenge Plain Talk. Plain Talk is a neck in front of Pull My Chain in second. 2 lengths to American Joey. Newsbox is now in the clear. He's 4th, but he's still got 5 lengths to make up. Dixie Street's inside of him. 2 back to Tough Company. The back of the pack is Sacred Oath, and Plain Talk is getting away. It is Plain Talk at the top of the stretch with a 2-length lead on American Joey in second. Then comes Dixie Street. Then Pull My Chain and Newsbox. Plain Talk to the final 16th with a nice lead. Plain Talk leads it by 2.5. American Joey, Dixie Street, and Newsbox. Plain Talk, American Joey, a final run. Plain Talk in front. Plain Talk beat American Joey 3/4 of a length. Dixie Street was 3rd, and Newsbox finished 4th.
Plain Talk, heavy favorite, does not disappoint here in the 7th at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to be that much better in the field on paper and lose races if you show up. If nothing goes wrong, and nothing went wrong, and he's just too good for these horses. Simple as that. American Joey, no surprise. He finished 2nd in this race, sitting on the inside. He made it reasonably close to the end, but they weren't being the favorite.
3-1-2 finish. Alex Conchari from McLean Robertson, Nova Gratz Racing Stables. Take a look at today's remaining action presented by Claiborne Farm. Westchester included in races 9 through 11 here at Belmont. Grade 3, compact field, but a good group on our sloppy main track. And then at Oaklawn, we still have races 8 through 10 ahead that will bring you on air this afternoon. Of course, you can play all the action with Naira Bets. Plenty of promos to take advantage of, including betting Churchill Downs in Belmont today with Naira Bets. Get a $40 bonus just for playing on Derby Day. Wager at least $200 on each track at both Churchill Downs and at Belmont, and you'll get $40 back in your account whether you win or lose. Go to NairaBets.com. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that promotion. We're going to take a short time out. We'll be back. Got the 9th at Belmont coming up. There's Snicket, main track only entrant. Maybe the one to beat. Stay with us.
Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today as we take a look at horses in the paddock for this off-the-turf 9th race. Starting with, as I am Acacia Clement, for those who are just tuning in on Fox Sports 2, we'll start with the main track only runner, and that is Snicket, who's kind of the now horse. She won her last 2 races, and she used to be one that would have the propensity to finish in the money versus getting the victory. And we do often see this where horses who seem to kind of turn the corner and end up getting a win continue on with that good momentum. So Snicket, meanwhile, 1-2 starts back, came back with another win, and she just seems like a happy horse. She's very, very fit. There is some good size to her, and I like that she's sharp in here today. She's been just dragging her groom around the paddock. So we'll see if she can get her 3rd win in a row. Horse breaking to the outside is the 1A Baby Man. And this is my first time seeing her, but I do know that Maggie said that she was very unprofessional first time out and that she was really vocal, distracted. She's been the consummate professional throughout all the preliminaries here in the paddock, through getting saddled, hasn't made a peep. She does look like one who might have moved forward from that first start. She broke sharply and just kept pulling away very impressively. And fitness-wise, we'll see if that helps strengthen her up. She's actually done everything to keep her pretty quiet today, but I would imagine that speed is a big weapon for her. The number 7, Sweet Solari. Blinkers coming off this filly by Into Mischief, and oftentimes I've noticed Into Mischief fillies, they're kind of burlier, stockier types. That's not her. She's smaller. She's very much a lighter frame. she looks like a horse who favors a wet track. She has very, very small, kind of cuppy type of feet, cotton in her ears, but has handled everything well and gotten much sharper once Kendrick Carmouche climbs aboard. I think she's one who comes out of the Cicada who could be very, very interesting. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. There is Kendrick Carmouche, and that's the one coming out of the Cicada. Blinkers come off today. Maiden win was on the front end on a sloppy racetrack, went gate to wire.
Yeah, I'm getting lost here. Where are we exactly?
Hold on a moment, because I want to read this
I know.
promo about the triple play pick 3 that we have
confused.
tomorrow. Were you getting hyped about this, maybe? Triple play pick 3? Low takeout $3 pick 3 in the last 3 races.
Now I know I haven't been sleeping the last 2 nights. I've been
Belmont
wondering what it
each
was.
Sunday. We figured it out. Learn more about this fun new wager at NARA.com/triple play. Low takeout, too. All right, I was asking you about your selection here, the 7, and the horse filly coming out of that stake, who Acacia was talking about, too, Sweet Solare.
Well, she buried in Everyone Loves Linden, a sloppy track in her race 2 back. That feels like it moves her up after the race 2
one
back.
earlier on the card.
The last race she ran in on March 19th. March 19th was the day that making up ground was virtually impossible at Aqueduct, and she was just sort of left in the wrong spot against a better field. I look at this field, and I don't really think it's that strong, and I think she really has upside, and I don't get the horse that's the 8-5 favorite. I think it's just a horrible overbet favorite.
I am with you. Did win first time out, did it gate to wire, but seemingly would need to move forward quite a bit to contend in this group. Outside post, one of the main track onlys. Here's the 3, has the rail.
I don't think Fine and Lucy's impossible to get a piece in this race. I don't know if she's going to win, but she's got 12 seconds and thirds, and she's run fast enough to be competitive.
Here is the 6. Here's Charlie O. Gets Lasix.
Tries the dirt for the first time as this race was rained off the turf. Michelle Nevin probably needs to get a race into the horse. That's why she left her in.
Kendrick Carmouche.
I'm glad this horse was rained off the grass.
Solari.
I really was interested in betting this horse. I like this horse's maiden win, and I think this horse blinkers off. I like this horse's chances today.
And again, dropping out of a stakes race last time out on equipment change, blinkers off. Here is the 8. A will away, Luis Cardenas rides.
She's got a huge race in a sloppy track, sealed track at Aqueduct, going back not too far. Just keep that in mind. She's 23-1.
Here's Snicket. Last 4 races that the rider has stayed on. This horse has steadily been moving forward, figures-wise.
This is the Greg Wolf best bet of the day. It is.
Yes,
Own it.
I like this horse quite a bit.
You get full credit, and I'm not going to argue, but can this horse who couldn't find the winner's circle win 3 straight? Maybe.
The quick comeback is a touch of a concern. Would you agree?
Yeah,
Or no?
I don't disagree. But I don't worry about this thing a lot, but it's fair. 2 weeks. It's a tougher field, too.
So Snicket, let's take a look at back on April 23rd. This was the second of back-to-back victories. This was at Aqueduct as a favorite.
Yeah, I think potentially she's running in a tougher race today. Now, on paper, there are no superstars in here, so she's very logical. I don't have anything to argue about her being logical. I picked her second in this race, but I think it's possible there are some interesting new horses in here that might be a bit tough for her. But we'll see.
Trained by David Duggan. Back-to-back seconds, stumbled, and then lost her rider right out of the gate after that, and then has wheeled back with back-to-back victories. And Trevor McCarthy has been aboard for each of those 2 wins at Aqueduct. He's back aboard today. It's tough to continue reeling off wins. And, before that, she had 9 seconds.
Amazing.
In 19 starts, and now she's won her last 2.
No, amazing. Sometimes they find winning, and suddenly it doesn't seem like they hate it the way they've hated it in the past. And it seems to have been the case with her a little bit.
Second choice at 5-2. Let's go back to Acacia.
Just wanted to circle back on the 1A Baby Man. She was very laid back out in the paddock, and she had a little bit of an odd warm-up under Jose Gomez, as it seemed he was trying to get her to wake up a bit at such a short price. It is kind of interesting as for sprinter, and especially one who maybe lacked some professionalism first time out and showed so much speed. For me, that's a bit of a negative in that she wasn't really showing much back in the paddock as far as the energy did go, and not too much energy out on the track either. Jose Gomez, as we've talked about, gives those big warm-ups, and I think that is the key for her. She's linked back up with the pony now and perked up a little bit, but I would have just liked to see some more energy from her out on the track at 3-2, Greg.
All right, so a negative from Acacia. Andy and I have reasons to doubt Baby Man as well, but for some reason she's the 8-5 favorite here.
I guess they see she ran once and she won easily. I don't know. I don't know what was so impressive about that win. She got to the front at a big price against an okay field, I guess. The third horse had trouble, didn't come back to run that well in here. I'm not saying she can't win, nor are you, but I think she's massively overbet right now.
Meanwhile, Sweet Solare, if she's going to win this race, you believe she's going to do it on the front end?
Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that much. I mean, I haven't really thought that hard about how the pace was going to set up. I know that's sort of a stupid thing to say at this point. I'm looking at the other horses. I mean, she's faster than those inside of her. Snicket's pretty quick if Snicket wants to go, and I have to imagine Baby Man's going to probably go, but I would imagine she'll be forward. I don't know that she has to be in front. I mean, I know her only win was in the front, but I'm not sure she has to be.
She is 5-1 as they begin to load up. So still 8-5. That 1A, again, all the way on the outside. Baby Man. Here with Jose Gomez for Rudy Rodriguez. Snicket trying to make it 3 in a row, the 11, all with Trevor McCarthy aboard. He's having a huge afternoon. We'll see if he can keep it going. This will be the 4th win in 22 starts for her after all those seconds we talked about. She is in the form of her life right now. And she's run okay. 2 seconds on her 2 off-track tries. As Kendrick steps in, we go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Here's race 9 from Belmont Park.
Waiting now for Snicket and To a T. There in the gate. Waiting for Baby Man. Now they're all in. And they're off. It is Charlie O along with Sweet Solade, and on the outside, Baby Man. Baby Man and Sweet Solade are right together here in the early going. And then it is A Will Away, and alongside is Snicket. Charlie O broke well, now back in 5th. To a T runs in 6th. Big break, back to fight on Lucy, who trails the field in 7th. The quarter, 22 seconds. It is Baby Man on the outside and Sweet Solade on the inside, and the two of them hook up. They are stride for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on A Will Away, who's down on the inside in 3rd. Then comes Snicket and To a T. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is still Baby Man and Sweet Solade. The front 2 are joined by A Will Away, and To a T is out in the middle of the track as they come down for the 8th pole. Sweet Solade, Baby Man, A Will Away, To a T on the far outside, and then fight on Lucy. Now is 16th out. Sweet Solade trying to hang in there. A Will Away, one last try. Sweet Solade and A Will Away. Sweet Solade. Kendrick Caramouche with the victory on the front runner.
Sweet Solare hanging on late for the victory here and got to the front quickly, but then got challenged for the front end and lost the lead.
Trevor McCarthy had a plan, and he executed to perfection here. She looked like she might get swallowed up, and Greg, it was Kendrick. I'm sorry. Trevor was riding he's riding the 11 because got in, right? Excuse me, thank you. Good credit to Kendrick. How about A Will Away was coming? And I'm thinking to myself, didn't I just say in the show I'm supposed to throw this horse in at a huge price in the exacta, and I have no 7-8 exacta box, which I wish I had, but I got a little 7, and I'm alive in the pick 4, Greg, so I'm excited. 5-1.
Nice.
We were right about the 1A.
Was wrong about Snicket.
Yeah, but you were right about the favorite, and that's what matters.
Sweet Solare, Horatio de Paz, owned by Michael Ryan, Kendrick Caramouche. Getting the job done without equipment change. Filly by Into Mischief. She's now won 2 of her last 3. Dropping out of a stakes race. getting easier, but had to battle here to get this win.
Oh, this was a well-deserved win. I mean, she broke, she sent. The number 1A, the favorite, came after her. It looked, I mean, top of the stretch, I thought it was done, right? I mean, I know you were sitting there thinking, ugh, I'm going to have to listen to Annie complain now because they're all going to go by him. It looked like the 12 was looming, like going to run by the field, and she really dug in. A very game performance, an excellent ride by Kendrick Carmouche.
Luis Cardenas a will away outside, but yeah, unable to run this filly down. Wins by about 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, more than it looked like she was going to win by, that's for sure.
Sweet Solare, the victory. And we have stakes action coming up next. We'll get to the Grade 3 Westchester in just a little bit. 5-horse field, and a horse who was a major player on the Triple Crown Trail last year would not eventually make it to the Kentucky Derby. That, of course, greatest honor. Talk about this year's Kentucky Derby field. And Epicenter, of course, Steve Asmussen trying to get that first Kentucky Derby win, and a horse who comes in having done very little wrong in his career. And that Louisiana Derby showed that he is not a need-the-lead type horse.
And with 2 Grade 1s in the last day of racing, Steve Asmussen's over that 0 for 80 streak in Kentucky, I'm sure. I mean, there really isn't anything not to like about Epicenter. I thought it was an incredibly wise choice by them, rating him like they did the Louisiana Derby, because up until that point, every race that he had been running, he had been the speed. And I think you get to the Derby, you want to ask yourself, can we be successful sitting behind horses? He answered that question. The only real question is, does the pace get too hot? Does he get in some trouble? He's had good trips, but an adaptable, talented horse like Epicenter, that's what you want.
That what you brought up right there, I think, is the big thing with him. He has had ground-saving, very good trips the last 2 starts.
No question. He's a relatively short price who's had excellent trips in the Kentucky Derby. A lot of weird stuff can happen, but that's an intangible you can't do anything about. As a racehorse, he is a darn good one.
Not this time, 3-year-old. For Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario will have the mount on Epicenter in the Kentucky Derby. You can get a free $25 play for the Kentucky Derby, plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus by getting started with NYRA Bets. Use that code right there for new members. Derby 25 on the app or at nyrabets.com. We're going to take a timeout. Epicenter trying to deliver the one race in a career that's getting close to 10,000 wins, the one that's missing for Steve Asmussen. Taba will try to deny him. He's made only 2 career starts.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again. Wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races here in Elmont, New York. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Sweet Solare, Kendra Carmouche for Horatio de Paz, owned by Michael Ryan. And this filly game down the stretch on this wet track.
Yeah, and I love the aggressive ride from Kendrick. And I mean, she sort of held off and put everybody away at some point in this race, didn't she? She got the speed, she got the closers, and got it done, and a nice job.
A little bit like Rachel Alexandra in the woodwork.
She really was. She reminded me a lot. I thought of Rachel. I thought of Holy Bull in the Travers. You know, those amazing gallant efforts on the front end. Yeah, I thought of them. Horacio Paz very quietly winning a bunch of races at Belmont so far.
$12.80 for the victory. Nice call, Andy. You like this one? 36 to 1 on a Willoway.
I should have had a small exact. I said it before that horse has been live on a. Well, we could have the try. The 3 was the worst that hits the board, right? The 3's third for the 9th time. A lot of red boarding to do in this race, you know?
Look at this late pick 5. This is setting up to be something special.
I agree. I'm alive in the pick 4. I did not bet pick 5s. I would not have used Everyone Loves Linda, so I'm glad I did.
2 legs remain, and the next leg, of course, the Grade 3 Westchester. Just 5 will line up. A horse who was early on last year, Greatest Honor, looked like he might go to the Kentucky Derby as one of the favorites. Wound up not getting there after he was beaten the Florida Derby. That's Greatest Honor. We'll get to the Westchester coming up in a moment. As for this year's Kentucky Derby, let's hear from Acacia Clement on the main contenders for the 148th Run for the Roses.
The blanket of roses received by the Kentucky Derby winner is one of the most coveted in the sport and one of the most difficult to obtain. Some of the most heralded trainers in horse racing have never brought home a trophy from Churchill Downs, but the Derby dream never dies, and neither does the quest for the Triple Crown. Hall of Fame member Steve Asmussen is the leading all-time trainer of winners in North America, but the Kentucky Derby has eluded him. Epicenter could end that streak this year. The son of Not This Time is the morning line's second choice for the 148th Run for the Roses and enters this event after capturing the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes and the Grade 1 Louisiana Derby at the fairgrounds.
Epicenter wins the Louisiana Derby.
Chad Brown has received 4 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Trainer, but like Asmussen, a Derby triumph is one of the few Grade 1 races not on his resume. That could all change in 2022 as Brown will have the lightly raced but talented Zandon in the gate. Zandon was third in the Risen Star to kick off his sophomore campaign and then won the Grade 1 Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland. The son of Upstart came from last at the 3/4 pole to draw clear of his 10 rivals.
Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Saffie Joseph Jr. also seeks his first Derby victory with his second Kentucky Derby starter. White Obario returned for his 3-year-old campaign with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Holy Bowl at Gulfstream Park. He then punched his ticket to Louisville with another win in the Grade 1 Florida Derby over that same surface.
And White Obario wins the Florida Derby for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Tim Yakteen aims to collect his first Derby in his first attempt with the gifted Taba. The son of Gunrunner overhauled multiple graded stakes winner Messier to win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby in only the second start of his young career after being unraced at the age of 2.
The run-happy Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Only 20 horses can enter the starting gate under the Twin Spires to vie for $3 million. Will this be the year that one of the participants provides their trainer with their first Derby victory and continues the march to Triple Crown glory at Belmont Park?
It's going to be an incredible Run for the Roses coming up, completely wide open this year. Co-favorites right now at 5-1. Zandon, you see on the board at 8-1. And a lot of contenders in this race that are double-digit odds that have a big chance to win it.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, it's why one of the reasons, many reasons, the Derby is fun. If you're right in the Derby, you get paid.
All right, we're going to head back to Oaklawn. Race 8 in Hot Springs. This will kick off the late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint. It is a maiden special weight. And 6-5 favorite not the one we're looking at. The 2 is, that's Mean Jakey, Steve Asmussen. Well, of course, we'll send out Epicenter in the Kentucky Derby. Right now, one of the co-favorites. This horse has had opportunities, 2 seconds, 2/3 in 5 starts. Can today be the day for this one right here?
I guess. I mean, I wouldn't take 6-5 on him, but I guess he's the worst to beat off his last recent races. I'll tell you what's something interesting in this race. The 4 and 6 are both first-time starters for Ron McQuett. And Ron McQuett's obviously a terrific trainer, trained Whitmore. And the 6 is taking some money in here, by the way. And this is the homebred for Gary Mary West. Ron McQuett, with first-time starters in maiden special weights in dirt sprints over the last 5 years at Oaklawn, is 0 for 41. I would never have guessed that in a million years. Isn't that amazing? That's a pretty amazing stat.
I guess it tells you
they usually need a
intent.
race. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's not a knock.
Yeah.
Ron McQuett's a very good trainer, and in no way is it meant as a criticism. It's more, right, it's like the Klemanov layoff things that we talk about. It's like, Tom Morley won with a horse second off a layoff yesterday, and Tom's horses need a start. It's not because he's a bad trainer. It's because they need a start. He wants, their horses often come in needing one.
Well, that even more so makes you pay more attention to this horse taking money now, right? This 6 at 7-2.
I agree. I think it's probably a little meaningful, but it also means I'm going to bet against them. I think the question is, which would you take, the 1 or 7? I'd take Cronus because, you know me, I love a turn back.
Yeah, Cronus, for several starts now, has been going longer. Blinkers go on today. Here he is.
But he's also had his share of chances. He was claimed for $50,000 2 races back. But off his last race, I like him on the turnback. The trainer has very good turn numbers with turnbacks overall, not great with maidens.
He's faced some good horses, too.
Life is Hard.
Southern
Stage
District.
Raider. Stage Raider is a half to a horse we just previously mentioned in the show, Justify. Justify's not telling his friends about Stage Raider, though.
He even faced Strato Fortress when he was sprinting, who's turned out to be a decent horse.
Well, he has
on
faced
this
some
circuit.
good horses, this horse.
Yeah.
Life is Hard.
Here's General Strike. He's going to have the inside post. He's going to cut back. He went 6 furlongs in his debut. He's been favored quite a bit. First 3 starts of his career, he's the favorite. Of course, obviously, he's still a maiden, disappointed in all 3. But he's run, I guess most notably, that 7 furlong second start at Churchill, 70 buyer. Race is good enough to win here.
100%. The problem is what has happened since then. And he's been an awfully short price in his races, but he too is a turn back. He went a 2-turn mile last time out. He's not impossible in here.
And those silks you saw on General Strike, those will be the silks that Steve Asmussen will team up with Epicenter. That would mean so much to him, the long relationship he has had with the Winchell family over the years to win a race he's yet to win with Winchell Thoroughbreds.
And
that'd be something.
My guess is, and Winchell owned Gunrunner, is Steve owns a couple of breeding rights into Gunrunner. So Steve really could just retire tomorrow, and he never has to worry about a single thing. I mean, you had a little annuity like that for a cool $600,000 a year. I don't think you'd be sitting here with me, and I know I wouldn't be sitting here with you. Nothing personal.
It shows you. Obviously, but the motivation to do it, to send. First of all, just to be in the game and get up and do the hours they do, but to send out as many horses as he does every year. Probably sends out more than anyone in the country, right? Year after year?
Maybe combined.
Yeah.
He sends out so many horses, he sends out more than Tom Amoss.
It's incredible. Annually, 500-plus wins a year for Steve Asmussen. That's why he's closing in on 10,000 for his career.
Is he there yet?
Very close. Let's go to Vic Stauffer, 8th from Oaklawn, start of the late pick 5.
Cecily Evans and Cincinnati Bay to the outside. They're at the post. Simpson Bay backed out. Not in yet. Now he's ready. They're set. They're off. General Strike and Mean Jakey shows speed. Chasing Rainbows is away. And now alongside Mean Jakey, then Simpson Bay, Big Time Integrity, Cronus Between Horses, and Humero Doro, and the trailer is lead actor. Up the backstretch, the two Asmussen trainees are dueling. It's Mean Jakey just outside of General Strike. General Strike's ahead in front. Mean Jakey is second, 2.5 lengths to Chasing Rainbows and Big Time Integrity. Cronus is Between Horses. He's fifth and about 4 from the front with Humero Doro. 3 back to Simpson Bay. 6 lengths last to lead actor. They round the far turn, Mean Jakey and General Strike. They continue to go at it. Now Mean Jakey's a neck in front. General Strike is second by 1.5 lengths. Here's Chasing Rainbows. A flashy first-time starter, 3 deep in third. 2 back to Cronus at the rail in fourth. Then to the outside, Big Time Integrity. It's Mean Jakey in front. He's a half length in front of Chasing Rainbows, who comes after in second. Mean Jakey now a full length in front. Chasing Rainbows is second. General Strike and Cronus. Mean Jakey clear, a 16th out. And now he's 2.5 to the front of Chasing Rainbows and General Strike. Mean Jakey and Louis Q in front. Mean Jakey won by better than 2. General Strike made it Asmussen 1-2 over Chasing Rainbows. Cronus finished fourth.
2-1-6. Mean Jakey, yes, Asmussen, as you heard, 1-2 in here. And it was the two Asmussen runners battling each other early in this race.
It's amazing, right, watching this, because around the turn, when the 6 was moving out, my 7 looked like it was moving, you wouldn't have bet $1 on a 2-1 exacta. Isn't it amazing the one finished second over the first-time starter? And Chasing Rainbows ran a little bit, but, I mean, he hung at the end. Maybe he'll improve second time out, but I would have thought one of the 6 or 7 would pick somebody up, wouldn't you?
I thought the 6 was going to win this
Yeah,
race
so did
coming
I.
into the stretch.
Yeah.
But it was the debut. Just missed second. And, you know, as you said and brought it up, this is a horse where you expect to see improve second time out.
Yeah, we hope so. He had a good trip. He didn't run badly, but he had a good trip.
We are going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Much more coming up on this Kentucky Derby Day edition of America's Day at the Races. We'll have the story of the oldest living Kentucky Derby winner and the impact he has made on someone's life that's helped change their life when we come back.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your Kentucky Derby Day with us here on FS2. Program brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play it all. Download the app or go to nyrabets.com. Mean Jakey battling his stablemate early despite that, they were able to finish 1-2.
Yeah, I'm still amazed they ended up running 1-2 the way it went, but they battled it out, and I guess it just is what it is, and they were the two speeds. But it's always a little surprising when you see a trainer with two horses to race and they're dueling in the race. But you have to understand they have different owners, and they're both horses that were forwardly placed. And in this case, it didn't really matter. They finished 1-2 as they were sort of expected to.
Mean Jakey graduates, career start number 6, owned by Mike McCarty. Luis Quinones aboard for the win. Asma's in second as well, with General Striker Chasing Rainbow's first-time starter. Winds up third for Ron Moquett in the debut. Son of Into Mischief for Gary and Mary West. Up next at Churchill Downs, a race away from the Kentucky Derby. Grade 1, Old Forester Bourbon Turf Classic, $1 million purse. 4-year-olds and up. Take a look at the current odds. And Sherrill Spite, one of the... I know you'll get a kick out of it. What was 50 to 1 morning line?
Yeah,
I believe.
Very clever morning
and
line.
And that Maker's Mark Mile, and Roger Atfield, the trainer, a legend, was a little shocked by it. Wound up going off at 9 to 1 and got the win.
Well, not only was he 9 to 1, he was the third longest shot on the board. He wasn't even the longest shot on the board. And this is an excellent effort by this horse. And obviously it was an idiotic morning line because, I mean, this horse had run a very good race at Tampa Bay in his prior start, winning a race. And it's not as though that this Grade 1 Maker's Mark had a field of monsters in there. It was a nice field and a solid field, but you can see how close together they all finished. It was a very competitive field. I wonder, though, coming back in 3 weeks, stretching the 1 1/8, whether you expect to get as good a performance. That's one of the questions.
This race seems wide open for Ed Hamo, and right now Ed Hamo's the favorite. This was the State's debut for trainer Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz was aboard. This horse came from the clouds to just miss against Cavalry Charge.
Yeah, and obviously he's an interesting horse coming back, and there's nothing wrong with the effort he put in here. The horse that I want out of this one, I'm going to give one last chance to Santon out of this race. I thought he was disappointing. I thought he was supposed to beat in here. He ran so well in the Hollywood Derby. Last time out, he got wired in the front end. I thought he'd get more pace to run at today, and maybe today he could get it done. But I've got no knock on the horse that just won either, or finished second, Chad Brown's horse. And Chad has won this 3 straight times. Interestingly enough, Chad Brown's won this 3 straight times, all for Klarovich Stables. One of them being Bricks and Mortar, eventually the horse of the year. Then when they moved the Derby day to Labor Day weekend, he won it with Digital Age at a big price. And then he won it the next year, last year, in a dead heat with Domestic Spending, who went on to do such good things and ran well before getting injured. They'll try to win it with Public Sector. He's going to have to improve off his 3-year-old form to win it, but he is training very, very well, and I think they're optimistic he'll run well. But this is a tough spot off the layoff. But can they win? Owner and trainer winning 4 straight in this race. Pretty amazing.
16 to 1, by the way, and the horse who just beat Ad Hamo, who's now 2 to 1.
Yeah, I get. Well, he was also a huge price when he beat him, right? Wasn't he like 40?
He was 35 to 1.
Yeah, and I guess they figure there's more speed in here, but that is
5
a little.
for 10 on the
no,
grass.
but that is a little weird.
Yeah.
I agree. That's fair.
Get signed up with Naira Bets. Take advantage of this offer right here. $40 bonus today. Bet Churchill Downs in Belmont.
I made it.
You made it? You're already there? You get that $40 bonus?
Yeah, I
So
was.
wager 200 at Churchill, 200 at Belmont. You'll get $40 in your account whether you win or lose. And you've actually won a little already.
I'm
so
winning today. I am. And I'm alive in the late pick 4 here. So
we have another
excited.
stakes race coming up. Grade 3 Westchester. Here at Belmont, 1-turn mile, and that is Cody's Wish. Getting out of the gate has been his primary problem. He is talented, though. 4-year-old debut. He just missed by a neck with another slow start. We'll be back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
Happy Kentucky Derby Day to everybody out there watching. Thanks for being with us here on FS2. Other networks across the country as well. You can play all the action with NYRA Bets. Take advantage of the great promos we have going on. Bet the Kentucky Derby today coming up with a $25 free play for the Derby plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members when you punch in the code Derby25. Grade 3 Westchester is next here at Belmont. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
We'll start to the inside with a horse that last year was on that Derby trail, and that is Greatest Honor, who cuts back to the mile today. Now, pedigree, you would think Belmont Stakes, right, from the beginning, in that he's by Tappet, out of a mare who's the sister to Jazzle and Rags to Riches, so it has Belmont Stakes written all over it. Unfortunately, sidelined last year after the Florida Derby. I remember speaking to Jose before the Ghost Sapper last time, Jose Ortiz, his regular rider, and he said he really didn't think that he handled the Tampa track. He's a big, heavy horse, probably needed that race in the Challenger to get on track and get going, and he thought that he was coming in and doing better. Last time out down in Florida at Gulfstream, I wasn't overwhelmed by him. Thought that he didn't really warm up as well as I had seen him in the past, lacked a bit of focus, and they do put the shortcut blinkers on him today for the first time. So we'll see if that helps him to be a little bit more focused and into the bridle a bit more today. He's pretty sharp for the cutback, though. He is a big leggy type, which I like to see. I like to see a little bit more intensity from him. The 2 Sound Money, though, coming off of a win, going the mile at Aqueduct, obviously facing tougher today, but he's one that I actually think should handle the track conditions quite well. I know his only wet track race was at Churchill, but it was sprinting. He ran poorly that day. He's been on the muscle in here in the paddock today. He's been forward into the bridle. He's sharp, but he's also a handier type of individual, such that I think that the mile suits him perfectly. And he looks like one who should be able to get over a wet track just fine. Was outfooted at the break last time and kind of was a grinding type to get the win, but I would imagine Kendrick Carmouche will have him up and into the game in this race, especially given the demeanor that I'm seeing from him here in the paddock. The number 4, Cody's Wish. My first time laying eyes on this horse, though I've watched many of his races, and of course he has a terrific story behind the scenes in his name. But he is such a lovely, beautiful son of Curlin, just so much substance to him. He's very laid back here in the paddock. He's a little bit more perked up once they got the tack on him, but he is one that has the tendency to not break very well, not get out of the gate. And sometimes those horses that are so kind of lackadaisical prior to the races, they just aren't as prepared in the starting gate. Had an outside post last time and broke a little bit slowly, and I think that can be perhaps a little bit forgiven, as Scalding, who beat him that day, came back to win the Ben Ali with a 97 Beyer speed figure as well, flattering that race. I like Cody's Wish. I just hope that he can get out of the gate cleanly today. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Cody's Wish, 7-5 favorite, undefeated, perfect 3 for 3 at this mile distance of this grade 3 Westchester, and there he is, son of Curlin, out of a Tappet mare, regally bred, homebred for Godolphin, trained by the Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and has had obviously some issues getting out of the gate in his career.
Yeah, he's a horse that, when he's not his own worst enemy, he's a pretty darn tough horse to beat. And his last race, he lost to Scalding, his first start as a 4-year-old, and Scalding came back with a nice win in a subsequent start at Keeneland. I believe he won the Ben Ali or the Fayette, whatever their mile and eighth race is. But when he's not his own worst enemy, he runs pretty well. I don't know. Is he really supposed to be the... I mean, he is a favorite in doubles. The 2 Sound Money's fairly close behind him. One of these 2 horses is going to be in front. I think Sound Money's supposed to be in front. He's faster than these. It could have a tactical edge, but it's close. They're the 2 main players, I think.
Yeah, they seem a lot closer together than what the board is showing right now in terms of their talent. And that other horse, yeah, Greatest Honor, that's the one. That's the horse who won the Holy Bull, Fountain of Youth, on last year's Triple Crown Trail, and then got beat in the Florida Derby as an odds-on favorite and wound up not going to the Kentucky Derby. He's disappointed a little bit coming back as a 4-year-old.
He has. I mean, it's as simple as that. He's a horse that had so much promise last year early in the year. Now, in fairness, he got very good trips when he won at Gulfstream. He got fast paces to close into, and it worked in his favor. But still, you're running those kind of figures early in your 3-year-old year, and at that point, you're one of the favorites for the Derby. But injuries and getting back. But Shug McGaughey takes his time, and now he's third off a layoff. He's supposed to run his good race today, but he's going to have to, in all likelihood, run faster than he'd ever run before. And tactically, his main competition, both Sound Money and Cody's Wish, both may have a tactical edge on him, and that's kind of problematic.
5 minutes to post in this Grade 3 Westchester coming up, and even though it's just a 5-horse field, I mean, there's some intriguing storylines in this group. Sound Money has put together, at least figure-wise, back-to-back really big numbers, and obviously crossed the wire first last time out. We'll see more today in this field because he's got a couple true competitors, but certainly in Cody's Wish. But how good do you think Sound Money can be?
I think we'll find out a little more today. It's a good question. You know, when he lost to Zoomer 2 races back, and keep that in mind, Zoomer, who's the 3 is a bigger price, beat him. Zoomer had a perfect trip that day. He didn't break that sharply and kind of took himself out of the race. I thought he ran very well that day. He's improved dramatically. The interesting thing about him is, before he won on January 8th with a 97 buyer, he was entered in a $40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race. And they scratched him. And the reason they scratched was they felt he deserved another chance to see if he could maybe show something in some allowance races, and they knew this race was coming up. Well, I mean, they would have lost him for $40,000. It would have been a big loss, because now you're talking about a horse going to be the second choice in Grade 3, the Westchester, and he's already put together 2 very nice wins, but he gets a class test today. He's got to show he can do it against, I mean, I'm not Greatest Honor's biggest fan, but he's a pretty nice horse, and Cody's Wish is good too.
So here is Cody's Wish, and Acacia alluded to that story. We actually have come to know this horse pretty well in our program. We've documented it quite a bit. He's named after Cody Dorman, who suffers from a rare genetic disorder. And in 2018, Godolphin, who owns this horse, sponsored the Dorman family at Keeneland's Make-A-Wish Day. And Cody developed a special bond with the horse when he was just a foal 3 years later. Recorded his first victory with the entire Dorman family in attendance.
No, it's an excellent story. I mean, stories like that are good for racing, and they're good stories in general. And it's nice to see him. And it seems like since, I'm not sure, was he there when he was running at Saratoga? I think this horse has done much better when he's there. So we need him here at Belmont.
Yeah, I would love to have him out here.
I'll get a chance.
I would pretty good bet that the entire Dorman family's watching.
Yeah, he wasn't just unlucky in those early races. He also ran against Pipeline, who came back and ran a triple-digit buyer here the other day. He lost to Vindictive, who looks like another Great Stakes type horse for Todd Pletcher as well. I mean, right, terrible trip in there. I mean, I'm saying not just bad trips. This is the kind of horse that when he was in a maiden race, there were killers in there every time.
And he's even delivered against, he beat Ducal for Brad Cox, who has run some very big races.
Huge maiden win up in Saratoga.
Here's Greatest Honor, again, major contender on last year's Triple Crown Trail for Shug McGaughey.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Shug takes his time with horses, and maybe this horse, and you see the improvement from his first start off the layoff, the second start, maybe he takes another step forward.
Chad Brown, Klorovich already having a tremendous day. Here's Sound Money.
Supposed to be the controlling speed in here, but this is a real class test for him. He's never run against horses as good as the ones he faces today.
As you mentioned, this horse did beat Sound Money 2 starts back.
Yeah, he did, but he did it with a very good trip, but he is in good form, and I don't love him, but he can handle a wet track.
Even money. Cody's Wish, second start back of his 4-year-old campaign.
I'm surprised he's that much shorter than the number 2 Sound Money in this race, but he does have a pretty impressive resume. Consistent figures, but his consistent figures really aren't faster than the figures that have been run by Sound Money.
And 13-1 with his outsider. Informative for a long shot specialist trainer, Uriah St. Louis.
Did have a big win in the Salvatore Mile last year at almost 80-1. That would be good enough to win here, but he better find that effort again if he's going to beat this field.
Jockey Club Gold Cup win for this trainer. What was it, 48-1?
That sounds about right.
One of several surprises he's delivered in his career.
Yeah.
Minute to post. Grade 3 Westchester. You can play it. You can play the Kentucky Derby with NYRA Bet. You'll get a free $25 Derby bet just by signing up, and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code right there for new members. Derby 25. Get signed up. Get started. Play this Triple Crown. Get involved in the Kentucky Derby today, and play with us all summer long at Belmont and up at Saratoga as well. Let's head back down to Acacia.
Very happy to be joined by trainer Shug McGahee back this morning from Kentucky. Shug, greatest honor adding the blinkers today. Will you tell me a little bit about the thought process with that equipment change?
Well, it was something I had on my mind a little bit after the Florida Derby last year, but then we had to stop on him. So, his first couple of races were fine. But I thought maybe I needed to get him focused a little bit more. And, we trained him in him. He seemed to like it. Worked him in it. He was a little more aggressive. In fact, when I worked him the last time, I didn't even put him on him because I was afraid he might be too aggressive. But so, I hope it'll keep him in the race and keep him sort of focused a little better.
And I noticed that today. He was sharp. He was on the muscle. How do you think he'll handle this mile?
Well, I think he'll be fine. There's not much speed in here, so that's not going to help him. But I think he can finish fine. But I think he's the kind of horse we need to run him. He only gets so much. But yeah, he was sharp back at the barn, and in the paddock I thought he was. So maybe some of these sharp works have picked his head up too.
And of course, Kathleen O in the Oaks yesterday. How did she come out of the race? And do you have any thoughts on the plans for the rest of the year with her?
Well, if she came out of the race fine, I'm gonna give her a couple of weeks break down there, and that'd be all. And then come up with a game plan. She really didn't run a race yesterday and was only beat 4 lengths. And Javier came back and said that she didn't really handle the track, especially when he started asking her. And probably not the cleanest trip. I think the best horse won yesterday, but I might have more confidence in her all for that race than any of them, really.
Well, we look forward to seeing her again. But thanks for your time, Shug. Good luck here with Greatest Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Greg?
Kathleen O, that was the first defeat of her career. She is immensely talented, losing in that Kentucky Oaks for the first time. But definitely a filly we're going to hear more from, I would think, this summer.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about the Oaks is it's an important race, the Gateway, because you've got the Alabama and the Coachco American Oaks, 10 furlongs, 9 furlongs, respectively. And you've also got the 1 mile, 1 turn Acorn, the 7 furlong test. And I think you'll find out a little bit which races do your horses belong in. I think Kathleen O belongs in the shorter ones, but I think she belongs in them. That's for sure.
Looks like a potentially saddle adjustment here on the 5. That's Dexter Haddock waiting to hop back aboard on his 20-1 shot.
Dexter Haddock with a big couple stakes wins at Aqueduct upsets here for these connections.
Yeah.
Dangerous man. A little tough today.
Quickly, I think we're going to talk about it later, but the Oaks, Preakness back on the table potentially for Secret Oath.
I imagine that Secret Oath, if she saw her dance card for the rest of the year, she might get a plane and go on vacation. Because apparently if she's not running there, she's running the Black-Eyed Susan. One thing about Wayne, they don't make money sitting in the barn.
4-5 favorite, Cody's Wish in this Grade 3 Westchester. And then, wow, Greatest Honor, Sound Money, both at 3-1. In terms of just the recency and much better races they've run of late, it's not even close. Sound Money, the 2, has been far superior.
I don't disagree. I think this is ridiculous that there's this big gap in price between the 2 and 4. If I wasn't alive with the 2 and the pick 4, I'd be betting the horse to win. Because I honestly think this price is ridiculous.
Is it the fact Sound Money has 1 try on an off track? Now, it was the second start of his career. It's a totally different horse now. But are people holding that against him?
That would be insane because in his he wasn't a good horse back then.
Right.
He was running that Ballia Drive. This is a completely different horse in his last 3 starts.
Gate open to get Cody's Wish in line. Even money favorite. There he is. He steps in. Now 4-5. Grade 3 Westchester. From Belmont, let's go upstairs to John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Informative, Zoomer, and Sound Money is now hustled up. And Cody's Wish is right there. So it's 4 of them across the track for the early lead. It's a break of 4 back to Greatest Honor, who sits back in 5th. Sound Money has come away with the lead. The lead is a neck. Cody's Wish in between horses and Informative on the outside. A close-up 3rd. Zoomer now in 4th. A break of 5 to Greatest Honor. The opening quarter mile in the slop in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And it is Sound Money, the leader by a length. Cody's Wish, second by a head. Informative on the outside in 3rd. Then Zoomer, who runs in 4th. Big break. Back to Greatest Honor. It is Sound Money who takes the field into the turn. Sound Money now clear by a length and a half. Cody's Wish, the odds-on favorite on the outside. A break of 2.5, now 3 lengths back to Zoomer. Then Informative. Up front, Sound Money challenged by Cody's Wish. There goes Cody's Wish now to take the lead from Sound Money. It is Cody's Wish in front. The half was 44-4. Cody's Wish heads for home with the lead. Sound Money in second, 3/4. 108-4. It is Cody's Wish clear by 3. Now by 4 lengths. Sound Money in second. And farther back, it is Zoomer, Informative, and Greatest Honor. Cody's Wish splashing through the slop to win the Westchester. Cody's Wish by 4.5 lengths. Sound Money was second. Zoomer finished 3rd. The mile in 1 minute, 34 and 3/5 seconds.
Should Speaker's Corner be scared?
So Godolphin
The
has
stablemate
Speaker's
who's one of the best
Corner in
milers in the
him.
country.
Belmont has Speaker's Corner in him for Godolphin. He's got Olympiad, who won the Ali Sheba yesterday. Godolphin just won the $1 Million Turf Classic down at Churchill Downs. I mean, it's become an embarrassment of riches. I'm going to say something. I think Sound Money ran great in here. I just think this was a joke. I mean, this was. I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't hard ridden for a while, but I mean, he made a mockery of this race.
He did.
The betting was right.
This was impressive from Cody's Wish, and I was kidding, obviously. Speaker's Corner may be the best miler in the country. We'll see. He's making a resume to make that argument, his stablemate. But this horse putting himself in contention to tackle some much bigger races going forward.
Yeah. I mean, Belmont's at a point where he's going to have to start running his horses against each other in Grade 1s. And I'm not saying he's no Speaker's Corner. Well, Speaker's Corner's been brilliant. But this performance, and it was a wet track, this was some performance.
Living up to his potential. I mean, there's big things expected of this horse early on in his career. We talked about those problems getting out of the gate, which he kind of got in his own way. And now he's finally starting to put it all together. That was very impressive here in the second start back here of his 4-year-old campaign. Son of Curlin, out of a Tappet mare who was extremely accomplished in her career. Dance card, pedigree's there to be something special, and now starting to deliver to that promise of the pedigree. Cody's Wish, big win in the Grade 3 Westchester.
Wow.
And in the end, goes off at 4-5. Oaklawn, race 9. Look at the current odds for this conditioned $8,000 claiming race. 6 furlong sprint. And 9-5 favoritism on Riverboat Gambler. I always think Ron Rivera when I hear that. Carl Broberg off the claim. Talk about popular in the claim box. And this is a multi-reclaim for this barn.
I always wonder about those. I always wish I could get the reclaim stats. You know, that in Formulator when a trainer reclaims.
Yeah.
Probably means they know the horse is a good sound kind of horse. You know what I mean? That they're confident can hold its form.
Can't be anything but a good sign, right?
It's not a bad sign. They're not claiming a horse that they don't want to have in the barn. Sometimes. Usually.
Now here's the 2. Who's going to have the rail, by the way, in this race? Coming off a 3rd place finish in his 5-year-old return.
Yeah, I don't really want horses claimed from bottom-level races, so I would prefer others in this race.
Rubigenous, 7-1 for Randy Morse.
Do we know what rubigenous means? I do not. I'm not taking horses that were in Diodora's barn. He has gone the wrong way since being claimed.
Praetorian cuts back in distance.
Yeah, and I do love a turn back, but this isn't one that I'll be betting.
Another one turning back. Mine My Time, 7-year-old.
Another horse coming off the claim for a trainer who's 1 for 12 off the claim over the last few years.
Tough to endorse the 7 here, as the board would reflect.
I don't disagree.
Seeking Justice, 6-year-old, is 3 for 33 lifetime. It's been a while since he's won. Riverboat Gambler. So here's the 9-5 favorite. Elvin Gonzalez rides.
Yeah, I mean, I get why he's favored. Trained by Carl Broberg, drops off the claim. Carl's had a heck of a meet. Boy, he started a lot of horses, huh, Oaklawn?
He's closing in on 150 for the meet. Time Heist, Jeremy Elisea, rider change, will be aboard.
Same trainer as the 7, same price.
Fredonian, gray son of the Factor.
When I hear Fredonian, I think of Fredonia in Duck Soup and the Marx Brothers. Big drop down second off the claim.
Yeah, big drop. And 5-1. And the Mr. Dougie Fresh on the outside at 7-2. Chris Hartman has had a tremendous meet. He's got Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, boy, this horse been around. He's run here a lot. Kieran McLaughlin had him for a time, but Chris Hartman has had this one and just not done well with him, but he does turn back, and Chris has mediocre numbers. At Oaklawn, he's just 10% turning back from routes to sprints.
So post time coming up momentarily here for this 9th at Oaklawn. Late pick 4, the final pick 4 on their Saturday card in Hot Springs. Begins in this race. And by the way, Kentucky Derby, about 70 minutes to post. We just saw a big performance in the Grade 3 Westchester. Junior Alvarado aboard Cody's Wish for Bill Mott. Let's go down to Acacia.
And here with Junior. Junior, I heard you say that you don't think Cody's Wish even really liked the track very much today, and yet we still saw a sensational performance.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking to Liana, the assistant, I just told her, I just think he just was simply the best horse today, He was very, wandering around, I never felt that he really got a good hold over the track, And like you say, he just was probably the best horse today.
You rode him in his debut. He has had trouble getting out of the gate, but it seems like he's a horse that really has improved a lot.
Yeah, he has improved a lot, today. We were hoping break good and be very close to the pace because nothing really has come from the middle pack or the back pack. So we were hoping break good and be in the position we were today. And, it worked out great.
We saw you in the winner's circle yesterday in the Ali Shiva with Olympiad, back in New York here today. Talk about your relationship with Bill Mott and the wins all over the country with the two of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, I've been riding for him for the past 11 years, We have confidence, he knows how to ride his horses, and like I say, he give you that freedom to ride a horse however you feel when you leave the gate, it doesn't matter. He helps a lot, just to be confident when you're riding a horse for him.
A confident ride today on the best horse, Junior. Congratulations.
Thank you, Garcia.
It's been a big weekend for Junior Alvarado and picking up another stakes win here in New York, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Junior Alvarado, for what it's worth, by the way, had been working Fountain of Youth winner, Simplification. He got off one of those Derby prep works and told trainer Antonio Sano, you have the Kentucky Derby winner. He was so impressed. It's going to be a huge price.
I hope he's
fact,
right.
Right now,
I hope he's right.
He is 35-1.
My guess is he won't be, though, but I hope he is. I bet a little bit on him. Picked him second.
Simplification?
Yeah, I picked him second.
Okay,
What's bad about him?
Nothing at all. I didn't know that.
I think he's adaptable. He was too close to pace last time. I don't love him, but he shouldn't be 40-1.
Meanwhile, making their way to the gate here for this 9th at Oaklawn. 8-5 favorite. Riverboat Gambler. Slight drop down here in class. And, before that last race, had been facing a lot tougher company.
Yeah, he has. No, I mean, he's the horse to beat. I'm not trying to beat him. I'm not in love with him. I thought it was a little more competitive than 8-5, but I don't see any really reason to take a shot against him in here.
Final pick 4 on this Saturday card from Oaklawn begins in this race coming up. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
The last horse to load is Mr. Dougie Fresh. They're at the post. They're off. Praetorian broke well, and so did Riverboat Gambler. Time Heist is on the move. Between horses Mind My Time and Mr. Dougie Fresh, these 5 across the track. Time Heist ahead in front. Then Fredonian and Rubigenus with Kevin Whitty, and the trailer is Seeking Justice. Time Heist and Mr. Dougie Fresh up the backstretch. Time Heist a half length in front. Mr. Dougie Fresh is second by a length and a quarter to Praetorian and Mind My Time. Then comes Riverboat Gambler. He's got 4 lengths to make up. Fredonian is outside of him. Kevin Whitty's at the rail. Rubigenus is second to last with 8 lengths to close, and he's 5 in front of Seeking Justice as Time Heist and Mr. Dougie Fresh are 1-2. But here's Riverboat Gambler in the center, and he means business in the red blinkers. Riverboat Gambler within a neck of the lead. 2.5 back 2. To the outside end, Fredonian. Inside of him, Kevin Whitty. Riverboat Gambler off the top of the turn. Now a length in front of Time Heist in second. Mr. Dougie Fresh is third. Fredonian is fourth, and Riverboat Gambler is now 3 lengths in front. Time Heist, Mr. Dougie Fresh, Fredonian, and Praetorian. It's Riverboat Gambler well in front. Riverboat Gambler won by 6 lengths. Time Heist was second. It's close for third between Mr. Dougie Fresh and Praetorian.
Favorite delivers. Riverboat Gambler, 7-year-old with the 8th victory of his career. He hadn't hit the board in 4 starts this year.
But he was best today, and best by a lot. Got a good trip and made the most of it.
Elvin Gonzalez for Carl Broberg, first off the claim. We'll have the prices when we come back. We'll also have the story of Kentucky Derby winner Silver Charm and the lasting impact he's made on someone's life.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on Kentucky Derby Day. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Close to about an hour away from this year's edition of the Kentucky Derby. As Winston Churchill once said, there's something about the outside of a horse that is good for the inside of a person. And for Carol Rutt, she is living proof of that in the special bond that she developed with our oldest living Kentucky Derby winner, Silver Charm.
This is me kissing him. He kissed me first, so I kiss him back, and look, lip print, man. Mwah. This is a Silver Charm. I draw it in about 30 minutes, and I even did the little dots, right, the little shadings. This is a rosary I made with the hair of Silver Charm. I still need to figure out how to thread his mane hair because it gets stuck at times. To the oldest living Derby horse. So I have my autistic patch to myself, and of course, it had to be opinionated.
Carol Rutz was captivated by racehorses as a child. The Kentucky resident's passion for thoroughbreds, however, literally saved her soul when she was introduced to Silver Charm 5 years ago at one of the lowest points in her life.
After my husband died, I was so distraught, so I went to old friends. Silver Charm looked at me. I told him that my husband died and he's with the Lord. And you know what he did? He kissed me. Very sloppy kiss. That made my life much better, knowing that somebody did care and that I'll be all right. I will be okay after that.
Separated from her rock during the pandemic, Rutz bided her time until she could be reunited with Silver Charm. When that moment finally arrived, all the time they had spent apart became a distant memory.
And I was so happy to see him. He's like smiling, very happy to see me again after a long period of time. I can talk about my Derby experiences, about all the pictures I have, but unless you can get up close to a horse like Silver Charm, everything is pale.
Who's the greatest horse in the history of the universe?
That I hardly agree.
Give Carol a kiss. Kiss.
Her reaction was really very special. And I think it was reciprocal because I think he sensed something in her that was completely non-threatening. There's a look that you get that both human and with these horses, it's a look of trust that I'm going to trust you. I can tell that you're worth trusting.
This one here, very noble, very personable. He's a very good judge of character, and he knows how people feel. Some of my brain is overwired. Some of my parts of my brain are underwired. And sometimes there's a lot of stimulus, sometimes get to the point of anxiety. Well, the good thing about Silver Charm is that in other horses like him, is that they sense our fear, our grief, our love.
You don't understand every word Carol said, don't you? You are so smart.
He is 1 in a million, beyond price. He's beyond money. He's platinum, and he is a blessing. Ain't that right, honey? Yeah. God bless you.
An even greater achievement than winning that Kentucky Derby, the special bond he's made with Carolina Rutz. We're going to take a timeout. We got to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports. FS2 continues next.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Back on America's Day at the Races, we got the nightcap coming up here in Elmont, New York. Race that was scheduled for the grass, taken off, and now on the main track at New York for that $40,000 maiden claiming event. We say it all the time, these races taken off the turf offer opportunities. Is there an opportunity in here if someone's being overlooked?
Well, I'm a little shocked that Darn That Song isn't a heavy favorite in here. Her last two, really 3 of her last 4 dirt races would drown this field. The fact she ran poorly in the turf last time is irrelevant, and I can't figure out for the life of me why she's the same price as Doc Rock, who I bet last time in a really very, very weak field, and she's just not good enough to beat that one. I thought the 11 Lady Yellen, who ran against better horses in her one dirt race, and once again, she's not a turf horse. She tried the turf going along last time. I thought the 9-11 were the horse that should be the first and second choice in this race, and I am puzzled as to why they aren't shorter in here. And I think the betting public, I'm saying they have to win. It's not so either one of them are that good. But, yeah, I'm alive in the pick 4 of the 9-11, and I'm surprised that they're not shorter prices.
Let's head back down to Acacia for more.
And on paper, those horses look like players, and here in the paddock, they do as well. As far as the number 9, Darn That Song does go. Tried the turf last time, and my notes from that day were that she was way too light, that she wasn't carrying her weight well in that start. And while she's still a lightly framed and narrow type of filly, she looks better today than she did last time out as well. She also broke through the gate prior to the race going off, dropped her rider, didn't go very far, but still, that takes a lot of energy, and especially for a lighter type of filly, I think that really took the wind out of her sails. Her race 2 starts back, I thought, was certainly good enough to compete against these, and I do like that I saw some improvement from her from last time to today. She also, once again, looks like a horse that should handle the wet track just fine. The 1A, Big Bean Christine to the outside, also ran a fine dirt race 2 starts back. She is actually the half-sister to multiple graded stakes winner Hangover Kid, who was a 6-time turf winner, and now a sire of horses like Miss J. McKay. So there is plenty of turf pedigree. I see why they tried her to on it, but she just doesn't look like a turf horse. She's looks like a sprinter through and through. She's just very, very hard to handle here in the paddock, and has been dragging her groom around, trying to run off. So be curious to see what Hector Diaz does in the warm-up too. Yes, you want her to be sharp for a sprint, but you don't want her to be doing too much and being hard to get her focused at all in the preliminaries before the races. Then 11, Lady Yellen is just making her 3rd start. In her debut, she looked uncomfortable to me early on. The field was all strung out. It seemed like Manny Franco just protected her. She never seemed like she was really settled. In the paddock, she does seem like a horse that's maybe a little bit unsure of herself, and that's kind of my takeaway here. She does cut back in distance, which I like. Physically, there is some stretch to her frame. I could see why longer might have been the thought process, but her demeanor is all sprint. She's been very sharp. She's on her toes, prancing from the moment that she came in here, and the class drop should suit. I would like to see her maybe get back on the turf, but I don't mind her in this spot. I hope that we can see her keep that focus, maybe just a little bit more self-assuredness prior to the race. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. So 5-2 favorite to 9. Darn That Song, who now has become the one to beat on the board. Back on dirt.
She's the one to beat in paper. I mean, I'm not saying she's going to win, but it's a horse that ran 57, 57, and 53 buyers in 3 or 4 starts. To compare them, while there's some 52s going back on the 2, her last 2 were 39 and 30. She's just better than the horses she's running against in this race. A very logical type horse. I have to imagine she'll be 2-1 or less by post time. She should be. But I thought Lady Yellen a little interesting. I wouldn't want to give up on her. She ran against much better horses when she ran in the dirt 2 back.
Boost your Kentucky Derby bankroll. The Derby Bankroll Builder is back at NYRA Bets. Get $25 to bet the Kentucky Derby. Each week you bet $50 to win on the selected Derby prep. Opt in at NYRABets.com.
Back to live action, and here's a look at the remaining half of the entry and the outside post for Big Bean Christine.
Her last race in the dirt wasn't that bad. Her turf race doesn't really matter. She's not impossible.
Doc Rock gets the rail.
I don't get her at all. I bet her last time. Thought she didn't have the perfect trip, but she was just in a weaker field.
Tonight, we love rider change Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to improve in all likelihood to be competitive. She was in a very weak field last time and ran poorly.
7-1 on the board right now. Darn that song. The 9, the 5-2 favorite. Here she comes.
I think she's supposed to be the favorite in this race and is the favorite.
For Bruce Brown, Kendra Carmouche, looking for a multiple win Kentucky Derby Day here in New York. The 10, main track only is here, Madam Rose.
Yeah, she's had a lot of chances. 27 chances.
Wow. A lot of opportunities. Yep. Lady Yellen, just her second try on dirt.
Yeah, and her first try on the dirt, she needed to get a little faster, but it's fast enough to beat everybody but the 9 here. And she figures to improve off that. Linda Rice's horses usually need their first start.
And 9-2, Glittering Prize, Heeman Harkey for with a James Bond barn.
Sort of a Jimmy Bond barn play. This horse can improve second off a little bit of a layoff.
And look at the debut. In the slop, I know it was Colonial. It was a race taken off the turf, so maybe a lot of turf horses who win there. But one of the better numbers that she's run.
Yeah, I think that the 1A and 12 are the fringe players outside the 1 and 9, if you're looking for somebody else.
So 9-2 from that outside. Well, she's second to the outside. Big Bean Christine, the 1A, the extreme outside. But
yeah, if I lose, I feel like I'm supposed to lose the 1A or 12. I'd prefer the 1A, but I prefer to lose in either one of them. I like to win, Greg. That's why we're here.
You've had a good day to this point. We'll see how it closes out here at Belmont. Minute to post in this nightcap coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, the number 2, Doc Rock, as the rain starts coming sideways over here, down to the inside break from the rail. This is a filly that I thought last time out, her race with the first time with blinkers on was fine, finishing third that day. Closers coming outside on her. She's one that just doesn't strike me as coming in here as strong as she could be. I just wish that she had some more muscle mass across her flank and just across her top line in general. Sometimes lighter framed horses like that, Connections will try them on the turf, thinking that they'll have an easier time of being able to push off from behind. So that might have been the thought process in her entered on the turf today. For the main track, for the sprint, and versus some of the other contenders drawn towards the outside, she just doesn't stack up to my eye out there on the track. We'll see if she can build off of that last race, but I just preferred others, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Another look here at the 12, Glittering Prize. She was forward last time out at this condition, and Heeman Harkey usually likes to be aggressive when he can.
That's a fair point. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, she's got speed. I think the 11 will show speed as well. I think the 9, I think it's hard. I mean, a lot of it will depend on sort of how aggressive they are. But I think any of those horses, the outside, those 3, well, the 1A is the far outside and does not have much speed. But I wouldn't be shocked by any of the 9, 11, or 12 being in front.
And, we had some big numbers, obviously, earlier on in the card. It's a difficult sequence to come up with this afternoon. Everything's covered in the pick 6. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like 10-1 on that Chad Brown horse that won the Fort Marcy. That was just a crazy overlay, wasn't it? I mean, not that I love the horse, but that horse shouldn't have been that price in there.
Probably not, but still the third least likely of the Chad Brown runners,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But, yeah, no, that's fair. That's a fair point.
By the way, so to the favorite pick 5-wise in here, the 9 right now, Darn That Song.
Right.
$1,942.
Incredible, right? And it's $228 in the pick 4, and it was almost a $10 horse. So you're getting more than 50% over the parlay advantage in the pick 5 versus the 4. But of course, there's no CAW play, and there you go. There's the difference right in there.
Again, final chances to take advantage of this $25 free Derby bet by just signing up with Naira Bets plus a $200 deposit match bonus.
We can't give you a Derby bet tomorrow. So
No, we
you've got to
cannot.
do it today.
Do it now. Derby25, that code to use for new members. Again, download that Naira Bets app or go to nairabets.com. We have about
only 3 or 4 hours to the Derby, I think.
46 minutes to post.
Wow.
In the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. 2-1 favorite here at Belmont to close out this Saturday afternoon card on Derby Day. Darn That Song, the 9. Kendra Carmouche, Bruce Brown. Got a couple The 2 and the 11 both at 7-2 on the board. See if Lady Yellen back on dirt can improve, and Doc Rock has the inside post in Jose Lezcano. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out our card here in New York.
Waiting for Darn That Song, Glittering Prize, and Big Bean Christine. And they're off. Doc Rock, Lady Yellen. Those two out for the lead. Glittering Prize is on the outside and running in third. Then Darn That Song in fourth. Tonight We Love down at the rail. Then it's Madame Rose and Big Bean Christine. Trails the field in seventh. Doc Rock leads by a long neck. Lady Yellen on the outside in second, with Glittering Prize on the far outside in third. Tonight We Love is down at the rail. Then Darn That Song and Madame Rose, followed by Big Bean Christine, the quarter 22 and 3. Doc Rock continues to show the way, with Lady Yellen running in second, and then Glittering Prize running in third. In behind Darn That Song. Down at the rail is Tonight We Love, followed by Madame Rose, who will be widest of all, and Big Bean Christine, the half in 46 and 1. It is Doc Rock who has the lead. Big Bean Christine looking to come on through now. On the outside is Glittering Prize, then Darn That Song. It is still Doc Rock, Glittering Prize on the outside, and Big Bean Christine. Doc Rock rolls home to win the nightcap. Glittering Prize was second, then Big Bean Christine and Madame Rose.
2-12-1A in the nightcap here at Belmont. Doc Rock, 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief for Bruce Levine, with Jose Lezcano the win.
Somebody knew. This horse got bet early, kept getting bet. Has been terrible today, right to the lead, unlike the other races, and it made a difference. Different horse today, gets the job done. Congrats to Connections.
So 2-12-1A 10. 7-2 to close out this card here. And enjoying the wet track, no question. Doc Rock, no one able to get to her.
Bet this horse last time. This horse ran this race last time, would have won by 3. A little confused. I'm a little confused. Tough game.
So Doc Rock, 7th time out. Maiden breaking win. With, again, Jose Lezcano for Bruce Levine. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Getting close to the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Selections coming up when we return. Stay with us.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for today's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes second or third. All day on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
We are back on America's Day of the Races. Good to have you with us. If you have not done it yet, final chances to get signed up before this year's Kentucky Derby. Get a free Kentucky Derby play. New members, that code is Derby25 to get signed up and started with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Time is here for us to make our selections for the big one, 148th running of this Kentucky Derby, and one of the most wide-open derbies we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is a wide-open race, and you can tell with the prices. You know, there's no prohibitive favorite by any stretch, but those are the kind of races you like. If you're smart, you get paid.
Look at the current odds in this race. Epicenter, Taiba, which is those 2 starts to his name, co-favorites at 5-1. Taiba sprinting 6 furlongs in his debut, and then a Grade 1 win at 1 1/8 in the Santa Anita Derby to get him to this moment. Messier, meanwhile, horse that Taiba beat in that Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, I prefer Messier. He's got, you know, a stronger body of work where he comes in this race where he's been somewhat battle-tested, whereas Taiba, they're being too aggressive too soon with him. It worked in the Santa Anita Derby. I doubt it works here. I like Messier. He's my choice in here. I thought I might get a slightly better price, to be honest. Right now he's 6-1, the same price as Zandon. I don't know that I would have picked him, and I'd known that was going to be the case. I thought Zandon and Epicenter would probably be around 4-1, and he might be 7 or 8-1. But I end up with him. I'm hoping he sits a little farther back, and Taiba's the one who's aggressive today.
I think a lot of people might be re-examining if they did not take Zandon at that price at 6-1 right now. Let's go to Acacia, get her selection. Who do you like?
Well, that price on Zandon is pretty tempting now, but I don't know if I've ever felt so wishy-washy in a Derby, so I decided to just go back to basics and trust my gut and landed on Charge It, as this horse was the horse that I liked best going into the Florida Derby. Very, very green there, but he seems to be peaking at the right time for trainer Todd Pletcher, and he's bred to be a good one. By Tap It, out of a mare that's the sister to Will Take Charge and Take Charge Indy. I've loved what I've seen from him in the morning's training leading up to it. Hearing from his jockey Luis Saez, he's been thrilled with how he's covered the ground and how he's developing. He could potentially be a horse that's taking the step forward just at the right time for Todd Pletcher as he looks for his 3rd Kentucky Derby, and a homebred from Mandy Pope who has put so much into the game, and we'll see if that big pedigree can deliver on our sport's biggest stage, Greg. But I want to know who you're going with.
Acacia, we'll wish you the best. I'm with Andy. I like Messier as well. I thought that West Coast prep, that Santa Anita Derby, was by far the toughest prep we saw of any Derby prep along this road to the Kentucky Derby. Horse has all kinds of pedigree to get this 1.25 mile distance. And, of course, John Velasquez, Hall of Famer who knows how to win this Derby. I think that ride last year on Medina Spirit weighing heavily on his mind, thinking about how he's able to get to the front, save all that ground and go gate to wire. This horse could be close, could save a ton of ground, going to be dangerous in this race. We'll see if he can get it done. Messier for both Andy and I in this year's 148th running of the Derby. You can, again, play it, get a $25 free play, plus a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus by signing up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the Naira Bets app, Derby25, that code to use at sign-up to take advantage of those offers, and bet this year's Kentucky Derby and all the great racing we have ahead of us at Belmont, Saratoga, and beyond. Got one more live race coming up on the program today, the 10th from Oaklawn. We will have that for you when we come back from a short timeout. Stay with us. 5 furlong sprint coming up at the 10th from Hot Springs right after this.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 10 at Oaklawn Park, an allowance optional claiming field, Arkansas bred runners. 5.5 furlongs, $107,000 purse for this race.
Wish I had 4 legs.
2-1 favorite. There's good money in it. We're going to start with Data Storm. From the inside, has speed.
Yeah, has speed in a race that feels, at least on paper, like it's laden with speed.
Here's the favorite, Captain Don, 3-time winner, 6 seconds in 18 starts.
Well, he has 2 consecutive speed figures. It would make him tough, though. I'm not sure why he's a huge favorite over the horse outside of him, who I would prefer cutting back in distance, to be honest.
In off a win. He won at 16-1 last start. Top Road Rules cuts back in distance.
My kind of horse. Cut back in distance, good figs. He's the horse I would take in here.
5-1. Francisco Arrieta aboard Smarty Grimes, blinkers on.
Comes off the claim from Carl Broberg last time and running at lower levels. Feels like a horse is going to be a little outrun early.
Macho Rocco, there he is, the gray son of Macho Rocket.
No, I don't know who Rocco is, but apparently he's macho. He feels like he's going to be forwardly placed in here. Not sure he's good enough.
Peace Dog. His maiden claiming win against State Bred Company came here at Oaklawn 3-back.
He'd faced some better horses, and he was engaged in the pace, but he's not likely to be engaged in this pace.
Huge drop from the 2 tries against winners. He was in the Rainbow Stakes against Wayland Springs. Citrus Bay, he also was in that Rainbow. He was 4th in the race.
Yeah, I just didn't. I mean, his last race is the best figure he's ever run, so maybe he can build on that. I didn't particularly like him, but I guess he's not impossible.
9-1, Good Night Archie, an equipment change.
Good Night Archie. Maggie always loved a horse named Archie. This horse is actually not impossible, but does feel like another one of the horses is going to be forwardly placed. I just think they're going to be moving an awful lot in this race.
Navy SEAL 10-1 went by. Here's Malintent off the claim.
Well, I understand Malintent, and this horse better improve significantly. A big price.
30-1, Kinfolk, Ron Moquette.
Another horse who needs to improve dramatically.
And 3-1. Here's Alma Bling-Cat, who's a 3-time winner. 2 of them coming here.
Drops down after facing perhaps better, not really clear. One of the players, I wouldn't take 3-1.
All right, post time coming up for this 10th. Play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, start it, download the app, or go to NairaBets.com. That $25 Derby free wager. And that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Yours when you punch in that code Derby25. Be part of the action. 31 minutes to post in this year's Kentucky Derby. Wow, this race here, you got a couple of horses. You know, we talked about Peace Dog the 6, Citrus Bay the 7, both coming out of that stakes race. Wayland Springs came out of that Rainbow. He won that race, and then he beat Open Company in a really tough spot.
He beat Cogburn last week, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Cogburn was
and both these horses are prices here. The 6 is 7-1. The 7's 21-1.
No, in their last race, both give them a chance. They do seem to be overlays. I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't really like them, but I don't see why they're so much a big price compared to the number 12 horse, who's a big favorite. I wouldn't knock somebody for taking a shot in these races. These Archie-bred races, I'm not going to stand hard and firm on anybody, you know.
There's the 3 stepping in. 5-2 favoritism, though, remains with I'm a Blink Cat outside. I'm a Bling Cat. Won for State Bred 20, beating several of these. Although Goodnight Archie got the better of him 2 starts back. This group's kind of taking turns beating up on each other. Vic Stauffer with the call, our final live racer we're going to bring you here on FS2. 5.5 furlongs. Arkansas bred allowance optional claiming race here in the 10th from Oaklawn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Good night, Archie, Macho Rocco, Captain Don, Data Storm. To the outside, Malintent on the move. Top Road Rules is next, then Peace Dog, and I'm a Bling Cat. Navy Seal, Kinfolk, and Smarty Grimes, and the trailer is Citrus Bay, and the leader is Good Night, Archie. Good Night, Archie into the far turn, a 2-length lead on to the outside and Malintent, who took up sharply. Macho Rocco takes over second with Captain Don at the rail in third. Then comes to the outside, and I'm a Bling Cat. Navy Seals in with a good chance. 2.5, 2. Data's Storm. Then a length, 2. Smarty Grimes. 3 back to Peace Dog. At the rail is Citrus Bay, and Kinfolk is the trailer in Goodnight Archie and Macho Rocco. And here's Macho Rocco to put ahead in front. Goodnight Archie is second, 2.5 lengths, 2. Captain Don in third. Navy Seal tries to run a big one. So does Peace Dog. And in the center of the racetrack, here comes I'm a Bling Cat trying to give Broberg 4 wins. At the rail, Goodnight Archie. Between horses, Macho Rocco. Then Top Road Rules and I'm a Bling Cat. I'm a Bling Cat has taken the lead. Top Road Rules might get second for Broberg. I'm a Bling Cat. I'm a Bling Cat beat Top Road Rules. It's close for third between Navy Seal and Macho Rocco.
Favorite gets it done here in the 10th at Oaklawn. I'm a Bling Cat, 4th win of his career in 15 starts.
Guess the public knew. 9-5.
Wow. Took a lot of late money.
The money, got it done. My 3 horses, 7-1 ran second. 2 seconds at 7-1 at Oaklawn. Be tough to see that meet close tomorrow.
So I'm a Bling Cat. Elvin Gonzalez having a big day, winning for Carl Broberg here. Take a look at the current Derby odds as we're inside of a half an hour to post. In the Run for the Roses, we have a favorite, Epicenter.
We still don't think
9-2,
but we still don't think that Mattress Mac has bet his 3 or 4 million. I hope he didn't get lost or something with that money. That's a little strange, right?
He's waiting to the last minute. It is going to dramatically change the odds in this race. Again, it's Messier for both Andy and I. Wide open race, and we'll see what happens with this 3-year-old division in about 30 minutes time. Derby code, last chance to get signed up and get that free $25 Derby wager, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with Derby 25, your promo code. Zandon was the morning line favorite. He is double that number right now. Can he work out a trip and deliver Chad Brown his first Kentucky Derby win? Epicenter trying to bring that first Derby win to his Hall of Fame trainer. He's closing in on 10,000 wins. Steve Asmussen. Taiba, just 2 starts on the resume, trying to buck history and win it 1.25 miles in just the 3rd start of his career. The Derby coming up. Enjoy it. We'll see you tomorrow on FS1 at 1 Eastern.